there, business owners. Do you feel lost in a sea of numbers, struggling to navigate your day-to-day accounting? At Lighthouse CPAs, they specialize in guiding businesses to make more money and keep more of what you make. From bookkeeping to tax planning, they've got you covered. Plus, with their user-friendly software, managing your finances has never been easier. Spend less time on paperwork and more time growing your business. Call Lighthouse CPAs 850-785-5254.
PCB Hobby, the beach's premier hobby store for sports cards, comics, coins, and trading card games. PCB Hobby carries the largest selection of boxes and packs from the latest releases of brands like Topps, Panini, Leaf, and more. Looking for a specific player or team? PCB Hobby has a wide assortment of raw and graded cards. They carry parallel rookie, game used, and autographed cards in both modern and vintage. Have a collection you want to sell? We buy, sell, and trade. PCB Hobby on Back Beach Road, just east of Florida Linen. Call 850-320-8388.
Attention homeowners, are you dreaming of a backyard oasis? Look no further than S&R Fencing, your go-to destination for quality outdoor transformations. At S&R, they specialize in crafting custom fences, decks, retainer walls, and all exterior construction that not only enhances the beauty of your home, but also stands the test of time. Their experienced team takes pride in delivering top-notch craftsmanship with a personal touch. S&R Fencing, locally owned, licensed, and insured, and a member of the BBB.
WPLQ Port St. Joe, WGSX Lumen. Powered by Panama City Toyota.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Get ready.
Let's play the game.
Sports Talk Radio will never be the same.
I just don't think that anybody's going to succeed in that system.
It's a bad organization.
It's just a bad organization.
The Afternoon Underdogs.
Onion pickles, onions pickles.
Live and local.
Look, it's impressive.
On ESPN.
Northwest Florida.
And the pitch is thrown from Bone Crusher to David Hayes, and it is a strike, and he will ride the pine again. You guys are riding along with the Afternoon Underdogs, and this is ESPN Northwest Florida. I'm David Hayes, along with Caveman Rick and the Bone Crusher, and boy, do we got a show for you this afternoon. At 4:20, we're going to be talking with Coach Butch Bernard from North Bay Haven. They've got a big game as they get ready to close out the season. They've got Wakulla, then West Florida, and they will close the season out, I believe, next week with the Arnold Marlins. That'll be a great conversation, so make sure you're tuned in at 4:20 for Coach Butch Bernard of the North Bay Haven Buccaneers. Then at 4:40, we're going to be joined by Johnny Carter, who I've seen fight 3 times, I believe, over there at the Beatdown and Beach events. He's a dog, man. He's an absolute dog. So we'll be chatting with the Apex Predator today at 4:40. Then at 5 o'clock, we'll dive into some MLB topics. I learned something about Mason Miller today and how he ended up getting to the point in his career where he could throw 100 miles an hour, because when he was in college as a pitcher, his ERA was sitting at about 7, and he did not have the heat that he had. But after a failed drug test, it was a failed drug test, they were able to find something, and we'll find out more about that this afternoon at 5 o'clock. And you know how it goes. When we tease things, we normally don't get back to them. So if you gotta Google it. No, we will kick off hour number 2 with a story on Mason Miller. Just a small excerpt, actually penned by Stephen Nesbitt, who we've had on the show with us. He writes for The Athletic and does a great job over there, but I was very intrigued to see that, and we'll talk more about that at 5 o'clock. And then also what in the world's going on with the Colorado Rockies and the FAA. So more on that at 5 o'clock as well. Then at 5:20, me and Caveman Rick will dive into the NBA and NHL playoffs. We've got some questions that we'll answer. And, of course, you guys can always text your comments and topics that you'd like to discuss over here at 850-215-6290, or you can follow along with us on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter. If you're commenting on YouTube or Twitter, just go over to Facebook and comment over there. That way I can keep them all rounded up in the same vicinity. But if you are watching on YouTube and Twitter, we definitely appreciate that. And you can also get the app over there, the Google Play Store or your Apple Store. Type in 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida. And then we'll wrap the show up with, I highly doubt, Caveman Rick, that we're going to get through NBA and NHL in the same segment. So I imagine that will take us through. But there are some new college football rule changes. So if we don't get to those at the end of this segment, then we will do our best to get to those at the end of the show. I want to remind you guys about Wrestling Against Cancer 9, and we've got an opportunity for you guys to win free tickets to that event. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I should have read this a little bit before we went on the air, but I'll read that during the break. And we are going to be hooking you guys up. We'll be giving away some tickets. Coach Hale Show Monday and Thursday at 8:15, Inside Drive at 12:20, and then the Afternoon Underdogs Tuesdays and Fridays at 5:40. Is that going to be starting next Friday or this Friday?
The contesting?
Yeah.
For Wrestling Against Cancer?
Yeah, for Wrestling Against Cancer.
That's going to start Monday.
Well, I'm saying for the Afternoon Underdogs, it says Tuesday and Friday. So
you're going to give out a pair of tickets on Tuesday
and Friday
and
of
a pair
next
of tickets
week.
on Friday.
Gotcha.
So it's basically Jack gave us 5 pairs, so I'm spreading them around a little bit there.
I am with you, man, and you definitely want to try to win those tickets. But if you don't win those tickets, you should still get some tickets to go to that event. They're only $12, and it goes to a great cause because Wrestling Against Cancer 9, all the proceeds from that event are going to help out Jaden and his medical expenses. Wrestling Against Cancer 9, Saturday, April 27th. That will be held at the Bayhaven Charter Academy. Tonight, after the Afternoon Underdogs, the Texas Rangers are in Atlanta taking on the Atlanta Braves. Rangers come in with a record of 11-9. They are 6-4 on the road. The Bravos are 12-5 and 4-2 at the house. You're going to have Andrew Haney on the bump for the Rangers and Chris Sale going for the Atlanta Braves. Haney's record is 0-2 with an ERA of 6.75. He's pitched 12 innings, given up 12 hits, struck out 10, walked 7, and 1 home run to go along with that. Chris Sale is 1-1 with an ERA of 4.58. He's pitched 17.2 innings, given up 15 hits, struck out 20, walked 5, and has given up 2 home runs on the year. Now, it's going to be a little different. Atlanta Braves lineup, obviously missing Ozzie Albies to the injured list with that
big toe, right?
Yeah, fractured big toe of his. Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to be leading it off. He finally got his first home run the other day. He's got 6 RBIs and is hitting .294. He'll be in right field. Batting second, it's going to be Orlando Arcia playing shortstop for the Bravos. 1 home run, 8 RBIs on the year, hitting .377. Then Austin Riley will be coming in, batting third, playing third, and he's hitting .284, 2 home runs, and 12 RBIs, which is tied for second on the Atlanta Braves. Matt Olson is who he's tied with. Matt's got 3 home runs, 12 RBIs. He'll be batting cleanup, playing first base, and he's hitting .261 on the year. Marcell Ozuna, my man, is having an incredible start to the season. He's your designated hitter. He's batting 5th. He's got 8 home runs and 23 RBIs. He's
I got
almost
him on fantasy.
Yeah, you're living the good life over there with Marcell
Not really,
Ozuna.
because that's only the good guys I got. I got one of the worst teams. So.
Hey, isn't that bad with the best guy on your team? And not to take anything away from Marcell Ozuna in any form here, but if Marcell Ozuna is the best player on your fantasy baseball team, how is the rest of your year going to look?
I don't know. I don't know if he is the best player on my team. He's up there, though.
Best,
he's right up there, though. So I mean, and I got kind of homer. I got some Phillies, but I also got some Braves. There
you go. Just trying to
spread it out. Got people on good teams.
Be a thorn in the side for the Atlanta Braves fans. Ozuna hitting .352, which that's almost more impressive that you've hit 8 home runs, 23 RBIs, and normally when you're producing a lot of power and a lot of RBIs to go along with that, your batting average and your strikeouts, your batting average is down and your strikeouts are up. And we kind of saw that from him last year when he was hitting underneath 200. But to be sitting here, and I know we're early in the season, I do, but 8 home runs, 23 RBIs, and a .352 batting average is a beautiful thing to behold. Tonight in left field, it'll be Adam Duvall, who's got 1 home run and 6 RBIs, playing platoon out there with Jared Kelnick. Duvall hitting .240 on the year. Michael Harris, the second, playing center field tonight. He's got 2 home runs, 8 RBIs, 1 stolen base, and is hitting .278. How about that for Ronald Acuna Jr., though? Not hitting the home runs, but already up there at 8 stolen bases.
Hitting the knee instead.
What's that?
Hitting the knee
instead. Yeah, there you go. And then Travis d'Arnaud is going to be behind the plate tonight. No home runs on the year, 4 RBIs, and is right there at the Mendoza line at 200. And I believe... I was about to say Jordan Montgomery's getting a start tonight, but he is getting a start. He's just not on the Texas Rangers anymore. He is on the Arizona Diamondbacks. So, yeah, I was thinking about my fantasy baseball team. I was like, I could have swore I had 3 guys going tonight, but Jordan Montgomery's not going. Well, Dave, you're wrong, buddy. Texas lineup is going to be having Simeon leading off, playing second base. Corey Seager batting second, playing shortstop. Wyatt Langford will be batting third, playing left field. Adolis Garcia playing right field, batting clean up. Jonah Heim behind the plate batting fifth, as Duran is playing first base and he'll be batting sixth. Batting seventh is your third baseman. Who is this young man? Josh Smith. Haven't seen his name. I believe he was called up after the injury that was suffered to their normal third baseman. Now I've already lost everything that I had going on. So goodness gracious, man. What in the world is wrong with technology today, Caveman Rick? And we are back. Wenzel's going to be playing designated hitter, or be in the designated hitter spot. He has not had a hit on the season so far, 0 for 8. And then Tavares is in center field, batting .231 to wrap up the Rangers lineup.
To answer your question, what's wrong with technology? AI now.
AI, there you go. AI had nothing to do with that. But, man, it's everywhere, though. AI is everywhere now. I noticed today when I got onto Facebook, hit the little search bar, and it's like, ask Meta anything or something like that. Like, what in the world,
What's crazy, too, is if you're into sci-fi, right?
Yeah.
You follow the Terminator movies. Mm-hmm. So back when the original Terminator was made, they were talking about how they come from 40 years in the future. Well, it's 2024 is what he's talking about, and that's when, the machines take over, Rise of the Machines, and blah, blah, blah. So if you know how that goes. So I don't know. Could be a scary year.
Over under 5 years before technology takes over and we do witness the rise of the machines? Or are we already there?
I think we're probably already there. Unfortunately, it just hasn't been like all the way unleashed yet. Usually the way technology works, the stuff that we're messing with that's kind of brand new, they've been probably fooling with for like the last 15 or 20 years,
Easy.
So, I'm sure that stuff's already there. It's just, like I said, they're trying to come up with it in such a way that's probably not going to destroy things, or not in the physical sense, but, all kinds of problems. Remember, like Y2K, just not having the zeros and ones or whatever, and everybody thought planes were going to fall out the sky and your bank account was going to go blank and all that kind of stuff, but they fixed it. Thanks to Office Space and guys like Michael Bolton.
What do you mean they fixed it? Did they have to fix anything?
Yeah, I think a lot of so the whole premise of the movie Office Space was
you're talking about in a movie.
Yeah.
I'm talking about real life.
In real life, I think they had to, though. I think
they had to fix something for the turn of the...
Well, all the computer systems, back then, they used, numbers, but when 2000 came up, they didn't have a way of, doing, the last year or whatever, with the zeros, so they thought it was going to throw stuff off. So I think some companies or servers or whatever had to, scramble around and do some stuff. Just
that
to
was
make
all
sure
AI, bro.
Stuff wasn't going to, go sideways.
That was all AI. Yeah, I remember all of the hubbubaloo, if you will, from 2000, but I was 9 years old. What are you guys even talking about, man? We've had computers for at that point.
See, I was 23, so it's kind of what's going on
here?
Yeah,
I know, right? Because you understand real life at that point. At 9 years old, it's I'm just, ignorance is bliss, baby.
Yeah, it must have been nice.
Yeah, well, it ended up being nice either way, right? Because nothing really ended up changing. Well, I guess everything changed. Everything changed, and even more so for Americans just about a year down the road, or a year and 9 months down the road, speaking of 9/11. You guys can call or text us at 850-215-6290. Greg Maddox, John Smoltz, Tom Glavine, all three are going to be taking part in the celebrity division of the Invited Celebrity Classic at Las Colinas Country Club. That's a tournament on the PGA Tour Champion Circuit that features 78 professionals and 40 celebrities. The tournament is going to be starting today, and it will be televised on the Golf Channel. Friday's coverage is going to be tape delayed, airing from 8 to 10 p.m. Central Time on Saturday, while Sunday will air live from 4 to 6 Central Time.
That's kind of interesting.
I'm interested in this. All three of them in the same tournament. I'm sure it's happened before, but I've never witnessed it, so this will be something that I might go back and try to watch the tape delay.
Yeah, and I'd like to see the other, celebrities involved. Like if there's other, athletes, hockey players, because that's a kind of a similar thing to golf too with the swing. So a lot of them are into golf. So I like to see, who else might be there and kind of follow to see how well they do.
Yeah, man. Wayne Gretzky could possibly be playing in that. I think he plays in some of those tournaments.
Oh yeah, and I mean, his son-in-law, right? You know who that is?
I feel like when you say who it is, I'm like, oh yeah, I knew that. But who is it?
JT.
Oh, Justin Thomas?
Yeah, I believe that's his son-in-law.
For some reason,
Zach Thomas or Justin Thomas, one of the two.
All right. For some reason, neither one of those names rung a bell, so I was off there. To our local scores, though, JUCO baseball last night, Gulf Coast and Tallahassee played 10 innings. Gulf Coast getting the win, 11-9. In high school baseball, Arnold keeps it rolling. They took down Cottondale 2-1. Rutherford beat Mariana 3-2. Laurel Hill over Destin by 9 runs, 14-5. Sneed's got a early jump against Early High School. They would get the win 11-5. Alpha over Poplar Springs 10-9. We'll take a brief pause in the scores for who is Wayne Gretzky's son-in-law.
It's DJ, my bad.
Dustin Johnson. Now
that's what
that does absolutely ring a bell.
But that's pretty cool when the great one's your father-in-law.
I would imagine so, man. And I mean, they're just living it up over there, aren't they?
Yeah, no doubt. And then, of course, if you want some golf tips, go to your son-in-law. Son-in-law wants to, learn a little hockey. Hey, go to Wayne.
There you go. Poplar Springs loses to Alpha by 1 run. The score there was 10-9. Ponce de Leon over Malone 13-3. Chipley shuts out North Bay Haven 9-0. Liberty over Weewaw 15-0. South Walton takes down Niceville 2-0. Crestview by 3 runs over Walton 7-4. And Bluntstown beats Wakulla Christian 8-2. In high school softball, Arnold beats Mosley 11-1. Vernon over FAMU High School 17-5. Mariana takes down Port St. Joe 12-1. Destin by 11 over Laurel Hill 19-8. Cottondale beats Bethlehem 12-2. Central Christian over Rocky Bayou 19-0. Franklin beats Sneeds 15-0. Holmes County over Ponce de Leon 14-3. Freeport beats Paxton 6-4. Bluntstown over Rutherford by 14 runs 15-1. And Niceville beats Fort Walton Beach 6-3. Chipley run rules Malone at 11-1. Again, streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You can like and share the Facebook feed and page. Follow us over there on Twitter, and then subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can also download the app and register. Just go to your Google Play Store or your Apple Store. Type in 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida. And in track and field, on the girls' side of things, Mosley wins it. This is for the Bay County Championships for track and field. Mosley wins with a score of 173. In second place, it was North Bay Haven with a score of 110. In third place, it was Bay High with a score of 95. Bozeman comes in fourth with 69 points. Rutherford with 57 points in fifth. And Arnold wraps it up in sixth place with 37 points. On the boys' side of things, it was Mosley again. They get 164 points to claim first place. Bay with 121 in second place. Bozeman finishing third with 87 points. North Bay Haven finishing fourth with 81 points. Arnold comes in fifth with 64 points. And Rutherford brings up the rear with 35 points. There were many record-breaking performances on that day, including one by a long-distance runner, North Bay Haven's junior, Margaret Bartlow. She broke the county record in the girls' 1,600-meter dash. The previous county record for the mile was 5 minutes and 11 seconds, and Bartow broke that by 6 seconds, posting a time of 5 minutes and 4 seconds. Very impressive stuff. I watched some of the newscast of that. She didn't even look like she was out of breath after that. So,
nice.
Yeah, great stuff. Bozeman Senior, Peyton Gay, we've had him on the air with us. He's going to be a walk-on over there at Texas A&M for the football team. He started throwing javelin for the first time this season, and he took first place with a 54.97-meter toss, which equates to 180 feet 4 inches, and that is good for the Bay County record. The Bay County Championship meet marks the end of the track and field regular season, district meets will be starting next week. But for Peyton K right there, never throwing javelin before, and even some of his comments towards the news was, I don't really know the mechanics that well. Those are things that I'm still kind of working on. And to throw that thing 180 feet, I mean, I don't know what a real good javelin throw distance is, but 180 feet. I know watching the video, you had a couple of the other athletes out there, and they just kind of put their head in their hands and was like, what in the world is going on? So 180 feet. How far do you think you could throw one?
Oh, not even half of that, I'm sure. I want to say like 75 feet.
Someone bring us a javelin. We'll do one live on the air right in here. All right. The first person to break the glass wins. Randy will love that.
That'd be awesome.
There you go. I'm interested in trying to throw one.
You got to have certain mechanics, I guess, to get it go far. I mean, you've seen like how those guys throw it in the length of it. So
yeah, you got to keep your arm like fully extended behind you. I think what would end up happening if I start to throw that, I'm starting to shuffle my feet, and the next thing you know, I kind of trip over my shoelace and I stab my foot into the ground. I hope those things ain't too sharp at the the end of them.
I know when I was a kid, I was kind of good at lawn darts, but I know it's not quite the same.
That's a good point. Happy birthday to Chef Ross, my man. Hope you enjoy your birthday. Right State Chris says to the javelin throws that it's such an awkward throw, and that's what I'm kind of getting at, because I'm so used to with football, be it, even if I'm throwing a basketball one-handed, like it's, kind of squaring up that elbow a little bit, whereas with javelin, you just got to be all the way
sidearm slinging it kind of in a way.
Man, my shoulder is hurting just thinking about that. Just even doing the active motion like that, it's hurting me a little bit. Bone Crusher, how far do you think you could throw a javelin?
Well, I don't want to brag, but I did come in 5th place in the state of Georgia softball toss when I was 10 years old. So I think it'd be right in my wheelhouse.
All right, man. I think those things weigh about the same as well. I'm really interested in throwing a javelin now. All right, you guys are riding with the Afternoon Underdogs. This is ESPN Northwest Florida. Coming up next, we've got the North Bay Haven softball coach on the line with us, Coach Butch Bernard.
ESPN Northwest Florida. Here's what's happening.
Hi, this is Ryan Mulvey and Jay Henley from The Inside Drive.
And we're seeking your nomination in the 2024 Best of Bay.
To nominate The Inside Drive as Best Radio Show in Bay County, go to ESPNPC.com and click Best of Bay.
And remember, for a brighter future, vote The Inside Drive in 2024.
This message is funded by ESPN Northwest Florida and the Committee to Elect The Inside Drive.
Good afternoon. This is Joanna on ESPN Northwest Florida with your forecast on this Friday. Mostly sunshine the remainder of the day with a moderate breeze at 13 miles per hour out of the southwest, and look for it to be 77. Tonight, there will be a variety of slight fog and partly cloudy skies with the temperature reaching 68. Slightly foggy in the morning, followed by some clouds tomorrow with a high of 77. This weather is brought to you by Earthworks of Northwest Florida. Thank you for tuning into ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
The road is yours, so let your spring adventures begin and discover the new Kia at Bill Bird Kia. Stop by today and check out our 2024 SUV family and take a test drive. See all the new features that elevate any adventure. Now offering 4.75% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento EX. You'll get that rugged good look with luxury and the perfect balance of comfort, safety, and technology. Bill Bird Kia, the home of that 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by anytime and see us at 2435 East 15th Street or anytime at BillBirdKiaPanamaCity.com. We'll give you the peace of mind that you can trust.
Offer from Kia Finance America for the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento EX with $22.94 per month for 1,000 finance and 48 months quality limit. No down payment required. Cannot be combined with other finance offers. The 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty is the Bill Bird Kia warranty. See dealer for complete details. Offer for well-qualified buyers. Must take delivery from dealer stock through 4/30/24.
ESPN Northwest Florida. He entered a kids' 1 mile fun run and came in 9th. David Hayes. is part of the Afternoon Underdogs. Weekdays 4 to 6 on ESPN Northwest Florida and the ESPN Northwest Florida app.
This is your home for the Atlanta Braves on the Gulf Coast. The Bravos are back and leading the division. You can listen to the Braves in a rich audio experience on all your favorite devices. The Atlanta Braves on ESPN Northwest Florida, brought to you by Brock's Pest Control, Store More Portable Buildings, Bill Bird Kia, Mid-South Lumber, and PCB Hobby. Tonight, coverage starts at 6 o'clock for a 6:20 first pitch versus the Rangers. And then on Saturday, 5:05 coverage time, 6:20 first pitch. And Sunday, it is Sunday Night Baseball. Coverage starts at 4:55 for a 6 o'clock first pitch for a 3-game set with the Texas Rangers. This is the Afternoon Underdogs on ESPN Northwest Florida. I'm David Hayes along with Caveman Rick and the Bone Crusher. Now on the line with us is the head coach of the North Bay Haven softball team, Coach Butch Bernard. Coach, how are you doing today?
Man, we're doing great over here. It's a fine Friday evening. Looking for a good ball game tonight. So, yeah, things are going great for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you for giving us some of your time. And it is a beautiful night for softball. It's been a great season for you guys to this point, and it's your final regular season home game for your girls tonight. What would you say are the keys to the game for y'all against Wakulla?
Being able to hit. That's going to be number one. You know, Wakulla's got an Auburn commit coming in tonight, so it should be a pretty good pitching duel tonight.
Yes, sir. That seems to always be the name of the game. And you guys already had your senior night, but brag on your seniors a little bit, Hannah Brown and Taylor Mallon.
Well, you know, Hannah's kind of a veteran for us in the fact that she's been with us since she was a freshman, and Taylor is she transferred in over from Franklin County from last year. So, but yeah, they're both doing good. You know, Hannah started out the season with an injury, and it's kind of been a slow start for her. And you know, she's found some ways to be a role player throughout the season, and you know, she's certainly happy doing that right now. And Taylor's been locking down third base and batting, I guess, 6 in her lineup. But you know, she could probably bat higher in several other lineups. It's just that we're pretty deep in hitting right now, and so you know, she's doing a great job for us.
Has the lineup been basically the same all throughout the year, barring any injuries, or have you messed with it to kind of find that chemistry?
We tweaked it a little bit. I mean, we've moved a couple players here and there as production raised, or as we felt like we could do some, you know, a different strategy here or there. We've tweaked it, but for the most part, I've probably had 2, maybe 3 different lineups all year.
That is
the one we got right now. We've had probably since spring break. So we got a good 10 games or so under our belt with what we got right now.
And do you feel like the girls get a little bit more comfortable when they know where they're going to be hitting, or do you think that affects their mental approach when they come to the plate?
Well, you know, this is high school girls, and, you know, if anyone knows that recipe out there, I wish they would call me. But, you know, not everyone wants to lead off. Not everyone wants to hit cleanup, and not everyone wants to bat 9. That's pretty much the big ones right there.
And obviously this is totally different than my mindset when I was in high school, but when I'm playing rec league softball with the guys out there, I actually enjoy to hit last to kind of turn that lineup over, turn that lineup back over. But what do you look for, Coach? What do you specifically look for your leadoff hitter?
Just someone that can get on and give us opportunities to score, and that seems to be what Allie Brady's been doing for us all year. You know, in the past, Bailey Gladden was our leadoff, and we kind of played with that during preseason, first couple games, and not really sure exactly which way was going to work best for us. Brady will finesse you to death. Gladden has started showing power as she's maturing and becoming a young high school softball player. You know, she's just a freshman. And so we've just found the right chemistry with leading Brady off and coming Gladden behind her.
You're listening to ESPN Northwest Florida. We're on the line with Coach Butch Bernard. He is the head softball coach over there at North Bay Haven. The career leader in hits over there at North Bay Haven is Kaylee Goodpaster. We've been hearing about her for a good while now, and she's just a sophomore. How instrumental has she been to y'all's success this year?
Well, she does it all. You mentioned hits. She's also got over 30 career home runs. And I can't even remember what she's got as far as career RBIs. But, if we can get them on and she can get them in, then that certainly puts a jolt in the scoreboard for us.
Yeah, 10 home runs on the season. That's so impressive.
That's very impressive. KB and Rick, Coach Bernard, thanks for giving us some of your time today on this Friday afternoon. 2 weeks ago, you guys won the county championship, taking on Arnold. Where does that game rank for you amongst all the games that you've coached in your career?
Anytime North Bay Haven and Arnold square off, it is big. It's electrifying. It don't matter what the records are. The stands are full, and you can almost guarantee year in and year out there'll be 3 games because you got a home and away, and then you got somewhere we're going to meet in the county. And I've thought about this quite often. Just because one of us win the county doesn't mean anything because we got the but game at the end of the season where you may have got county, but I'm going to win tonight. So it means something every time we square off together.
Would you say that they've been the toughest opponent that you faced this year?
They're up there with them. I mean, we had a tough game against Liberty County this year. One of the teams that we faced out of Tennessee during spring break was a very good matchup for us. And there was a team that comes down to see us every other year, Jonathan Alder out of Ohio. We handled them pretty good on a night where their ace wasn't their best or her best, but they always give us. I mean, this year's the first year we've actually beat them. But Arnold plays up when we square off, and we try to play up, and it's just a different game. I mean, I can only relate it to college football, Auburn versus Alabama. I mean, it's just an electrifying atmosphere when both of us are on the same field.
So to finish up, you got Wakulla, West Florida, and Arnold to close out the season. What's the team's mindset to close out the season, and you guys locked into the number 1 seed?
Well, it's kind of tough because all 3 of them are different type of teams. They're all 4A teams, and we just want to have a good game against all 3. Of course, we want to win on all 3 of them, but all 3 of those teams will give us something valuable to take into the postseason.
Coach, we been chatting with Coach Scott Thomas over there at Gulf Coast State College throughout the year, and at the beginning of the year we were talking about his pitching staff and how maybe the collegiate game of softball is moving to more of a broader staff than what we've seen in the past. Is that the same case in high school softball? Do you see the future looking like more of a staff where you've got relief pitchers and starting pitchers, or do you think that it'll be like your 1, 2, 3 studs? What do you see for the future of high school softball pitching wise?
For the most part, I'm seeing mostly just a 1, 2, 3 situation like what you're talking about. You'll come across some of these bigger schools where they have a different setup. With us, and what has been the best situation for us is, every game we start Addie, and then at some point as her velocity or some things start to wear down a little bit, then we bring Brady in to close. So that's been our best situation. We've tried the other way around where Brady started and Malin come in behind her, and we just didn't like the way that looked. It didn't give teams, a really good different look. So that's what's worked for us this year.
And both of your pitchers sitting with a sub-2 ERA right now. Malin at 1.28 and Brady at 1.64. Absolutely impressive.
Yeah, and combined, their strikeouts are up there. They're not even with some of the stud aces in the area, but it's comparable.
Yeah.
if you combine their stats.
And Addison Mallon just an 8th grader, and Brady just a sophomore. So you guys look to be set up very well for the future. Well, Coach, again, thank you so much for your time this evening. And as far as gate price or not, the gate goes tonight, do y'all accept cash or is it GoFan app only?
No, we're GoFan only over here. So it's $6, and then GoFan gets $1 or so, and that's what we're doing over here.
All right. Well, Coach, again, thank you so much for your time. Good luck tonight and throughout the rest of the season.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Yep, good luck.
Coach Butch Bernard of the North Bay Haven Buccaneers. He's the head softball coach over there. Wow, impressive stuff, man. And, how impressive is that? I remember Thomas Gaitis talking about Kaylee Goodpaster one of the times that we had him on, kind of just doing a round robin of what's going on in the county. And he said, just make sure you keep your eyes on her. 10 home runs and 32 RBIs, I believe. Very impressive stuff. But the whole entire team, from the looks of the numbers, Brady up there with, I think, the best average on the team at like 525. Yeah, crushing it, man. I gotta go look up when that Arnold and North Bay Haven game is. I'm doing that right now. That's going to be 425. So what's that, next Thursday? Next Thursday, I believe. Oh, man, I got the draft thing that I got to go do. Yeah, because I'm actually missing softball to go do the draft thing. But funny thing is that Spiders tournament is going to be in town. So with that being said, basically all of Oakland Terrace, whoever plays there, I'd say 75% of the players at Oakland Terrace are going to be missing to go to the Spiders tournament. So we're not going to miss any softball. I'm not even going to miss the softball game, and I'm going to be able to do the draft, and the live draft going to be over there, or the live draft, the NFL live draft going to be taking place Thursday. Can't wait for that, man. That's I'm really excited to see what the Titans do, because either they're going to do something ridiculous and not draft an offensive tackle, and I just can't see them unless Joe Alt is taken before the 7th pick. I can't. You got to go that direction. Now, what do you want from your Philadelphia Eagles? Because y'all have a little bit more free reign.
Oh, yeah, we got a lot of flexibility. We can do a lot of different stuff. I'm just, there's nobody left for us to fleece off of you guys.
Yeah.
Like we have in the past few years.
But you guys could have Tony Pollard if you will. We can work something out there.
Ex-Cowboy. I think we'd like not to go there. But, I mean, probably somebody in the secondary, cornerback or something like that would probably be good, beneficial, because we've had some issues there the last few years. And, like offensive line's kind of getting up there in age, guys like Lane Johnson and stuff like that. So I think, maybe prepare for the future, look at getting a guy like that you could maybe groom in the next couple of years to kind of step in, or if there's an injury that happens or something, and just have a wealth of players in that position. We like to, control the offensive and defensive line. So that's where you win a lot of your football games.
Did you see A.J. Brown's latest profile picture?
No, I did not. I saw something come up on my phone about an alert when I was working today, but I didn't have a chance to look at it.
Yeah, apparently he put Tom Brady as his profile picture or something Patriots-esque, and people were thinking maybe he's going to be, requesting another trade and going to the Patriots, but he said that he had just watched the Tom Brady, the Dynasty documentary, documenting the Patriots dynasty, and so he said, he was just recognizing greatness, but man, he be toying with that Twitter a lot, don't he?
Yeah, and not to say I don't like the guy, but I mean, hey, if you don't want to be there, then man, we'll ship you off. We'll get something for you. We'll replace you. We've done it before, and we can do it again, man. It's we don't get. I don't think our feelings are upset or get hurt over that.
I don't think that a loss of A.J. Brown would be detrimental to you guys, but I think that it takes you out of the slot of contender. You know what I mean?
I don't think so. I think without somebody like that, we can still get there. I mean, we got to Super Bowl. We had Terrell Owens, but with the rest of the wide receivers that we had back then, it's not all about just one guy.
No, it's not.
We signed Devontae Parker. We still got Devonta Smith. We signed him to I think a 3-year extension a week or so ago. So we got him locked up. We always got Dallas Goedert, and with the wealth of wide receivers too in the draft, we couldn't pick somebody up. I mean, seriously.
And that's where it changes. What I'm saying is if today the Philadelphia Eagles cut, or obviously they're not cutting, but any type of a trade of A.J. Brown, which I don't think that anything that was happening on Twitter or the social media world was anything dealing with a trade. like actually wanting a trade. I think he was being honest about just watching the dynasty and kind of showing respect to that. But what I'm saying is if you guys did trade A.J. Brown ahead of the draft, at that point, I think that because right now I would consider you guys as contenders. Again, even no matter what happened. Now, what about center, though? That's another thing that I just kind of thought about, not having Jason Kelce. That's going to change things.
Not necessarily. I believe we drafted Cam Jurgensen as an replacement for Kelce a few years ago, and he might actually be pretty good.
Okay, I mean, and like the Titans drafted Treylon Burks to be the replacement of A.J. Brown, and that just never really did materialize. But you're right, though. You can lose A.J. Brown, and I don't think that that's happening, but you could lose a guy like A.J. Brown, and I think right then it drops you out of contendership, but you get right here into this NFL draft, and there's a wealth of wide receivers. I was talking with Dalton Cope, a buddy of ours, about who he thinks the Colts are going to draft, and I forget which name he said he wanted, but he was going off of a mock draft, and they have Malik Neighbors there. I was like, oh man, I really hope that the Colts don't end up with Malik Neighbors, because that's going to make them pretty dangerous. If Anthony Richardson comes back and can stay healthy, then you've got Michael Pittman over there. We saw the emergence of Josh Downs last year, and then you add in a guy like Malik Neighbors. I mean, I think Malik Neighbors, by the time it's all said and done at the end of his rookie season, would be the best receiver on that Colts wide receiving core at that point, provided that Anthony Richardson stays healthy and is able to get him the ball, because this year's a little bit different for the Colts. There's no Gardner Minshew to come in and fill the void of an injured rookie quarterback.
Yeah, and hopefully Anthony Richardson can grasp seeing Steichen's offense really well, because if he can, we've seen what that can do for an offense with a guy like Jalen Hurts. So it's all needs to be seen, but they got tough competition too. Houston Texans, they got a wealth of a talented wide receiver as well. Jacksonville Jaguars aren't going anywhere either, so they got some work to do.
Right State Chris says Jason Kelce is very high on his replacement, but it's not like he's going to say something bad about him. You guys are riding along with the Afternoon Underdogs. This is ESPN Northwest Florida. Coming up next, we're going to be chatting with Johnny Carter, the Apex Predator. We'll be right back.
ESPN Northwest Florida. Here's what's happening.
The Coach James Hill Show, Monday through Friday, 7 to 9. We try to cover Alabama, Auburn, Florida, Georgia, all the SEC teams, and, of course, Florida State. We also look into what's going on locally every single day right here on ESPN Northwest Florida. We're asking you to do us a favor. If you wouldn't mind, would you go and vote for us, the Best of Bay? We'd like to be nominated for that. Don't forget the Coach James Hill Show right here on ESPN Northwest Florida.
ESPN Northwest Florida. Here's what's happening.
The Coach James Hill Show, Monday through Friday, 7 to 9. We try to cover Alabama, Auburn, Florida, Georgia, all the SEC teams, and, of course, Florida State. We also look into what's going on locally every single day right here on ESPN Northwest Florida. We're asking you to do us a favor. If you wouldn't mind, would you go and vote for us, the Best of Bay? We'd like to be nominated for that. Don't forget the Coach James Hill Show right here on ESPN Northwest Florida.
Good afternoon. This is Joanna on ESPN Northwest Florida with your forecast on this Friday. Mostly sunshine the remainder of the day with a moderate breeze at 13 miles per hour out of the southwest, and look for it to be 77. Tonight there will be a variety of slight fog and partly cloudy skies with the temperature reaching 68. Slightly foggy in the morning, followed by some clouds tomorrow with a high of 77. This weather is brought to you by Earthworks of Northwest Florida. Thank you for tuning into ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Hey folks, Chris Kramer with Bill Kramer GM. And the best place to listen to the Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey is inside a brand new vehicle from Bill Kramer GM. And I want you to know we've got 10 times the amount of inventory on the ground as we did this time last year, and darn near all of them are discounted. So shop us online at BillKramerGM.com or visit us the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd. We'll make it easy and take great care of you.
At Brock Lawn and Pest Control, we're proud to be awarded the distinction of being Quality Pro certified.
Our technicians have passed rigorous training in eco-friendly application and prevention of pest treatments.
Part of the program is the practice of integrated pest management.
IPM's goal is to prevent pests from ever entering your home. It includes inspection, prevention, education, and, when necessary, application.
We're proud to be Quality Pro certified.
Brock Lawn and Pest Control, the standard and level of trust.
Now, it's time for your Atlanta Braves morning update. Presented by Tidal Wave Auto Spa. Get clean car happy at any of the 250-plus Tidal Wave Auto Spa locations today.
Braves get set for the World Champs starting tonight at Truist Park. I'm Kevin McAlpin in your Braves Radio Network morning updates coming up next.
Tickets for the Braves 2024 season are going fast. This season is jam-packed with great matchups. Get your tickets at braves.com/tickets.
Fresh off a 5-1 road trip through Miami and Houston, the Braves enjoyed a night off last night and now get set to welcome the Texas Rangers, who come to Truist Park for the first of a 3-game series starting tonight. Wednesday afternoon, it took extra innings for the Braves to break out the brooms, but Orlando Arcia had the RBI single in the top of the 10th, ending up being the difference maker as the Braves closed out a 5-1 road trip through both Miami and Houston. Chris Sale will get the ball for the Braves in tonight's series opener, making his second home start in a Brave uniform. Braves will then go with Charlie Morton for Game 2 and Darius Vines for the series finale coming up on Sunday Night Baseball. Hear all the action of the Braves and Rangers coming up later on tonight on the Braves Radio Network. Our coverage starts with the Ford leadoff show at 6:05 Eastern, followed by the first pitch from Truist Park at 7:20 Eastern, 6:20 Central. I'm Kevin McAlpin, and this has been your Braves Radio Network morning update.
Hometown sports talk from hometown hosts.
People are loving it.
We're live and local. Now back to the Afternoon Underdogs.
Are you kidding me?
104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
And we are live. This is the Afternoon Underdogs on ESPN Northwest Florida, 104.3 right here in Panama City, 101.9 in Port St. Joe. We are the Afternoon Underdogs. I'm David Hayes, along with Caveman Rick and the Bone Crusher. ESPN Northwest Florida presenting Wrestling Against Cancer 9. That's going to be Saturday, April 27th at the Bay Haven Charter Academy Gym. Tickets are $12. Kids 6 through 17 get in for $8. 5 and under get in free with a paid adult. Doors open at 5:30, bell time 6:30, and the reminder, the most important part of this event is that all proceeds go to Jaden's medical expenses. Now, if we had this next guest in the ring at Wrestling Against Cancer, it might be 1 on 20 wrestlers at that point, because we've got the Apex Predator, Johnny Carter, in the building with us. He is #1 in the Southeast, Florida and Alabama. Also the champion at the 205 weight class for light heavyweight for Impact Promotions, Gladiator Promotions, and the AFL. Johnny Carter, what's going on, my man?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for coming in all the way from Birmingham, Alabama is where you fight out of, right?
Yeah, I fight out of Birmingham, Alabama.
Yes, sir, man. That is awesome. I've had the opportunity to see you fight 3 times now, I think. The last one being the funniest out of all of them, just kind of chasing, what's his name, Devontae DeVoe around the ring. Have you ever been in a situation like that where it was a vocal tap?
Nah, it's kind of like still, shout out to him. I guess he was a fill-in because the guy I was supposed to be fighting was #4 ranked in Mississippi, and he pulled out on me. Dude was like 6'6" or something like that. Pulled out on me.
Oh my goodness, that would have been a war. Yeah, shout out to Devontae DeVoe because he got in there and it was. All I know is I would have tapped out as soon as you threw one punch. But yeah, it was a little bit of a different situation, and the crowd reacting, and so it brought a lot of reaction to that. And kudos to you for saying shout out to him. That was and then the fight prior to that, I believe that was James McConnell. That was a 12-second fight, right?
Another feeling, man. These top contenders be backing out, bro. They on a longer camp, they so-called, but they Which is, smart. I can't knock him for it. I'm not tripping, but, I took Reeve Davis on a 3 weeks notice, and I didn't care. It's amateur until you get to turn pro, which is going to be June 29th for me. So.
Oh, turning pro June 29th.
Turn pro after that fight, yeah.
Let's go. Where is the June 29th fight at? And then I'll let you get to it.
It's going to be in Birmingham.
Oh, hometown, man. So the hometown hero going pro June 29th. What do you got, Rick?
I was going to say, so, the big thing that UFC or MMA type fighting has over boxing is the fact that usually you can't duck fights and you can't back out and you can't duck a fighter. They usually set the bouts up, which is a good matchup. Yeah. Whereas in the boxing world, like a guy like Floyd Mayweather goes undefeated his whole career. Well, he ducked a lot of people and waited to fight people when they were past their prime. So of course you're probably going to have a lot more success doing it that way. Yeah. So big ups to you though for not wanting to do that, and taking people on even on short notice, because I think that's what the fighting world needs, man, is people that aren't afraid to go out there and take an L. Everybody's out there afraid of taking an L, and I think that takes away from the excitement and from what people are looking to buy, basically.
Yeah, and when you turn pro, man, that stuff matters. There's a map to this. You have to be really strategic with your fights and stuff. No lie, but in the amateur world, you have no reason to be ducking anybody. I mean, don't just go in there and get thrown to the wolves. You haven't been training, but it's really like the sport, because it kind of depends on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. You put in. So,
what's the difference in taking a fight on in 3 weeks versus what's a normal training camp like?
Like my coach Matt say, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. So
Word, I hear that, man. Yeah, no doubt. But what's normal, like 12 weeks for a fight? 8 weeks getting ready?
I usually say probably about 3 months.
Yeah.
3 months.
So it's about the same as boxing or something like that. Then, right?
I mean, it'll be a good camp. I would say. That'll be a good camp. Yeah.
So what got you into the sport of MMA?
I've always been a fighter, man. It's I really think I get my fighting side from my mother's side.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, my family's really known for that down there. But I mean, I always wanted to learn how to fight and learn how to defend myself, and not be worried about anything. So I didn't want to just do boxing because, this is life.
Yeah.
Everybody ain't got to just throw hands at you, bro. If I know how to choke you out, why would I throw hands at you if I know how to put you to sleep, man?
Right.
What am I doing this for?
What did you start out with MMA, or was there a certain discipline that you started out with?
I mean, it started out from just doing stuff at home with my brothers, my uncles and stuff like that. And I started out doing training when I was probably 7 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Did you play anything else, like football, basketball, anything like that when you were younger?
Football, wasn't too much of a big of a fan of it. I was on the team, varsity team, in 7th, 8th grade. But basketball was leading rebound from my high school. I did track. I placed, second in state for track.
Let's go. Let's go. So all-around athlete. What gym do you fight out of there in Birmingham, Alabama?
That's the crazy thing. My main MMA camp would be 10 Planet in Birmingham, but my main, my home, I always say my home, is Gracie Barra in Pelham, Professor Khalifa Oliveira in Pedro.
Okay.
Also Professor Ray, but Coach Matt Elkins is one of my head coaches, and also Coach Peter Zahel.
Right on. So, who do you try to copy or try to get your fighting style over? You got anybody you got to try to emulate that's in the world of MMA or anything that's a pro or well-known fighter nowadays?
My mom, my uncle, really big on me being myself. My grandparents are big on me being myself. It's people I look up to, like Anderson Silva, John Jones, even Conor McGregor. People like that. I like people like that.
Yeah. Are you a big trash talker leading up to the fights, or just kind of low key and stay ready so you don't got to get ready?
I'm one of the most humble people ever, to be honest with you. But unless provoked, you talk trash, you better be able to back up that Devontae guy.
Yeah. He came in with the Jeffrey Dahmer shirt and everything.
6-0 body snatcher. I'm looking at this guy. I see his stories on Facebook. He's the champ's just chilling. I'm looking wow, and these guys say all this stuff on the internet, and it's never that when they see you in their face. But it's entertainment. I'm not tripping. But
do you think take it off of personal fights and stuff? But for the UFC fighters, do you think that a lot of that trash talk is fabricated, or do you think they mean what they're saying?
Conor McGregor could be That's real.
That was real. Yeah, you can't stage that.
Stuff like, the stuff with Jamal Hill, Alex Pereira, that stuff, it's marketing, bro. No one wants to see somebody just come in, two humble guys just bang it out. They want to see someone trash talk. Somebody, the sad part, somebody got to
you got to hype it up, right? So you get the pay-per-views, right?
You got to hype it up. So I'm learning how to do that because my boxing coaches, I train with boxers, professional boxers when I'm doing boxing. Me, my cousin Dyron, and my cousin Jamal. My boxing coach was like, hey, man, no more of that humble stuff. Humble people you get timid, you get ran over. Humble people get ran over. You got to be confident, cocky. I'm like, confident, cocky? There's nothing wrong with being cocky and what you know you worked hard for.
Yeah.
Coach Greg told me that, so.
Because I align with you a lot in the fact that I try to be, show humility and stay as humble as possible. And I feel like in this particular business, it would be a lot better if I was, kind of cocky and not outgoing, but just outrageous about some things. But it's just not me. And it's a hard thing to try to flip that, you know what I mean? Especially when what you just said, how your grandparents want you to be just to be yourself. And I know that's different when we're talking about emulating a fighter and then kind of coming out of your shell from humility and going into being a little bit more cocky and maybe not arrogant, but but
just having some swag, man.
There is truth to that, though. Like, you did work hard for it and you did earn it. So there is the truth to it, but there's also the truth of these hands, right?
Yeah, because I seen like some comments. The dude was like, I want to see nothing but his chin. I started to just come in and be like, you'll see when I'm standing over you.
Yeah.
I be wanting to so bad, but I just like, I'm going to just show him. I'm going to show him like he shouldn't just, he's respectful.
Not to change sports, but like Oberg, we just had the Masters this past weekend, right? Kid that comes out of kind of nowhere, does really well, is confident, and he's out there having a good time. He's not being stressed out like, oh man, I got to win the Masters because it's my first time here, man. Just in the moment, and that's kind of what's important, having a good time while you're doing it.
Join it's a passion too. You can't be in this sport and not be a passion. If you're here just for like any job, you're here for just a paycheck. You're not gonna be.
You gotta be passionate. You go and get your possibility of getting hurt. You gotta be willing to go all in.
Yeah, if I was here for a paycheck, oh my goodness. How important is it having a good coach to being a great fighter?
It's very important to have a good coach in your corner, someone that's, not going to throw you to the wolves, someone that's going to have your back. Mm-hmm. Not a lot of people do that. A lot of people try to cling on to you and tell you have to stay here or you have to do this and do that, but anybody that knows me, I cross-train with, I'm disciplined. You can teach me things, but you will not put me in your personal beef.
Yeah.
You're not gonna mislead me because I have sense. It's not just about fighting this sport. You gotta know how to market, and you gotta have a brain in this. And this is an industry.
Mm-hmm.
This is an industry.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're not gonna just tell me what to do. And it's just more so our plans don't align, your goals don't align with mine. I don't feel like you have my best interest at hand. I don't want you in my corner. All my coaches are great, from Coach Peters of Hell to Coach Matt Elkins, Professor Pedro, Professor Khalifa, also Professor Ray Eccles. I just don't want to forget any of my coaches, my boxing coaches.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't want anybody to feel like, oh, he didn't mention me, No, if I forgot anybody, I'm sorry, but I love all you guys, I promise.
Hey, and if more names come up while you're thinking about it, just shout them out whenever you want to. I like how, is the professor, is that something that's, kind of oriented with that particular gym? Gracie, I haven't heard that before.
Gracie, I love discipline, man. A lot of people don't say it, they say coaches, but my professors, some people get handed black belts. Some people get handed stripes and stuff. My professors, Professor Khalifa, Pedro, Professor Ray, they're not giving you stripes, bro. You're gonna earn all those stripes. You come there, you come from another gym, you're not that level. They're gonna, you're gonna be at the belt level you are, man. You're under us now. It's discipline. Like a professor, because it takes a black belt long to get their black belt, then take a doctor to get their doctorates. That's why they're called professors.
And they earn it, and by them earning that, and then making you guys earn that makes y'all better off in the octagon or the boxing ring or whatever discipline you're in, then, right?
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of people don't like to put that gi on, myself included sometimes, and that's not a great thing all the time. With me doing MMA, it kind of doesn't correlate, but I'm a blue belt, but really I'm supposed to be like a purple, like a two-stripe purple. But I got to get in that class, put that gi on. You're going to earn it. You're not going to, you don't get special treatment in Gracie Barr. You're going to work. I love that. You're going to work. My mom ain't ever gave us easy shortcuts. My grandparents, I wasn't raised off easy shortcuts. Everything I got, I've earned.
Discipline.
I wasn't spoon-fed. We earned it. Me, my brothers, my cousin Detron, Timothy, my brothers Timothy and Tamarcus, we earned everything we got.
Let's go, man. I'm loving this story. Stand up or ground game? What's your favorite to get into?
I like stand up, but I love ground and pound. So it's kind of like it's kind of, I don't know. It's like a mixture of both. Because my fastest knockout was 12 seconds. Second fastest knockout was like 45. The third one 55. Ground game submission, I choked somebody out like a minute, 38 seconds. My first loss was actually to submission. That was in 2020. And my second loss really wasn't a loss. The guy put me in a neck crank, but I don't hold on to that kind of stuff.
There you go.
You can't move forward holding on to that kind of stuff. He knows, I knows. We can run it back whenever. I'm going to break his face.
You rather finish with a knockout or a submission?
Knockouts are more entertaining.
Yeah.
I like knockouts.
Right on.
I love knockouts. I love knockouts.
I'm with you. So what's a normal routine training day for you?
You know, depending on the gyms, I go like probably 2 or 3 different gyms a day, and I'm not talking about Planet Fitness.
Right.
I'm literally talking about like wrestling to jiu-jitsu or kickboxing. You know, I go to Coach Matt's around 12 to 1, or 11 to 1. We'll do like strength and conditioning and pro class. We have kickboxing some days, and then I go do jiu-jitsu from like 6 to 7 on Mondays or something like that. And from 7:30 to like 9:30, I do like kickboxing at Coach Peters or something. So
yeah,
like another thing, me, Darren, Jamal, I think we train a lot more than a lot of people.
It shows it right there.
Yeah, I was about to say, you got the hardware to prove it. Hey, we're going to take a quick break. You got a little bit more time on you?
Yeah, most definitely.
All right. This is the Afternoon Underdogs on ESPN Northwest Florida. We're going to be right back with the champ, Johnny Carter, the Apex Predator, when we return.
ESPN Northwest Florida. Here's what's happening.
What's up? This is David Hayes from the Afternoon Underdogs, and I would appreciate your nomination in the Best of Bay 2024. I'm running on a platform eliminating boring radio and bringing more exciting sports talk to Bay County. To nominate the Afternoon Underdogs in the category of Best Radio Show in Bay County, go to ESPNPC.com and click Best of Bay. This message brought to you by ESPN Northwest Florida.
Good afternoon. This is Joelle on ESPN Northwest Florida with your forecast on this Friday. Mostly sunshine the remainder of the day with a moderate breeze at 13 miles per hour out of the southwest, and look for it to be 77. Tonight there will be a variety of slight fog and partly cloudy skies with the temperature reaching 68. Slightly foggy in the morning followed by some clouds tomorrow with a high of 77. This weather is brought to you by Earthworks of Northwest Florida. Thank you for tuning into ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
WPLQ Port St. Joe, WGSX Lynn Haven. Powered by Panama City Toyota.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-261-7365. 800-261-7365. 800-261-7365. That's 800-261-7365.
He likes to lift weights in a parking lot and eat Weight Gainer 3000.
I'm really starting to feel out nasty.
David Hayes is part of the Afternoon Underdogs on ESPN Northwest Florida.
And we are back. This is the Afternoon Underdogs. You're tuned into ESPN Northwest Florida. Atlanta Braves start tonight, 6 o'clock coverage for a 6:20 first pitch. Andrew Haney going for the Rangers, and it will be Chris Sale sailing for the Atlanta Braves. Hopefully we get a good outing out of him this evening. You a baseball fan at all?
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't gotten into it like that.
Yeah. What's your favorite? Do you follow any sports outside of UFC and mixed martial arts?
I used to be a big basketball fan, but once I became like an MMA fighter, MMA became like my basketball.
It's it's got all his focus, man.
Yeah, it does. I really don't watch any other sports, to be honest with you, anymore.
That kind of ties into our next question for you, which would be, what are some things that you do to get your mind maybe off fighting or just to kind of get a break?
My kids and my fiance. Yeah. My kids, they definitely, get my mind off of fighting. It kind of give me, like, that's the space, like, where it's like, all right, Dad, it's time to spend time with us.
Yeah.
So that breaks away. Time with my family, my fiance, yeah.
And I believe you got engaged at the McConnell fight, right?
Yeah.
That was awesome, man. That was a great moment.
She didn't know what was coming. It was crazy.
That's how it should be, kind of a surprise, kind of a big moment, right?
Came there tearing up. I said, you ain't cry hard enough, you should have cried a little bit harder.
So, amateur record 11-2. Any plans? So both of your losses were to submission. One of them was a neck crank, you said, but it was like a questionable call there. And then the first one was rear naked choke, right?
Yeah, rear naked choke, the first one, which I was beating that guy. I was beating that guy for like 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And he caught me in a submission. That's like when I committed strictly to Gracie. Because I had like more of a striking background. I committed fully to Gracie. That won't ever happen again. That's why I said that second one was a neck crank. Like even the pay-per-view, when you heard it, when you go back and watch the PPV link, you hear Aubrey saying, that's a neck crank, that's a neck crank. The refs, the only reason it didn't get called back was because there was one camera guy. Why is the camera guy behind me? Why is he not in front of me?
Yeah.
Seeing his hand go across my face. But I don't hold on to stuff like that because you can't move forward by holding on to stuff like that. It happens. It happens. Well, it could have been a knockout, Luckily, it was just something like that. It could be anything. I'm prepared for anything when I go in there. I'm not the baddest person in the world. I got that mentality. You're going to have to show me, but, once you, another thing what Coach Matt taught me, once you accept the fact that you can go in there and this fight can go either way, you're going to feel more comfortable, you're going to be more relaxed to go in there. Like, you're going to still be nervous, but you're going to, you understand you're not just a cocky person who's hyped up, who's been sheltered, and you go out there and you get knocked out by somebody that really can fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it keeps me level-headed, so yeah.
There you go.
Real quick, so when you go out, you got any kind of walkout ring music that kind of pumps you up, or you like to get something different depending on what's going on in your life, in the moment, or?
Definitely, I listen to that stuff in more with the background, with stuff that goes on in my life and stuff like that. But when I'm coming out, I want to be hype. I want to be crunk, like Big Boogie, Big Yavo, Lil Soulja, something like that.
Do you change it up for each fight, or have
Definitely.
you? All right.
I change it up for each fight. I keep it kind of crunk because no one wants to come out with some sad music.
We've had a few fighters come out and they're like, "What are you doing?" The whole crowd judges you at that point.
Man, it was crazy, man. Some guy, my first fight at Impact, I got fired tonight. Some guy, Jonas Hui, came out to some girl song. I was like, I got to whoop this. There's no way I can let this guy beat me up, bro. There's no way.
My walkout music, man, I already said it too. I do some instrumental stuff when bad stuff's happening, either the Michael Myers Halloween music, or Jaws, dum. Because when you hear those stuff, man, it's fixing to get real and it's gonna be bad for you.
But what if you come out with a walkout song something like that, and then you just get bamboozled in the ring? Then I guess as long as your walkout music is good, though, it's good.
Yeah, I like
the tone.
I hate when the DJ. I hope this DJ's watching this, man. 'Cause we're gonna have it out if you play my song for my opponent one more time. That happened twice.
Yeah.
Terry McConnell walking out to Big Boogie. They played some country song for me. I told him, I'm not walking out till you fix my stuff.
I remember. I was like, it's kind of like they got the songs reversed. I didn't know what was going on.
He just I'm like, hey.
He's like, okay.
This ain't your song. Come on, man. What?
Oh man, that is good stuff. What do you think of the job that Gladiator Promotions and Rob Moriarty do?
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's I don't even have to think on that. It's amazing. Robert Moriarty, one of the best people I've ever met in my life. One of the best promoters, legit promoters I've ever met in my life. Good friend of mine too. I had no idea who he was when even when I went down there to fight.
Really?
I just thought he was a cool guy. He kind of looks like Dana White.
Kind of sort of like a shorter, squattier version.
Yeah,
maybe.
he looks cool. He's been slimming down, bro.
Yeah,
he looks cool. I'm like, we talking and stuff, and I end up just establishing like a relationship with him, like a cool relationship, like a genuine relationship. Not like, no, I'm gonna do this for you, gonna do this for me. Like, not that kind of thing. Cause people, swear that. I have a lot of haters. It is what it is. But yeah, man, he's great. He take care of like his fighters. Like, some of these promotions I've seen, they send you to these hotels with like roaches and all this other crap, crackheads outside.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like, no, Robert.
You got to fight the night before and then
sit you in A1 places, the venue, the quality's always nice, man. Robert Moriarty is one of the best guys ever, and a lot of people, they're not, gonna believe this. But like I said, man, if you want to fight somewhere with like high quality, someone that cares about you, someone that's gonna treat the fighters with respect, give you equal matchups, be fair and stuff. Robert Moriarty is that guy. He's not hard to get in contact with. He doesn't act too highly of himself. Great guy, man. People try him. He deals with stuff like every day, man, and he keeps it pushing. He's a strong guy, bro. Like his wife Shelby, they're strong guy.
No doubt. And like you said, when you got haters, you know that you're doing something right.
Most definitely, bro. There's a lot of people like, oh, don't fight for gladiators. Johnny just kissing their butt because he likes to fight for him. Oh, he picks his fight. A lot of these guys, hearing these other guys saying they're picking my fights, I ain't dropped no receipts, bro. I got receipts. Like, I'm waiting for someone to strike some up on Facebook because I got receipts of everybody backing out. Top 5 Florida guys got hit up, on this last fight. This guy stepped in, so they can laugh at him for verbal tapping, which is, funny because, he was talking a lot of trash, but he's probably marketing. I'm not tripping on it. I'm not going to dog the guy.
Yeah.
Because you got someone that was ranked number 4 in Mississippi that wants to back out. Or so I was told.
Yeah.
But then that's not all the he say, she say get started. I don't care about that, man. Let's fight. I don't care about that stuff.
All of the stuff outside of the fence don't matter.
Yeah, just show me.
Let's go.
Just show me.
Well, what do you do to keep the drive alive? How do you stay hungry?
My kids, my fiance, being I got people that look up to me. I got a lot of people that look up to me. I've been through a lot, man. I've been shot. I've been, literally someone tried to rob me, tried to shoot me. I ended up, my coach, Professor Ray, Professor Ray, not my coach. I got shot in the head. He's like, man, you trying to be Superman with a gun? What you trying to do, stop a bullet? Like, no, Professor, I reached for the gun, this, that, and the third. It was like, it was crazy. I didn't, everyone has their past, bro. Not everyone's been the straight and narrow person.
Right.
Bro. Everyone has their demons and stuff like that. I've been in the streets. I've been, in altercations and stuff like that. MMA saved my life. So, like, people see me with money, they're like, oh, man, he's driving a Benz, or he's driving a, Mustang sports car, like, all that kind of stuff. I like people, like, people's parents, they like me to be motivation for the youth because I'm not promoting it with drugs and violence and stuff like that. I'm out here, I work in the hospital, doing phlebotomy and stuff like that, medical assistant work also. My fiance is a nurse, it's just like I do that. I'll go train, I work. I try to teach kids there's other ways to get it versus what you're seeing, because a lot of these rappers ain't as rich as you think, bro.
Right on.
Straight up.
A lot of these people.
It's all about image. They're trying to
just image,
put
bro.
out there.
And it's just like you misleading people. Like, don't mislead the youth. You got kids raising kids nowadays. I don't want that for my kids, but motivation for me is I got people that look up to me. I don't want to be a failure to my father. I don't want to be a failure father to my kids. Or my fiance, and I want them to have the best. So that's all the motivation. I really need that, and God, I pray a lot. My father, Timothy Grayson, he always tells me to pray.
Yeah.
Like, I called him early today before this interview. I was like, hey, Dad, I got this going on at the house. I'm trying to figure out how to deal with this, that, and third. And, he's like my grandfather I just lost. He doesn't have the exact answer, but when I talk to him, I always feel a lot better when I talk to him. So he always knows what to say. Him, my grandmother, my auntie Angela, all them, my mom, even when I talk to my mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's important to have counselors, man. And then another thing,
bro.
To have people that you can trust to pour wisdom onto you when you know what I mean. Sometimes, like, we're going through things that there's a million different things going on in our head, and it's like sometimes that still voice of God can give you the right way, but also having people that you can trust and believe in to keep you on that path. And then one other thing that I wanted to say too, with the struggles that you've gone through, doesn't that make where you're at now, and especially the imparting knowledge on the youth, doesn't it make it that much better? Like, 'cause for the people who have walked that straight and narrow path and never got in no trouble, and it's like, you should do this and you got to do it like this. I don't know. For me, it's always a lot more beautiful when it's someone who got knocked down maybe once, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't care how many times. You could get knocked down as many times as it takes, but getting up over and over again, to me, that's always been more impressive.
Yeah, most definitely, bro, because like I said, I've been homeless. Like I said, I slept on my cousin Dre's couch, not because, my parents didn't, do right by me. My dad, Timothy, and my mom, they did a great job with me. It's just like when I got outside that field and I started getting, like, doing stuff on my own and stuff like that, bro, you accept what comes with it. And it's just like a lot of people that are homeless, like, even when I get rich, I'm, working on my, speaking stuff into existence.
Manifestation.
Yeah, I'm working on that because it's like, I want to do like a restart program because a lot of homeless people aren't homeless because they just chose to be lazy bums or something, bro. Like, a lot of people have played the cards they're dealt.
Yeah.
And my restart program, I want to do, be hands-on to where it's just like, I get them in rehabilitation, whether it's drugs or whatever, counseling, whatever they need, get them the required documentation, whether it's ID, birth certificate, all that stuff, trying to get them back into like a civilized state, like a workshop or something like that.
Yeah.
And they have to pay a certain percentage to be in the program, but like 80% of that percentage goes into a bank account they don't even know they have. And 20%, go toward like trying to put back into the company. I want to work on something. I got the idea in my head, but that's the kind of things I want to do because, bro, there's a lot of people out here that I've always been that person. Sometimes I wish I had a hand. I wish I had a lending hand. You got friends. I got people in my camp right now that don't like me. Don't like me because of the attention I get. Don't like me because they probably think I'm too much for myself, bro. Anybody that really knows me know, like, I'll give you my last.
Yeah.
Like, really. So it's just like, that stuff doesn't bother me. I've always been the type to just play it cool. I'm going to let you think you're better. I'm gonna make you feel comfortable. Art of war, stuff like that. 48 laws.
Power.
That kind of stuff, man. I don't have to be the center of attention in the room. I hate sometimes when I walk in the room, I just get that.
Bro,
I hate it. It just comes on me. It's like, who that guy think he is? Oh, he's taking pictures with Rob. Oh, he's the Impact's champion. Oh, he gets favoritism. Or, oh, he thinks he's cool because Matt Elkins and Professor Khalifa's his coach and stuff. That kind of stuff. Oh, Christian Eccles is his teammate. Shout out Christian Eccles, my dog. I love Christian. Yeah, he down here. He in Miami at Kill Clip right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, where do you see yourself, or like, what do you want to accomplish, say, like in the next 5 years or so in your life?
My 5-year plan right now has been going great. This year is going to be working on more marketing and the money aspects of my career, and focusing on transitioning to pro, because I'm not just about to hop out there in that field like, oh yeah, I'm 11-2, I'm about to go. No, bro, somebody got to rock my world, bro. Like, real talk. So like, I need to be with the right resource. I like to do something. I would say like the John Jones effect. Yeah. You're not gonna make me do something till I feel like I'm ready.
Yeah.
And if I don't want to go pro June 29th, after June 29th, if I want to take another fight or two, I'm gonna do that. Because, at the end of the day, I'm entertainment to people. They don't care about my personal lives. Like, it's just like a choice. If somebody else makes a choice for me, I got to live with that. So I'm not going to let you make a choice. I didn't get this far because people used to call my MMA fights, oh, his little boxing training. Oh, he's going to his little kickboxing practice. Now it's like, oh, man, he's on ESPN Northwest Florida. Like, hey, Johnny, when's your next fight, man? We're going to be there supporting you.
Like where was you?
I'm not even going to ask you where was you. Hey, man, y'all come on down.
There you go.
All that. I need all that love. I need all that view, all that attention and stuff like that. So, but the next, 5 years, to answer that question, I want to be in the PFL or like the UFC by the time I'm 29.
Okay.
I give myself about a year or two. I just turned 27 in December, so I want about 28, 29, I want to be where I want to be.
So it started like moving up to like something like Bellator or something kind of like before like UFC, or just going straight into it?
No, not just going straight into it. I'll get the resources and I'll do the work. Yeah, most definitely. There's other ways around that too. With resources, it's about who you know. So, it's more like, I'm giving too much game on this mic, but I'm not tripping because like my coach said, you can give them the game plan, don't mean they're going to be able to do it like you. So
right, like you said, manifestation, right?
Manifestation.
Talking it out.
So it's just like, So with that being said, I don't care if it's Cage Fury or LFA, whatever it takes, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it.
Bro, I'm absolutely loving this. You guys are listening to ESPN Northwest Florida. We're chatting with Johnny, the Apex Predator Carter the third. He's going to be making his It is the next one is pro or is it amateur?
June 1st, I fight in Pensacola. June 29th, I'm going to fight in Birmingham. After June 29th, that's when I'm going to make that jump.
All right, so June 1st, Pensacola, and then June 29th, Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, that's the plan.
In the hometown.
That's the plan.
That could be the final amateur fight. Could be the final amateur fight. Now, let me ask you this, though. Learning all of this stuff, all the game that you've been giving out, did you learn that through the School of Hard Knocks, or was that something that coaches or coaches imparted on you? How did you learn all of this stuff?
Hard Knocks, some of my coaches, they do dispute stuff into me. I'm not going to dispute everything they dispute to me.
Yeah.
I got resources and networks that I know other people don't have. I'm not going to spit that thing, but I don't I hate some people getting misled and getting, drove down, see these people getting fed to people. I feel bad for those guys. They're being misled and stuff like that, but that's not my place. I offer hands to people, but I'm not going to step in somebody. I can't help everybody.
Yeah.
I can't. I realized that. I tore myself apart so many times trying to do that, and people don't care when it's their turn. So that's just like a relationship. I've learned not to give more than what I receive when it comes to certain things. I've learned self-worth and how to, boundaries.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it comes to stuff like that, the Hard Knocks, man, even like my cousin Dyron and Jamal, when they, Dyron's already in boxing, definitely. MMA, like I took them to different MMA gyms so they can make their own choices. Some of these coaches that make you think they're the only MMA gyms that exist. The other people are trash. They have you in there paying their light bill for 6 months. Basically, you having a membership for like 6 months. Basically, just keeping the lights on. That's what I mean, like keeping the lights on.
Yeah.
They have no intention on letting you fight or trying to teach you how to fight. They got you paying a membership and feeding this bull like a bullcrap trainer to someone who doesn't know anything about really doing any kind of work.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like that kind of stuff. I've been through all that the hard way.
Do you see that when you're? I don't know if you're watching other guys' fights when you're there at the fights, but can you see the difference in certain fighters? Like I'm sure that guy's coach doesn't even care about him.
Yeah, I can see. I can see when some are just spewing stuff, want to be a top notch, just here for a freaking Coach Peter says. You just want a Facebook post. You just want to look cool. You want to look cool to somebody. I'm not here for that. And I don't respect people that do that, especially if you're misleading somebody. I have no respect for you.
Snakes.
I can't. I have no respect for you. Promoters out here for just $1 trying to get me to fight for your show but not offer me insurance. Yeah, you can get out of my face.
You can hold on to that. Give us one or two things that you want our listeners to know about you.
I'm really big on, never giving up. No matter what you go through, pray. Don't ever give up, bro. Ever. Like, don't let nobody tell you what you can and can't do. And that don't mean don't give up that one time and you probably fall 10 more times. Keep getting up, bro. I've literally, beat the odds. I have family members and friends that did not see this coming. They saw me dead or in jail.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Right now, do not give up. Keep going. Keep pushing.
And that's outside of the fight game. That's every facet of life.
That's outside the fight game. That's one thing I want to know. I want people to know about me. Also that, don't, I wouldn't say try to help everybody, but don't be too selfish when it comes to stuff. Some stuff you have to be really selfish, but, help people.
Yeah.
Don't try to take control. Don't try to make them, your little wing person, this, that, and the third. But nothing wrong with helping people, bro. Some of these guys act like they're too tough for everybody else, this, that, and the third, and they get ate up quick, too.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've seen people that help people that get overwhelmed because they're trying to help everybody. Like, it's limits to stuff. But, nothing wrong with lending a helping hand here and there. Like, stuff like if you see a fighter needs tape or something like that, don't laugh and kick somebody when they're down, bro. You don't know what someone's going through, bro. That could be the night that guy goes and ends it all. Like, I'm real big on anti-bullying and anti-all that. I don't like that kind of stuff. You're a bully, I don't respect you.
Bro, this has been one of the best interviews that we've ever had here. Do you have anyone that you want to give any shout-outs to as we're wrapping up this segment?
Shout out to my fiance. I'd like to give a shout-out to Angelica. I'd like to give a shout-out to my coaches. I've already, shout all those guys out. Shout out to my brother, Timothy, to Marcus, Tobias, my brother, Tidarian Holmes, Devin Tab, my cousin, Cordell Carter, my cousin, Detron Essex. Any family members I'm forgetting, I'm sorry. My auntie Angela, I don't waste these people's time too much, but I like to give a shout out to all my family members, my in-laws, Mr. Johnson, all those guys. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for all the support you guys give and always showing up to my fights. Timothy Grayson, my dad, I really love you. I really thank you for everything. I really love my mom. She, you know, I gave her hell. I gave her a lot of hell. Shout out Sharina Holmes, my stepmom, my dad, Johnny Carter. I'd like to, you know, give a shout out to him too. So, yeah.
There we go, man.
Farewell to future opponents.
Yeah, farewell to future opponents.
Future opponents, you know, you better come with it. I mean, I'm going to let you talk all you want to talk on Facebook, do all those little posts and stuff. I may talk trash with you just to crank up a little bit. I'm working on manifestation and this marketing and stuff. But, yeah, at the end of the day, you better be with it. When you come in there, you better know it's fight or flight with me, bro.
You got to worry about this guy. Like, one thing I found out, man, in years, you know, I've lived, it's like usually the soft-spoken guys are the ones you got to worry about the most. And he's like, you know, pretty soft-spoken, humble and stuff. So, like, yeah, I think you're a handful.
Thank you.
Yeah, they come with the rah-rah 9 times out of 10. They're just a crash test dummy anyway. Hey, so, ladies and gentlemen, future pro fighter here. He's got 2 more fights coming up. June 1st, that's Pensacola. That's just a 2.5-hour jog down the road, man. Make sure y'all get some where is that fight going to be at? I know Pensacola, but is where at?
I have no
Go to the venue.
You just hit us with the details and yeah.
Oh, also a shout out to Fight TV.
Yeah.
Eric, I just got a big endorsement deal with him, not just for the endorsement deal. Eric's a great guy.
Yeah, he is.
Eric is awesome, man. Oh my God, I'm so glad I got to say that before I got off this mic, man.
Yeah.
Like, when I met him through Rob put it, you know, when Rob puts his face card on somebody, I trust it.
Yeah.
So that guy, you know, he's a real great guy. He's been really nice, really humble, real supporting, really God-fearing and spiritual person. Like, I really, really appreciate Eric. Shout out Eric, man. I'm so sorry. I almost forgot that, bro. I'm so glad he said something about it, because when he said something about the venue, I thought about it, like, Fight TV. Shout out Austin Jones, you know, he helped me with my social media marketing and stuff like that, man. I swear I keep forgetting people. I almost forgot that, because Eric sought me out when he came to the fight in my last fight.
Yeah, March 30th.
I was shocked. Like, he was walking with Joe Riggs, bro. I'm like, what? He's like, hey, you're main event tonight, right? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? So he's like, yeah, we came to see you. I said, yeah, man, the show's going to be out. He said, no, we specifically came to see you and a couple other guys. He sent me to a camp with I'm not going to say, but it's like a current, you know, UFC champion. So, like right now, he's sending me to a camp pretty soon. He's doing a lot of stuff. Him and Robert are opening a lot of doors for me, and a lot of people that support me, a lot of my sponsors, a lot of my family, they keep me going, bro. So, like, I got to tighten up, too, because, like, I still lack a lot of stuff. Like, I'm not going to say my weakness, so I need to tighten up, but I know I need to tighten up on. So I'm going to make sure I handle all that stuff and get it taken care of. So, yeah, thank you guys for having me so much.
Hey, you're very welcome, man. Thanks for coming in.
That was awesome. And I'm glad that you got the one in there for Eric from Fight TV, because I got to meet him too, and then added him as a friend on Facebook and saw, like, all, you know, how God-fearing he is. And I'm like, man,
he tags me in a post every morning. I'm at work getting, like, blood on my patients and stuff.
Yeah.
He literally, like, he's up at 4, like he says. He's up at 4. He goes to bed by 7, man. He's not capping. Like, he's lit up. Some days he may stay up late, but that guy, he lends a helping hand. He's one of those guys like Robert, man. Like, one of the guys I want, you know, I look up to kind of deal. They really just, you know, try to help you, and they don't have anything to try to gain off of it. Oh, also shout out Eric Anders, UFC fighter.
Roll Tide.
Yeah, Roll Tide. Eric Anders, he always, anytime I contact him, he doesn't act like one of these stuck-up people just because he's a UFC fighter. He's, you know, he's Alabama national champion. You know, shout out to him. Yeah.
He was actually supposed to be on last week, and then we moved it to this week, and I was like, we got Johnny, so I'll get...
No, don't tell me that. But no, man, Eric, if anything I need, bro, like, I can hit him up. Like, he's a great guy, and he tells you straight like it is. Real role model status, take care of his family, you know, trains, work ethic. I love everything about Eric Anders, man. He's a real role model figure, man. I really appreciate him, Cody Durden, Trayshawn Gore, and Torres Finney. Those are some of my UFC friends.
Let's go, man.
Right on.
I don't want it to end. Hey, Johnny, man, really, congratulations on all that you've done, but also on all what you're about to do. And even more important than just the fight game, the restart idea that you have, and all of, like, just so many great ideas. And it's not just all about Johnny Carter III or the Apex Predator. It's bigger than that, man. And I just want to say I appreciate that, man, from the bottom of my heart, for real.
Thanks a lot for coming in.
Yep, that is. Yeah, we're going to be keeping up with you, bro.
No doubt.
That is Johnny, the Apex Predator. Carter, the third, fighting June 1st in Pensacola, June 29th in Birmingham, Alabama. This is the Afternoon Underdogs. You're listening to ESPN Northwest Florida. Quick timeout. We'll be right back with some NBA and NHL playoffs.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
The Atlanta Braves play here.
Today, it's exciting interleague play with the Atlanta Braves and the Texas Rangers at Truist Park. Coverage starts at 6. First pitch at 6:20. The Atlanta Braves are sponsored by Panama City Toyota, Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, Ellis Agency Insurance, Best Way Portable Buildings, and PCB Hobby.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with your latest forecast on ESPN Northwest Florida this Friday. For tonight, a mixture of slight fog and some clouds and a low of 68 with a very light wind. Tomorrow morning, some clouds and slight fog with temps around 72. In the afternoon and evening, partly sunny and a temperature near 73. Moving into Sunday, about the same with a high of 75 and mostly clouds in the morning and then moderate rain. This forecast is brought to you by Ellis Agency Insurance. Thank you for tuning into ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Attention homeowners, are you dreaming of a backyard oasis? Look no further than S&R Fencing, your go-to destination for quality outdoor transformations. At S&R, they specialize in crafting custom fences, decks, retainer walls, and all exterior construction that not only enhances the beauty of your home, but also stands the test of time. Their experienced team takes pride in delivering top-notch craftsmanship with a personal touch. S&R Fencing, locally owned, licensed, and insured, and a member of the BBB.
Now back to the Afternoon Underdogs.
This 53-man roster is stupid.
Where it's halftime all the time.
Raise the rosters, you cheapskate owners, and get that done now.
The Afternoon Underdogs.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
It's time to pick your path and go big and go bold from Bill Burr Kia. You can drive away in a brand new 2024 Telluride from Bill Burr Kia. The 2024 Telluride protects what matters, and it's built for the long haul. Its technology will connect with confidence, and its upscale, all-around rugged look will take you on to the next adventure. The road is yours. Bill Burr Kia, the home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by and see us today at 2435 East 15th Street or BillBurrKia.com.
Your attention, please. ESPN Northwest Florida reminds you it's the law. It's the law. When there's a double red flag, stay out of the water, stick your toes in the sand, grab a cold drink, and listen to live sports.
Swung on, miss, strike 3.
On 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
We are back. This is the Afternoon Underdogs here on ESPN Northwest Florida, 104.3 here in Panama City and 101.9 in Port St. Joe. I'm David Hayes along with Caveman Rick and the Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher, what'd you think of Johnny Carter III, the Apex Predator, man? That was a fun interview.
Yeah, that was a pretty insightful interview. I was really interested to hear that story he had about using his skills in real life to save his butt. Which kind of I have a question, and maybe you guys, the peanut gallery over here, maybe you guys can kind of comment on this. But you always hear martial arts guys say, "Well, this is the best martial art." No, this is the best martial art. But I want to know, what's the best martial art for me? If I'm a regular guy, maybe I'm down at the Golden Nugget getting a little lap dance, and the dancer's boyfriend shows up. maybe he's a big guy, maybe he got a little muscle, maybe he's a fat guy, but he's drunk and he's coming at me and he's bringing the haymakers. What should I do there? What's the best self-defense?
There's a discipline called Smith & Wesson.
Run? No, I don't know.
I think man. So I think normally I think the what fighters would tell you I would imagine would be Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, maybe?
That or or just
I don't know, karate.
I was gonna say like Taekwondo or something like that, where you kind of use the person's momentum.
What would be the easiest to learn for?
I don't know. I mean, like we're using, like I said, the person's momentum or something to kind of like, thwart what they're trying to do. I guess maybe it depends on how big they are. But I mean, I took a defensive tactics class for an EMS, career I was going to have or a job.
Get a syringe and start, jabbing with that.
Little different though, like
Thorazine.
Bro, I think we could start some arguments here.
You can take some really big people down just by applying some pressure to a pressure point. And I know a couple moves where if I can put, just a thumb or a finger in the right spot, I can put just about anybody down, and it's like it's something that you can't control. It's something that, doesn't matter how big you are, you're going to feel it, you know what I mean? So, but you still have to be able to get that area, of the body or whatever, or put that, pressure in that, area in that point to make that happen. But yeah, anything that's got to do with that, I think, because I think that's a real quick way to thwart anybody that's coming at you if you can just put them down.
Submission hold or something.
Yeah, like one
that.
quick move, like the Vulcan neck pinch, kind of just drop you,
The Vulcan neck grip's going to get me out of this one.
So according to SparkMembership.com, the top 7 easiest martial arts to learn. Number 1 would be boxing. Number 1 is boxing to them. Number 2 is karate. Number 3 is judo. Number 4 is Muay Thai. Number 5 is jiu-jitsu. And number 6, Krav Maga. Is that kind of like pressure points? Because what I'm seeing here with Krav Maga is this girl is like poking this dude's eyes out with her thumb. So, and then number 7 would be Aikido. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if boxing would work well in that situation because if the guy's got a little size on you, I don't know if that's the first thing that you want to do.
He's throwing haymakers. He's coming at me. I'm thinking maybe a Muay Thai boxing knee. Get a knee right into his sternum as he's use his own weight against him and just take that knee with everything you got, like an uppercut.
Or you can just go around with 1-inch punches.
Do a hockey move, man. Grab him by the shirt, trying to pull it over his head, and then just start wailing, because it ties up your head, it ties up your arms, and, you're kind of incapacitated a little
I don't want
bit.
to disturb the other dancers.
Yeah, there you go. Or you could go to, just straight bar rules at that point. Make sure that you have a glass bottle around you, and as soon as anything happens, like Stone Cold's about to enter the ring. Yeah,
Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse.
Did you watch the new one, the new Roadhouse?
I have not.
I've heard mixed reviews from it. I
think I will not.
You think you will? Yeah, you
don't want to ruin the original, right?
Well,
nobody can replace
I've
Patrick
heard
Swayze.
How this movie goes, and I don't want to knock it, but it's like, just call it something else. Why do you have to call it Roadhouse? You can call the movie something other kind of a name, and then have its own little identity. And because from what I'm sounding or hearing, it sounds like it's nothing similar to the Patrick Swayze version. It's down like in the keys and everything, so there's no similarities there, other than you have a bouncer and you have like a bad guy.
So they could have just called it House on the Road.
Yeah,
it's like being a bouncer at that Cajun place or something. It's little,
or since it's down to the keys, maybe floating Roadhouse. I don't know.
Floating Roadhouse, yeah. And from some of the people who were big fans of the original Roadhouse, they said it's not necessarily the same, but it had its own perks to it, and everything is amplified. Like I think one of the reviews that I read from someone that I know was with the first Roadhouse, most of all of that was believable. Whereas in this one, it's kind of like everything else that you watch in movies, just unbelievable and it probably would not happen.
And I imagine, too, this new one probably doesn't have a great soundtrack like the original one did. A lot of people don't know, but the blind guy that's playing lap guitar in the movie is
Jeff Healey.
Jeff Healey, exactly. And he's a real guitar player. He's from Canada. And unfortunately, he's dead now because of the ocular cancer or whatever that he had that took his vision, ended up killing him. I think it was just maybe maybe a dozen years ago or something.
He had at least one big hit.
Oh yeah, like I said, Angel Eyes. That was a big one that a lot of people have covered and stuff like that. But he's also covered like Led Zeppelin stuff, Steelers Wheel. That song Stuck in the Middle of You. He's got a cover of that. It's a really good song too. So yeah, it's a good artist, man. I found out a lot about him when I lived in St. Louis because of St. Louis blues, a lot of bluesy kind of music, and that's kind of where I learned about Jeff Healey.
How did the St. Louis Blues come up with their name? Do you know that
because of the blue music, the blues of St. Louis,
right?
Like, the Mississippi River kind of blues, kind of like area, and that's why they call them the Blue Notes.
Yeah,
I mean, if you look at their logo. It's a note with wings.
That's what I figured that it was. I didn't know if there was maybe like a little bit deeper part of the story or something.
I mean, further down.
But like, it's just because what we were talking about yesterday with the the Arizona Coyotes moving over there to Utah, and they'll be in Salt Lake City, but they're not going to go with Salt Lake City as the city name. It's going to be Utah whatever, and we were talking about like maybe calling them the Salt Lake City Saxophones or something. But yes, Utah Jazz, and so I can't think of any other sports teams that are named off of a genre or a note of music. Can you?
No. Well, okay.
Maybe the Nashville Sounds, but minor league baseball.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think about that offhand.
Jazz.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Utah Jazz.
I zoned out for a second.
And St. Louis Blues. But outside of that, I can't think. I mean, what if you had like the Pennsylvania Pianos, man? Would that be? Would that strike fear into you?
Yeah, I don't like that.
What would be the most like which instrument? Because we got the genre of music in the blues and in the jazz, and then the notes of the blues. What would be the most feared instrument? You think maybe electric guitar?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe like drums, because just beat somebody, bludgeon them. Kind of drums. And I mean, it's
the San Francisco snare drums.
Here's the thing too. We're talking about the music. Okay, so you got jazz and you got the blues, which is basically horns.
Yeah,
that type of music. So both of the teams based off of like horn, type ska, or not ska music, but just that type of music. And about the blues, I mean, it is Mississippi River, it is St. Louis, but typically when you think of blues and you think of Mississippi, you think more like where Leanne's from, like Mississippi Delta. You know, like the movie. Another reference, movie Crossroads with Ralph Macchio, and little story there is pretty cool about a kid going down there and meeting Robert Johnson, the guy that apparently the legend is sold his soul to the devil down at the Crossroads, and that's where he became such a great guitar player, because frankly before that, the story goes, he was not a really good guitar player. He tried to record and everything and was actually probably like a crap guitar player in a lot of ways. Then all of a sudden he has a story or whatever going down to this area, and all of a sudden now the guy's a phenomenal guitar player.
I feel like I watched a documentary on something
on Netflix.
There's a movie about it, and there's also Eric Clapton wrote the song Crossroads as well. This is an homage to that story. So I mean,
because then after that, I think I watched one on Sam Johnson.
And the one with Ralph Macchio too from the 80s is pretty cool. It's got Steve Vai in it. He's like the devil's guitar player at the end, and Steve Vai can shred, and that's just pretty awesome.
He had a guitar competition against Steve Vai, and
it's kind of like Devil Came Down to Georgia.
Yeah. But I mean, again, if we're going to have a genre of music as a sports team, and not like jazz really strikes the fear into anyone, someone needs to use metal, because that one,
no doubt, heavy metal, man. Well, like then again, man, there's that's the misconception. Heavy metal's not all like that. I mean, if you look at original heavy metal from back in the day, it's good music, man. It's melodic and stuff. It's not all yelling and screaming.
I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying, if there is one genre of music that would strike a little bit more fear than any other genre of music, it would absolutely be metal, right?
Yeah, maybe so. You could say maybe gangster rap, perhaps.
Yeah,
there's a lot of violence in that, gun violence.
Yeah,
and stuff,
no doubt. I'm talking about the actual sounds and not necessarily the words as much. But then again, when I'm using the voices of the metal sounds, fair enough. All right, so we'll have the.
I'm just defending my guys.
Yeah, there you go, man. There you go. I would like to see another team name, another pro team like Salt Lake City, Utah. You know what? Utah can have dibs on both. They need to go with a genre
Polygamists.
of music. Oh, man. All right. Mason Miller, the A's closer. This won't take very long here. We only got about 2 minutes before our next break. And our final segment of the week, don't forget the Atlanta Braves are coming up right after the Afternoon Underdogs coverage, starting at 6 o'clock for a 6:20 first pitch. But this is how Mason Miller started throwing 100 miles an hour. Stephen Nesbitt had a story on The Athletic detailing how Miller went from throwing sub 90 in college to routinely hitting triple digits. And here's a little excerpt of that. He's a big leaguer because of a failed drug test. This was back when Miller played Division III ball at Waynesburg University, which is a school that's 50 miles south of Pittsburgh and a million miles from the majors. numbers. Miller was a local kid with a decent arm, but a 7 ERA in 2 college seasons. He landed a finance internship at a local hospital following his sophomore year, but his required drug screen was flagged as diluted. When Miller objected, the lab coordinator ran another test and told Miller there were 2 possibilities in play, and neither is good. Either Miller had diluted the sample in an attempt to manipulate the outcome of the test, or he had dangerously low blood sugar. And it turned out that Miller had type 1 diabetes. So in the years since, he's gained 65 pounds of muscle and double digits on his fastball. So last week he had, when the original article was pinned up, he had 6 of the 10 fastest pitches this year. Now he's got 8 of the top 10 pitches, along with Ryan Helsley of the Cardinals, who's sitting in 6th place with 102.4 miles an hour, just absolutely freakish. And Justin Martinez of the Diamondbacks and Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays tied for 10th at 102.3. The rest of those are all Mason Miller's hardest pitches in baseball this year. Great story. And the Oakland A's are playing a little bit better baseball than what anyone would have expected. I know it's early, don't get me wrong, but still playing some fun baseball to watch. Well, they're winning more games than what was expected. I think they're almost like a quarter of the way to their win total of last year, which I believe was 50 games. So we'll see how the rest of the season ends up going for them, but thought that story was really cool. And you can go read a little bit more if you're subscribed to The Athletic. You guys are riding along with the Afternoon Underdogs, tuned into ESPN Northwest Florida, NBA and NHL playoffs when we return.
ESPN Northwest Florida presents
Wrestling Against Cancer, number 9.
Saturday, April 27th at Bayhaven Charter Academy. In the main event, it's a tag team showdown with Exodus versus Mike Steele and Mr. 850. Plus exciting women's wrestling. Tickets still just $12. Ages 6 to 17, only $8. 5 and under, free.
More information, ESPNPC.com.
The road is yours, so let your spring adventures begin and discover the new Kia at Bill Bird Kia. Stop by today and check out our 2024 SUV family and take a test drive. See all the new features that elevate any adventure. Now offering 4.75% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento EX. You'll get that rugged good look with luxury and the perfect balance of comfort, safety, and technology. Bill Bird Kia, the home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by anytime and see us at 2435 East 15th Street or anytime at BillBirdKiaPanamaCity.com. We'll give you the peace of mind that you can trust.
Offer from Kia Finance America for the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento EX with $2,294 per month for 1,000 finance and 48 months quantities limited. No down payment required. Can I be combined with other finance offers? The 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty is a Bill Bird Kia warranty. See dealer for complete details. Offer for well-qualified buyers. Must take delivery from dealer stock through 4/30/24.
You're riding shotgun with the Afternoon Underdogs. We're going to need some gas money. The Afternoon Underdogs.
Fill her up, please.
At 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
So much to talk about, so little time to talk about it. We're going to kick it off with a little trivia for your opportunity to win $25 to not the, but that boot store. I want to thank our guests that came on with us today. Butch Bernard, Coach Butch Bernard out of North Bay Haven for the North Bay Haven Buccaneers, head coach for softball there. And they're taking on Wakulla tonight at the house. That's their final home game of the regular season. You will have an opportunity on the 25th to watch them over there at Arnold, I believe. But this is the final game of the regular season. It's $6. You go get the tickets on the GoFan app, man. Go support those young ladies. They absolutely deserve it. I wish I didn't have the draft next Thursday, or else I'd be going and checking out that Arnold North Bay Haven game. But trivia question for today. How many teams in Major League Baseball have the home dugout on the third base side? How many teams in Major League Baseball have the home dugout on third base side? We'll give you guys an opportunity here in our final segment of the week. Don't forget the Coach James Hale Show will be back on Monday live at 7 in the morning, running until 9 a.m. Then the Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey and Jay Henley from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then the Afternoon Underdogs will be back Monday at 4 p.m. And you guys can go to ESPNPC.com right now and nominate all three of those shows for the Best of Bay. Just get us all nominated, and then you can take all the Afternoon Underdog votes that you might vote for them and just put them on the Inside Drive. And let's push Ryan Mulvey and Jay Henley and the Inside Drive all the way to the top. As long as one of us comes away, we gotta take down what do you call him?
Dr. Puker?
Hey, Dr. Puker here. Good morning, Panama City.
No, but I can't imagine Jay needs any additional feed for his ego. I don't know. That guy.
Yeah, I love Jay, man. I had my first opportunity to play golf with him last Friday, and that was a lot of fun. Didn't even talk last Friday. We did talk about it Monday, but about Ryan stepping up and sinking a 50-foot putt last Friday. His first putt in a long time. First time even using that putter. Steps up, drains it, and helped us get a birdie right there. On this day in 1946, and this is why I even came up with the trivia question, the Yankees switched from the third base to the first base dugout. In 1956, the first Major League Baseball game in New Jersey, put this one in for Caveman Rick, the Brooklyn Dodgers beat the Philadelphia Phillies 5-4 at Roosevelt Stadium in Jersey City. Did you ever have an opportunity to check out Roosevelt Stadium?
No, and unfortunately, our first game against the Dodgers in New Jersey, it's a loss. It's an L. So.
Yeah, I know that, but still cool that it was the first baseball game in New Jersey. 1960, baseball uniforms began displaying players' names on their backs. Now, the Red Sox, I believe, when they're on the road, they do have the names on the back of the jerseys. But when they're at the house, they do not have names on the back of the jerseys. Yankees don't have any on home or away. Which team do you think would be first to put the names on the back of the jerseys? Let's just go with home teams. Do you think they ever will?
I would say probably not. I mean, if you haven't by now, well, why would you at this point in time? That's one of the things that you got that's kind of, your own in a lot of ways. So I would think they would just leave it the same.
You can't even have your own facial hair in New York. Yeah, how in the world are you going to have your jersey?
I couldn't play there. I'd be like, Yankees, you want to give me a bunch of money, but somebody else will probably give me, close to the same. And, you're not going to tell me to cut my hair or my beard.
If you had one contract out there, let's say you're in AAA baseball, you've been playing for 13 years, and the Yankees come up to you and they say, for 162 games, Caveman Rick, we're going to give you $2 million. And prior to this, you've only made $75,000 in a year playing baseball, right? And they're going to give you $2 million, and the only thing that you got to do is cut you can have a mustache, but you can't have a beard. You're not gonna. You wouldn't sacrifice your hair for.
I don't know, man. I'd
season.
like to say that I would like to have the integrity of saying, no. I guess
that's not even integrity.
Sure, it is.
Yeah, no, that's you standing on something.
That's saying you're not selling out. That's having integrity.
It's facial hair. Like if you go to the military, are you gonna be like, guys, I'm sorry, I'm just not gonna be able to stick this one out because
I didn't go in the military.
Well, fair enough.
So unless you get drafted. And I'm too old for that now, so that's not going to happen.
Did they let you have that beard when you were an EMT, or did you have to wear a hairnet for your beard?
I didn't have it then. I didn't start doing this.
But you won't do it for the Yankees?
Nah, I don't like the Yankees.
I don't like
either,
them either,
man.
Yeah.
So all right, Phillies offer you $2.75 million.
He'd shave his butt for that.
Yeah, man. I think for the Phillies, it might be a good excuse for a team that I like, maybe. But even
all
then,
right, fair enough.
I want to think about it. I hate to say that. I just don't want to be that kind of person that just do anything for a pile of money.
Yeah,
to try to have a little bit of self-respect.
A big bag of weed.
So as long as I'm taken care of and I got what I need, I don't know. Like I said, just because you got
stand for something or you fall for anything.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
There you go.
But I'm saying all this stuff now, but then if somebody, it's like when people say well, if somebody stuck a gun in my face, this is what I would do. Come on, man, you'll probably pee yourself. Dude, how many times have you had a gun stuck in your face? Nobody, not a lot of people have, right? So I always hate when people say that they're going to do A, B, C, X, Y, and Z.
What did the apex predator do when someone pulled a gun on him?
he tried to get hurt him.
He got shot, though, he sounded like, but I'm sure he's still alive, right? And he didn't say what happened to the dude, but, he might have got pistol whipped or something.
Yeah.
Who knows?
2021 in Las Vegas, Nevada, San Jose Sharks forward Patrick Marleau breaks Gordie Howe's NHL record for the most games played at 1,768 and then finished his career at 1,779. How do you think the San Jose Sharks are going to do in the NHL playoffs?
Not good.
They are not going to do good because they are not in the NHL playoffs. But you know who is in the NHL playoffs? 8 teams from the West and 8 teams from the East, and we'll leave it at that. Dadgum, I left like all of the good stuff on the desk over there. All right, so in the NHL, let's just ask these questions because we've only got a few minutes left today. Will Canada finally end its Stanley Cup drought?
It's got one of the best chances it's had for quite some time now. There was, 3 teams from Canada in right now? You have Vancouver, you have Toronto, you have Edmonton. If I was going to go for one of those 3 teams right now, I think probably Edmonton's probably got the best shot. Vancouver's a bit of an upstart and big surprise getting in. Toronto, I mean, we know that they haven't really done anything in the playoffs, worth an arm since the 50s. The longest Stanley Cup drought is that team right now. So right now, with the talent they got, I would say it's Edmonton, and unfortunately, I just don't think it's going to work out this year. I think, you got too many other teams with a lot of good players, a lot of big guns, and it's probably going to be rough again for a Canadian team.
All right,
what about you?
I don't think that you'll see a Canadian team win. I mean, you got a good opportunity really out of the West, right? The East is going to be Toronto, and that's your only opportunity. But in the West, Winnipeg and Vancouver are teams that's had some good success this year.
4 then. My bad. I said 3. Yeah,
and
so.
I don't know how much I trust Edmonton, man. Great regular season team, but then when you get into this portion of the season, they're more of a finesse team rather than a physical team, and it's really hard. You go back to the Tampa Bay Lightning, or I do, right? Because they're my team, so I've seen a lot of them, and you go back to 2019 when they got swept out by the Columbus Blue Jackets, and the answer was, well, we got to change the defense a little bit, but we have to become more physical. Once they started getting in some of those physical players, that allowed the finesse players to actually play with a little bit more physicality, but it also brought that mesh, that chemistry to a more centralized focus there, and then they were able to go on great runs. So that's the question for Edmonton, is how do you get out of just being kind of strictly finesse and get into more of a physical game?
I think they have the best iteration of the team that team's had in a while.
Yeah.
I know they've been kind of promising the last few seasons, but Evander Kane's there now. Hyman showed up now. He's got over 50 goals, I think, this year. So, I mean, if they're not going to do it this year, I don't know about when, but this is probably the best shot that they got. And Edmonton, hasn't been the same since, 1990, since the last time they won the Cup. And even then, they were kind of a shell themselves without Gretzky.
Could you see them possibly blowing it up if they don't get it done this year?
I don't see how. I mean, you can't. I mean, you got too much talent there, man. Draisaitl, McDavid, Hyman, like I said. Just to name it, 3 guys at the top. You got to keep those dudes. I mean, it's Edmonton too. It's a small market, man. You got to keep butts in the seats. And as long as the regular seasons are good, and you're putting guys out there that can get over 100 points a season like a Connor McDavid can.
Yeah.
You're gonna have eyeballs. You're gonna have your ratings and whatever, and that's what they need.
Yeah, man. Edmonton Oilers, LA Kings. That's going to be a heck of a series.
I got Oilers in that one.
I think I'm rolling with the Kings in that one, man. Can the New York Rangers break the President's Trophy curse?
This is going to be tough for me. Shesterkin's been playing really well, for a goaltender. He might even be the Vezina Trophy winner this year. He's played phenomenal. But it's just something with the Rangers, man, and I just don't know. I don't have any faith and trust in him. I mean, Panarin's sick. I mean, that guy is one of the top 2 or 3 guys out there in the league's got to be, in my eyes anyways. And then they have a wealth of other players like Zibanejad and
man, that guy, he's
Lafreniere,
good.
And I mean, they just got guys that can just get you at any time, but just for whatever reason, I just think they're just not going to do it again.
All right. I'm right there with you. I don't think that they'll be breaking that curse. I wouldn't be totally surprised now that the Washington Capitals are plus 15,000 to win the Stanley Cup. I wouldn't be totally surprised. I've got the Rangers moving out of the first round, but I wouldn't be overly surprised if it's OV and the Washington Capitals taking out the New York Rangers in 7 games. Let's see. Will the Boston Bruins get redemption? Will they pull a Virginia, if you will?
Probably so. I mean, like I said earlier, Toronto's going to have its troubles getting out of the East. after what happened last year, Boston Bruins, I mean, having a record-setting season, having the President's Trophy, getting all those points and getting bounced in the first round, you know they're going to have to want, some redemption and want to, bounce out Toronto. Not only to redeem themselves from last year, but to also just continue that drought that they've had.
All right, let's see how many of these series we can knock out just for the first round and maybe even try to dip our toes into the pool of the NBA playoffs. Tampa Bay Lightning, Florida Panthers.
Sorry, dude, but I think I got Florida in this one, unfortunately. But I think it goes about 7, though.
All right.
It's deep.
Tampa Bay is 2-0 against Florida in prior playoff series. I'm going to say that they get to the third one. Vasilevsky's kind of back, and the defensive front is looking, or the Blue Liners are looking pretty good. Boston and Toronto.
I got, like I said, Boston, I think, coming back and winning this series.
Yeah,
another deep one, too, maybe like 6-7 games.
I'm right there with you. I think Boston's got that chip on their shoulder. How long will that chip last? Who knows? But, hey, Austin Matthews is a heck of a player, but I think that the team over there for Boston is just a little bit better. New York Rangers, Washington Capitals.
This one's going to be tough. I'm going to take the Rangers in this one. I think they'll move on. I still don't think that they'll, win the cup, but they'll beat Washington, I think. I'm
going to go there with you. I think the experience is a little bit better for their, well, maybe not the experience, because Washington Capitals won the cup, 2000?
Yeah, they got Ovechkin, they got Oshie, they got, a whole bunch of guys over there that know what they're doing.
But I think, this season, the Rangers are a better team, and they obviously have the better goaltender. I think the Caps were giving up somewhere around 3.5 goals per game, whereas Shesterkin and the Rangers a little bit better than that. And then the final one of the Eastern Conference is going to be the Carolina Hurricanes and the New York Islanders. What do you see from that one?
I got the Canes winning this one. They've been one of those teams that, we've been waiting for them to get, to maybe the Stanley Cup final, at least the Eastern Conference Championship. Patrick Waugh's done a phenomenal job once he became the head coach of the New York Islanders, kind of changing that team's future. But, I think the Canes are going to be too much. I'm
right there with you. I think Hurricanes are going to be a little bit too much. I think it would be interesting to see a Rangers-Islanders playoff series and see something like that go 7 games. But I'll be there for the Rangers and the Hurricanes just as well. Over to the west side, you've got the Dallas Stars and the Vegas Golden Knights. Who do you like in that one?
Give me Dallas. I want to see Vegas go down. They've been, really well since they came into the league. Kind of sick of seeing them.
We'll agree on that one. Wild card team out of Vegas. I picked one over there with the Tampa Bay Lightning, but Dallas has been playing some lights out hockey throughout the course of this season. Winnipeg and Colorado Avalanche. That could be a fun series.
Yeah, I still think Colorado's got, more weapons, bigger guns. Winnipeg's actually done pretty well the last couple of years too, but Colorado, they're just,
We're going to differ on this one. This will be the second series that we've differed on, and I'm going to take Connor Hellebuck and the Winnipeg Jets in this one. But who knows? Nathan McKinnon over there for the Colorado Avalanche. They've got a wealth of talent.
Cale
McCarr. Yeah, exactly. So we'll find out about that one. Vancouver Canucks and the Nashville Predators. Who you rolling with?
I got Predators here. Canucks, they made a big push getting into the playoffs. I think that was like their big deal was actually getting in. Nobody expected it, so I think they get bounced here.
Nashville was the team who kind of snuck in. Vancouver was first in the Pacific.
I know that, but they still weren't like one of those teams that everybody anticipated was going to come into this season and make a run and whatever. I think they overachieved, and that's why I'm picking
last one real quick. Can't even talk about it. Edmonton, LA Kings.
I got Edmonton already said.
All right, you're going Edmonton. I'm going LA Kings, and we are going to get you guys out to the Atlanta Braves. Thank you guys so much for joining along with us. Y'all get on Facebook later and share this episode back out so that the world can hear how great of a fighter Johnny Carter is and how good of a coach Butch Bernard is. We'll be back Monday. Y'all have a great weekend. Be safe out there. And just remember, Jesus loves you, and so do I. Have a great one.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
The Atlanta Braves play here.
Today, it's exciting interleague play with the Atlanta Braves and the Texas Rangers at Truist Park. Coverage starts at 6. First pitch at 6:20. The Atlanta Braves are sponsored by Panama City Toyota, Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, Ellis Agency Insurance, Best Way Portable Buildings, and PCB Hobby.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with your latest forecast on ESPN Northwest Florida this Friday. For tonight, a mixture of slight fog and some clouds and a low of 68 with a very light wind. Tomorrow morning, some clouds and slight fog with temps around 72. In the afternoon and evening, partly sunny and a temperature near 73. Moving into Sunday, about the same with a high of 75 and mostly clouds in the morning and then moderate rain. This forecast is brought to you by Ellis Agency Insurance. Thank you for tuning into ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
It's time for a new kitchen from Kitchen Designs. Kitchen Designs in Panama City Beach and Santa Rosa Beach offers full-service cabinets, countertops, and flooring, plus cash and carry cabinets available the very next day. Kitchen Designs has been family-owned and operated for over 20 years. Visit their showroom at 7934 Front Beach Road and on Lynn Drive in Santa Rosa Beach. Or call Kitchen Designs, 850-775-4150.
At Creative Gems, we believe every piece of jewelry tells a story of love, legacy, and the art of fine craftsmanship. Family owned with every detail crafted on site in Panama City, Florida, we invite you to experience more than just shopping. It's a journey to remember. Come visit us online at creativegemsinc.com or in our showroom on Jenks Avenue, open Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Creative Gems.
WPLQ Port St. Joe, WGSX Lynn Haven. Powered by Panama City Toyota.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Covering all the bases on the Ford Leadoff Show. Brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of your Atlanta Braves.
Final segment on the Ford Leadoff Show. We've got the Braves and Rangers coming up shortly. In the meantime, it's time for our Prize Picks Pick of the Game, where you can get your first deposit matched up to $100 today. Download the Prize Pick app, use code BRAVES, and you can play along and be a winner like I was the other day. Chris, I like Matt Olson tonight. We mentioned the reverse splits for Andrew Heaney. How about 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI? Give me the over for Matt Olson here tonight. Matthew Olson, you've now been put on the clock. Let's see what happens. Can I give you a bonus? Sure. Chris Sale's number is 6.5. What say you, Mr. Domino? Less. Veteran hitting lineup? Yeah. I hope he lasts long enough where it's actually a possibility, or he doesn't last quite as long, but he just mows him down, and it's an easier night for him. We'll see. You should have had Alec Bohm tonight. Why is that? He had a 3-run homer in the first for the Phillies. Can I do it now, or is it? Nope. It's off the board. Yep. Should have had him. Well, you should have told me 20 minutes ago. Did it all in one swing of the bat. It's just that easy. Matt Olson goes yard in the first tonight, and I'm a winner, right? Do it. Yes, that would do it. I know the math of it. That would do it. There you go. Well, that's going to do it for us. We have Ben Ingram and Darren O'Day standing by. It is the Braves and the Rangers. Should be a fun series, and it starts next right here on the Braves Radio Network.
Nothing matches the drive of Braves country. From the energy of the crowd to our passion for the open road. That's why Napa has all your automotive bases covered with the solutions you need to keep moving. With nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care. And as a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves, we're here to make sure that drive never stops.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. And since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, even in my super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my favorite... Ha! Found you. How? You left Find My tablet on.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speeds vary.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent. If you're hurting trying to choose a law firm, here are some questions you need to ask. Do they have a fully staffed office right here in town? We do. Have they litigated thousands of cases here in Georgia? We have. And have they collected billions of dollars for their clients? You know we have. One call, that's all.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Call 1-800-CALL-KEN, spokesperson for Kenneth S. Nugent, PC, attorneys at law. See website for details. 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309.
Tickets for the Braves 2024 season are going fast. This season is jam-packed with great matchups. Get your tickets at braves.com/tickets.
Hello, this is Rick Wasser with RV of Panama City, your local Stormore portable building dealer, located at 2241 East Baldwin Road. Shopping for a garage, portable building, cabin? We build them anywhere from 8 to 16 foot wide, 10 feet to 60 feet long. We can do insulation, electricity, transom dormers, thermal windows. Come, let's customize a building together. Rick Vossen, Stormore Portable Building Dealer, Panama City.
It's time to pick your path and go big and go bold from Bill Bird Kia. You can drive away in a brand new 2024 Telluride from Bill Bird Kia. The 2024 Telluride protects what matters, and it's built for the long haul. Its technology will connect with confidence, and its upscale, all-around rugged look will take you on to the next adventure. The road is yours. Bill Bird Kia, the home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by and see us today at 2435 East 15th Street or BillBirdKia.com.
PCB Hobby, the beach's premier hobby store for sports cards, comics, coins, and trading card games. PCB Hobby carries the largest selection of boxes and packs from the latest releases of brands like Topps, Panini, Leaf, and more. Looking for a specific player or team? PCB Hobby has a wide assortment of raw and graded cards. They carry parallel rookie, game used, and autographed cards in both modern and vintage. Have a collection you want to sell? We buy, sell, and trade. PCB Hobby on Back Beach Road, just east of Florida Linen. Call 850-320-8388.
Now, back to the Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves play here. ESPN, Northwest Florida.
The road to a 7th straight division title starts right now.
2-2 pitch. And there's a bullet out to center field. Down for a base hit. Here comes the throw. Play at the plate. Braves win it! A walk-off base hit.
The Braves are back, and this 2024 team is ready for another epic season.
Austin puts a charge in another one, though. Deep left center. Schwarber's not even going to move. That's another homer for Riley.
Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network is brought to you by the original Louisiana hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold. Your local Ford dealers, proud partner of your Atlanta Braves. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. Your local Hyundai dealer, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. John Foy and Associates Personal Injury Law. Get the strong arm. Arrow Exterminators, make the right call and protect your home or business from pests by calling 888-GO-ARROW. Georgia Power, the official electric energy partner of the Atlanta Braves. Xfinity, the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Yanmar Tractors and Engines, an official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew. Peachtree Orthopedics, same day evenings and Saturdays. It's time to get better. Mats Exteriors, roofing, siding, windows, and more. IBEW Local 613. Truist Park keeps the lights on with IBEW 613 electricians. Georgia's own ASW Distillery, home of Fiddler Chin Music, Weed and Bourbon, a collaboration with the Braves. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of the Atlanta Braves. Your Atlanta area Lexus dealer. Experience amazing. Simply Sport, the official CBD partner of your Atlanta Braves. Corona Extra, find your beach with Corona. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVAC technicians, Local Union 72. Keeping Atlanta comfortable is what we do, and we do it better than anyone else. TYM Tractors, a winning lineup, together as one. TimberTech Decking and Railing, everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. City of Hope, Atlanta, making hope a reality for cancer patients throughout the Southeast. Attorney Ken Nugent, one call, that's all. Tonight, the defending world champions roll into Truist Park as the Braves take on the Texas Rangers in Atlanta. This is Atlanta Braves Baseball on the Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome into Atlanta Braves Baseball. Tonight from Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. It's game one in a series of 3 between the Braves and the Rangers. It'll be Chris Sale on the mound for the Braves, and he faces fellow left-hander Andrew Haney. It's great to have everyone with us alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you. Darren, good to see you. I know we're glad to be home. Going to be home for a little while, and I know you'll be here for this series with another tour of duty.
Yeah, glad to be back, Ben.
It is good. We'll see a good pitching matchup tonight. 2 really good teams. 2 big offenses going at it in this series.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting game. 2 of the best offenses, in the last year that we've seen in Major League. So, Chris Sale on the mound for us, Andrew Heaney for the Rangers, and we'll see, Andrew Haney's got some little rough numbers so far this season. We'll see how he fares against this Braves lineup.
Yeah, 2 of the last 3 World Series champions getting after it here in this series. So both teams have very high expectations. Here's the interesting thing. You look at everything that you're expecting for this series, and the numbers that jump off the page are all the offensive numbers. But I would say, and I said this to Snit, you'd have said that about the Astros series as well. And I thought the Braves pitching was the story of that series, especially in the bullpen, and maybe the same expectation could be said for this series.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You talked about the offenses, so normally that's going to bring the bullpens into play. In Houston, I think the bullpen might have been the key to the series. Obviously, we know about the offense. We're running out of superlatives for them, but if the Braves bullpen doesn't keep those games close, there's no opportunity for that offense to work late in the game. So, yeah, the bullpens are going to be a big part of the series. Rangers have a little bit of a tired bullpen. Braves are well rested after an off day.
Yeah, absolutely. I was looking to get this. This is a great note. Last season, there were 18 players across Major League Baseball who had at least 100 RBIs. 6 of them are from these 2 teams. So my first conclusion is you're probably glad you're up here with us rather than down there on the field.
Oh, yeah, Ben. I don't have it anymore, buddy. I lost it a long time ago. Yeah, I'd much rather watch these guys hit from up here. I enjoy that vantage point rather than standing out there dodging line drives.
I bet. Chris Sale's got to be out there. And I thought his last outing, I know he wasn't too impressed with his own work that last go-round, but he still soaked up 7 innings. That's not easy to do, is it?
No, it's a sign of what a veteran pitcher is expected to do, even as in his terms. Even though he was horse manure, he still went out there and ate up 7, gave the bullpen a little rest. And I thought he pitched better than the line says. He had 1 rough inning, some questionable umpiring, but I thought he was great. He touched 97. I'm excited to see what he does tonight.
Hopefully no more fertilizer for him tonight. When we come back, I'll introduce you to the starting 9 for both of these teams, and then right after that, we'll have the first pitch of the ball game. But great to have you with us. Braves and the Rangers tonight here in Atlanta, and all the action coming up tonight on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
This is for anyone doing plumbing, pipe fitting, or HVAC work. If you're not making $53 an hour total package, including health insurance, benefits, and a retirement pension, we want to talk to you. We're the plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR techs of UA72, and we've got a job for you. Safe conditions, working with great people in Metro Atlanta. Visit ua72.org. Click Join Us and we'll send you a list of openings right now. ua72.org.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota. Let's go places. Get 2.99% APR for 36 months on a new 2024 Toyota RAV4. Offer valid through April 30th, 2024. 0 down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $29.08 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes playing Keno. Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day.
Are you looking for a place to take a leak? Do you have a truck, tractor, or other hydraulic equipment leaking or not performing as it should? At Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, we can get you back to work. Do you have a bus or leaking hose? Hydraulic cylinder or pump needing repair? If competitive pricing and a quick turnaround are what matter to your business, come see us at Reliable Hydraulic Solutions. Or you can give us a call at 850-326-3000. Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, 6840 Highway 77 in Southport. The best place in town to take a leak.
Ellis Agency Insurance has been serving Panama City and Bay County for years. They offer a full line of affordable insurance coverage of all types. Many people are attracted to Ellis Agency Insurance because of their friendly, knowledgeable staff. Call independent agent Johnny Ellis for a true comparison of your personal or business insurance. Ellis Agency Insurance at the Old Cullen Insurance location, 1134 Harrison Avenue, across from Dandy Donuts and Deli. Call 763-1627.
Bestway Portable Buildings has been your portable building specialist since 1989. Before you invest your hard-earned money someplace else, owner Jason Mulder invites you to stop by Bestway and get a quote on just about any size building. And whether you buy with Bestway or not, it's worth the trip just to meet Bestway Buddy. Say hello, buddy. Good boy. Bestway Portable Buildings, just north of Harts Marine on 231, and online at bestwayportablebuildings.com. The best in portable, period. Tell them Buddy sent ya.
Atlanta Braves baseball on the Gulf Coast is sponsored by Brock Pest Control, Best Way Portable Buildings, PCB Hobby, and ESPN Northwest Florida.
Back at the ballpark on a Friday night, Braves and the Rangers. It's game one of this series. It's also game one of what will be a very long homestand. And it's good to be back home. And time to introduce you to the starting nine. We'll start off with the visiting Rangers, managed by Bruce Bochy. They come in with a record of 11-9. They're in first place in the American League West. They have a game-and-a-half lead over the Angels and the Mariners, and they'll lead it off tonight with their second baseman, Marcus Semien. Hitting second for Texas, shortstop Corey Seager, and batting third, left fielder Wyatt Langford. Batting cleanup, right fielder Adolis Garcia. Hitting fifth, catcher Jonah Heim. Batting sixth, first baseman Ezekiel Duran. Batting seventh, third baseman Josh Smith. Batting eighth, the designated hitter David Wenzel. Batting ninth, it's the center fielder Leotis Tavares. And on the mound for the Rangers, it's Andrew Haney, left-hander, 0-2 with a 6.75 ERA. So again for the Rangers, it's Semien, Seager, Langford, Garcia, Heim, Duran, Smith, Wenzel, Tavares, and Haney on the mound. Those are the Rangers. Now for Brian Snitker's Braves. Atlanta has won 4 straight ball games, coming off a 5-1 road trip to Miami and Houston. Very impressive work. And the Braves come in with a record of 12-5, and they're in first place in the National League East with a 2-game margin over the Philadelphia Phillies. Batting first for the Braves, leadoff man, right fielder Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting second, shortstop Orlando Arcia, and hitting third, third baseman Austin Riley. Batting cleanup, first baseman Matt Olson. Hitting fifth, designated hitter Marcell Ozuna. Batting sixth, left fielder Adam Duvall. Hitting seventh, center fielder Michael Harris. Batting eighth, catcher Travis d'Arnaud. Batting ninth and making his first start as a Brave, second baseman David Fletcher. And on the mound, the left-hander Chris Sale. The veteran is 1-1 with a 4.58 ERA. So again for the Braves, it's Acuna, Arcia, Riley, Olson, Ozuna, Duvall, Harris, d'Arnaud, Fletcher, and Chris Sale on the mound. First pitch when we come back, right around the corner on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Okay, now everybody in.
I volunteer for the third row. This sacrifice is my destiny. I can curl my legs up like a pretzel, so everybody's suitcases can fit. And, hey, it's actually super nice back here.
Finally, a 3-row SUV where everybody wins. The first ever Lexus TX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Winning is what the Atlanta Braves do. In the past 25 years, they've won 15 division titles. And in 2021, they were the champions of it all. They know what it takes to win. And so do I. We've been fighting and winning for injured people for more than 25 years, earning our clients hundreds of millions of dollars. That's why if you're hurt and winning is your only option, get the Strong Arm.
Attorney John Foy and Associates.
Proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Dive into the ultimate dining experience at National Anthem Atlanta, in the heart of the Battery Atlanta and the Omni Hotel, the official hotel of the Atlanta Braves. Book your stay at omnihotels.com/Battery Atlanta.
Best Way Portable Buildings has been your portable building specialist since 1989. Before you invest your hard-earned money someplace else, owner Jason Mulder invites you to stop by Best Way and get a quote on just about any size building. And whether you buy with Best Way or not, it's worth the trip just to meet Best Way Buddy. Say hello, buddy. Good boy. Best Way Portable Buildings, just north of Hartz Marine on 231, and online at bestwayportablebuildings.com. The best in portable, period. Tell them Buddy sent ya.
Visit the newly remodeled Mid-South Lumber Hardware and Feed Store in Youngstown. They have a full line of plumbing, electrical, hardware, and tools for your DIY home projects, as well as lumber and animal feed. Now offering not only baby chicks and a full line of poultry supplies, but also bunnies and parakeets. They also carry a wide selection of Duplin wines and gourmet products so you don't have to drive to the beach. Come see us at Mid-South Lumber on Highway 231 in Youngstown.
You think of your favorite shows. They're local. Folks in your neighborhood. Yeah, that's right. They're right there with you. Reporting on your weather, driving on your streets and roads, experiencing what your community experiences. They are literally your lifeline to all that matters to you. They bring you sports, your sports, the games as they happen. Your local broadcaster is there on the radio, just for you. We are broadcasters.
We're going deep.
on the next Inside Drive, weekdays 11 to 1. Now back to the Atlanta Braves on ESPN Northwest Florida.
All right, a Friday night at the ballpark. Braves and the Rangers, good to be home. Alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, Ben Ingram here with you. Chris Sale on the mound tonight for the Braves versus Andrew Heaney. Good crowd on hand. They're going to continue to file in here tonight. Should be a nice night for baseball. Folks, Prize Picks is the official daily fantasy sports partner of the Atlanta Braves. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code BRAVES for a first deposit match up to $100. Chris Sale, the Braves about to take the field. When they do defensively, here's the Atlanta Leather. Matt Olson will be at first base. David Fletcher is the second baseman. Around the horn, the shortstop is Orlando Arcia and Austin Riley at the hot corner. In the outfield for the Braves, Adam Duvall in left field, Michael Harris on patrol in center, Ronald Acuna will be in right field, Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate, and Chris Sale is on the mound. Umpiring quartet has Adam Beck behind the plate calling balls and strikes. The crew chief is Dan Iasonia. He's at first base this evening. Brock Ballou down at second. Ben May is the third base umpire. Umpires in their black polo tops and their gray pants. Meanwhile, the Braves wearing the Friday night reds. Looking good. The red tops, white pants, navy lettering, navy numerals outlined in white, and Braves across the chest on top of the navy tomahawk. Meanwhile, the visiting Rangers, managed by Bruce Bochy, coming out in the traveling grays, gray tops, gray pants, royal blue lettering and numerals outlined in red and white, and Texas across the chests of their gray uniforms. 79 degrees here in Atlanta. Not much of a breeze at all. Light cloud cover here this evening. And there was some rain in the area, but I think we're good the rest of the night. In fact, the tarp is covered and capped, and that's a good sign down the left field line. So under the lights and Chris Sale on the mound. And when it comes to Chris Sale on the mound, Darren, anything is possible. His stuff is so good. He's coming off that outing versus the Marlins where he said himself he didn't have his best stuff. Excited to see him tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. He's facing a team he's had some good success with since 2014, 5-0 with a .74 ERA against Texas. So look for him to expand on that here in 2024.
And it's a tough lineup, and I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. Braves just coming off a series, like we mentioned, against the Astros, where all the attention was on the bats. Well, the Braves filled their end of the bargain. The pitchers took care of the Astros. And now this hurdle in Texas might be a little bit higher than the one you just saw in Houston.
Yeah, it feels like the Braves might have caught the Astros at the right time, just kind of scuffling out of the blocks. This Texas team has been hitting well, and they, historically, over the last two seasons, they've been right there with the Braves for being the best offense in MLB.
Yeah, these two offenses are stout. Should be lots of firepower, not just tonight, but in this series altogether. And we'll see if Chris Sale can quiet the Rangers enough to pick up a win and extend this winning streak to 5 straight. It'll be Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, and Wyatt Langford to the plate here in the top of the first inning for the Rangers. Chris Sale rubbing up a brand new ball as he was just had that thrown to him from Adam Beck. Semien about to climb in. 6'6" left-hander, Chris Sale, 180 pounds, 35 years old. He is ready to work for the 4th time this year. Looking into his catcher, Travis d'Arnaud. And now for the ball game. The first pitch is fouled back, and we're underway at 7:21 Eastern Time, 6:21 Central. And the time of first pitch brought to you by Schumann Farms. Real sweet brand by Day onions from Schumann Farms are coming soon to a store near you. So the Braves and the Rangers, game 1 in this series. The defending World Series champion Texas Rangers. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Semien fouls one back, 0-2. This is a team managed by Bruce Bochy, who of course brings lots of postseason experience to Texas, and he got to take another trip to the World Series, and they were road warriors. They went to Tampa, went to Baltimore, took down their nemesis Houston, and then beat Arizona in the World Series. There's a ball low and inside. So looking back on their run last season, they got hot at the right time, didn't they?
They sure did. When I was looking at their team to prep for the series, it really reminded me of the 21 Braves. The team that went on to win the World Series as well. Just nothing to write home about for various parts of the season, but got hot at the right time and took home the title.
He sure did. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That'll miss outside from Sale. Fastball 95. He's got that heater, has the slider, and a changeup as well. And for Sale, this is his 4th start of the year, 1-1 with a .458 ERA. coming off a loss at Miami. That was the only loss on the most recent road trip. 2-2 is hit to deep left field, sailing way on back. We're going to need a new baseball. Marcus Semien with his 4th home run of the season. Got a 2-2 pitch. It was a fastball, got around on it, and shot it over the Rangers bullpen down the left field line, and it's 1-0 Texans.
Semien's one of those guys. Remembering, I was asked to get him out quite a number of times and didn't do a very good job at that. If you miss on the inner half of the plate, he's going to hit it. It's like a pinball flipper. You know, if you don't throw it into that pinball flipper, you're going to be okay. But if you do, it's going to get whacked.
That's where Sale threw that last fastball. There's Corey Seager, and a weak ground ball to second. That'll be taken by David Fletcher. Easy little throw over to first base, and there's out number 1. Folks, Tire Discounters Round Tripper Home Run Promotion offers Braves fans a next-day instant savings on sets of select tires, plus a free alignment and a free oil change. The more homers the Braves hit, the bigger the deals at Tire Discounters. Learn more at tirediscounters.com/Braves. 1-0 Rangers. Home run by Semien getting it going for Texas, and here's Wyatt Langford. Ball low and inside to Langford. Langford, 22 years old. He was the 4th overall pick in last year's draft. So he got here very quickly. Out of the University of Florida, 1-0 pitch on the way. Slider in for a called strike, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, he's a big prospect. Spent just half a season in the minor leagues, and now he finds himself hitting third in one of the best offenses in MLB. It's a quick rise for him.
Yeah, that's quite the ascension. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Langford gets under it, pops it up to shallow center. Backpedaling David Fletcher, the Braves second baseman under it. Catches the pop out and 2 down. You know, it's one thing to be drafted last year and find your way to the roster the next year, but batting third with that lineup, really impressive.
Yeah, he had an amazing spring out there in the Cactus League. Really advanced player for college. I, of course, went to the University of Florida, so I got a chance to meet him and watch him play last year. And I've heard some scouts compare him to Mike Trout. I mean, that's heady company. I don't know if it's the body type.
Dolis Garcia fouls one back.
But if I say body type, he kind of looks like Mike Trout. Mike's probably a little bit thicker, but if you're compared to what I would consider to be one of the greatest players of all time, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good comparison. There comes the 0-1 from Sale to Adolis Garcia. He'll take a ball high. And speaking of comparisons, I think you might compare Garcia to Mr. Olympia.
Yeah.
This guy's one of the strongest guys in the league.
Yeah, he's an intimidating hitter to look and see him only 60 feet away.
1-1 from Sale. That'll miss outside. 2 balls and a strike. Well, you mentioned the numbers for Sale versus Texas. And he's had so much success against them in his career. 8-2 for his career. And like you mentioned, 5-0 since 2014. But that home run that he just gave up, the first he's given up to them in a long time. There's a slow roller to third, charging in Riley on the grass, scoops, fires on the move. Olsen keeps a toe on the bag and brings it down. That's a very nice play on both ends. Good charge by Riley, good balance up on the tiptoe by Olsen, brings down the out, and that ends the top of the first inning. So for the Rangers, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and none left. And I think the Rangers actually want to take a look at this. Yeah, Bruce Bochy is signaling they want to challenge this play at first base. We'll keep it right here.
First base, Texas has challenged.
Well, the Rangers will challenge this play.
That was a great play by Riley. You know, we take for granted his defense over there at third base, but for a big man, he's got great mobility, both laterally and in and out. Not a lot of third basemen can move both ways that well that Austin does, and to be able to get that ball on the run, he can do it in his sleep now because he's been doing it for so long, but that's a challenging play.
I've got him out pretty easily on this one. I just watched a replay on the video board, and I've only seen one angle, and it's from the first base dugout. But it looks very clear to me that this will be a call stands.
Yeah, the only thing after seeing that they could possibly be challenging is if Olsen's foot is on the bag.
Yeah.
And I think he wears like a size 15, so there's a pretty good chance it's somewhere touching that bag.
The throw definitely beat him. Now the tiptoe, it looks pretty steady to me, but they might have a better angle than we do. We're seeing a second angle now. Might have just come off. But is there an angle that definitively says that there's space between the toe and the bag? I haven't seen that yet.
going to be a close one. I didn't even think that. I thought Matt was on the bag the whole time.
Yeah. The best angle would be if we had one directly down the line to see, and either coming from either the right field foul pole or the plate, just to see if there's space between the bottom of the foot and the bag.
Yeah. If we can put cameras inside the pylons in the NFL end zones, why can't we put one in the right field and left field wall?
I completely agree.
And then have one pointing straight up from the foul poles as well.
Shouldn't take much, should it?
No. If I'm running replay, that's going to be in every stadium. But nobody asked me.
Well, that should be a no-brainer, I would think, especially for postseason games. But I'm watching these angles, and sure, it looks like his toe could have come off the bag, but I've not seen an angle where there is space between the toe and the bag. Now we're getting a better angle now. Call stands. Wow. And I think it's what we were talking about. It just wasn't that definitive angle that 100% showed space between the toe and the bag. Mm-hmm. So that ends the top of the first inning. We head to the bottom of the first, 1-0 Texas.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit Truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Michael Harris II, proud owner of a customized Ford Bronco SUV. And guess what? I'm giving it away. Wait, what? I'm giving away my Bronco?
One lucky fan will win Michael's custom 2023 Ford Bronco SUV. Go to winmoneymikesbronco.com and enter for your chance to win.
Whose idea was this?
No purchase necessary. Ends 9/1/2024. Open to legal residents of eligible Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee cities. 18 years of age or older with a valid driver's license. Visit rules.set.live/winmoneymikesbronco.com for official rules. Void where prohibited. Sponsor Music Audience Exchange, Inc.
As the crack of the bat marks the start of another season, athletes are gearing up for game day, and there's one name they trust in CBD. Simply Sport CBD, the official CBD of the Atlanta Braves and athletes everywhere. So whether you're headed to the diamond or the pickleball court or just crushing your daily workout, visit simpleafsport.com. That's SYMPLEAF sport.com. Simply Sport CBD. Live like a champion.
The original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. Aggressive enough to wake up your taste buds without overpowering your meal. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce, flavor favors the bold.
Nothing Texas on a home run by Marcus Semien in the top of the first inning. Braves will take their first hacks at Andrew Heaney as we see the Braves come to the plate here in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the leather for Texas. Ezekiel Duran is their first baseman. Marcus Semien at second. Corey Seager at short. Josh Smith is the third baseman. In the Texas outfield, Wyatt Langford in left. Leody Tavares in center. Adolis Garcia in right. Jonah Heim is the catcher, and the pitcher is Andrew Heaney. 32-year-old left-hander goes to work on Ronald Acuna, and his first pitch is in for a called strike. Showed him a curveball. For Heaney, 6'2", 200 pounds. He's from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and he's making his fourth start of the year. Still looking for his first win. 0-1 to Acuna's high. He's got a 6.75 ERA through 3 starts, and it's really been a tough start for him, Darren, as he's allowed a ton of base runners in the first 3 starts of the season. Here's a 1-1 pitch on the way to Acuna, and that'll miss high.
Yeah, he's only thrown 12 innings thus far. He's got 7 walks and 3 hit batters already. So a lot of traffic on the bases. Been scuffling a little bit out of the gates. I got to talk to part of the Texas press corps about him.
2-1 pitch. That'll be taken for a strike right at the top of the zone on the inside corner.
Not a hard thrower. He's usually about 90-92 with the fastball. He's got a really good slider. It's short, sharp slider. It's not a big breaker. Curveball and a changeup he'll show to righties.
Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Acuna hangs alive, fouling off that pitch. Got a slider.
I always love seeing how opposing starting pitchers are going to start Ronald off in his first at bat. And like you said, he threw him a curveball first pitch of the game, which old school, you never do that, right?
Yeah.
It's always got to be a heater.
2-2. Just missed the outside corner with a heater. And a 3-2 count on Ronald Acuna. 1-0 Rangers. Ronald with a 3-2 count. And here it is from Heaney. That's high ball 4. Well, you love a leadoff walk regardless of who the batter is, but especially when it's Ronald Acuna, and then let him just create havoc on the base paths. So he's at first. Here's Arcia. For Heaney in his last outing, 3 2/3 of an inning at Houston, gave up 2 runs on 4 hits, 4 walks, had just 1 strikeout, got a no decision. His losses came to the Rays and the Astros. Arcia takes a called strike. But here's the good news as he starts this thing off the way that he has been in his previous outings. Mentioned all the base runners. That's now 23 base runners and 11 runs in 12 combined innings plus 1 batter tonight. So lots of traffic on the base paths. Arcia fouls 1 back and an 0-2 count.
Yeah, it's tough to be good. Every free base you give up, you're just raising the stakes. You can still win, so let's say win air quotes, but you're just raising the stakes if you don't win.
Arcia batting second in the lineup tonight with the lefty on the mound. Heaney taking his time. Lefty deals. And Arcia swings and sends 1 foul. That'll find the second deck down the right field line on an 0-2 count. Heaney, a very stringy lefty. He's got the blue socks all the way up to the knees, very thin. Knees and elbows coming at you if you're up there at the plate.
Yeah, he kind of drops and drives. He sinks into his back leg and kind of pushes the ball at the hitter.
0-2, check swing, the appeal, and he didn't go, says Dan Iasonia.
And that lowers his angle of approach, which is a term that's now used in baseball. It makes it harder for a hitter with an uppercut swing to square that up. So even with his, I'd say, below average velocity, he's still an exceptional strikeout artist, or at least has been over the past 3 years.
Acuna, big lead, pitch to the plate, swung on a high, deep drive down the left field line towards the foul pole, and that'll hook foul. That's into the second deck, certainly home run distance, but foul. Arcia has been swinging a red-hot stick, a .377 average. Hit a home run in Houston. It's such a great job regardless of the situation, whether the Braves needed a big base hit or a sacrifice fly or just moving a runner over. Been so good at it. 1-2, and he'll foul 1 back down to our right. Do it again with a 1-2 count.
Yeah, he seems like one of those hitters that you want up in those clutch situations. He's just not fazed by the moment. And he had some big hits in Houston to come back against some really tough relievers. It's kind of the Braves' move these days is those late inning comebacks, and he's a big part of them.
1-0 Rangers, bottom of the first inning. 1-2 pitch. Pulled foul to the third baseline. Been flirting with that line. Had some good swings on pretty much everything in the arsenal for Andrew Heaney. This will be the 8th pitch of the battle between Heaney and Arcia. So making him work early. This will be his 15th pitch of the ball game and only the second batter he's faced. 1-2, swung on and tipped into the mid of Heim. Got a fastball by him, and I think that's exactly what you're talking about right there. Not overpowering, but that exact angle he was looking for.
Yeah, he really spins the ball well, and it makes it tough on the hitters. He pitches up in the zone. He uses his strengths. But like you mentioned, that's his 16th pitch. He's got 1 out. He's actually averaging 20 pitches an inning this season, which makes it really hard as a starting pitcher to go deep.
Austin Riley to the plate. Pick off over to first base. And that doesn't fool Ronald. He goes back in standing. Heaney's been around a while. 11 years in the big leagues with the Marlins, the Angels, the Yankees, the Dodgers, and now the Rangers. And he's seen the Braves once in his career. That was here in 2021. Allowed 2 runs in 4 innings. Ball high to Riley. He was with the Yankees then, and he got a no decision in a game in this ballpark. That's the only time he's faced the Braves.
I remember that. It was a beardless Heaney. The Yankees have that facial hair policy. He looked like a shaved poodle.
1-0 to Riley. That'll miss outside. For some guys, that's a good rule, but for many, it's a terrible rule.
Yeah. I remember Andrew McCutchen had to shave his head, his dreadlocks that he'd kept for 7-8 years. Playing there, I was like, I'm going to be silly. I'm going to grow a mustache because you're allowed to have a mustache, but no beard.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Got to miss up and in. 3 balls, no strikes. So why the mustache but no beard?
I couldn't tell you. I believe it's the Steinbrenner's kind of family rule.
Yeah.
And they enforced it. I'll tell you a Brett Boone story here in a minute.
There's a 3-0 pitch. Ronald on the move, and there's ball 4 high. So a couple of walks for Heaney. Now the Braves have him at first and second, one down for Matt Olson.
Sorry, I won't tell you a Brett Boone story. I'll tell you an Aaron Boone, the manager of the Yankees. If I'd come to the clubhouse as a Yankees player with a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow, he'd come up to me. He'd say, hey, is your arm hurt? I said, no, why? I feel great. I can pitch today. Like, well, I figure your arm hurt if you can't shave your face.
Oh.
Yeah. It's the only really stickler of a rule he had.
Very strict. Heaney looking back Acuna to second base, so there's a disengagement there. 1-0 Rangers. We're in the bottom of the first inning. But a chance to at least tie up the ball game with a base hit right here. Great wheels at second and Acuna. Riley can pick him up and put him down over at first base. Acuna dancing around off second base. Pitch on the way to Olson, way outside. Ronald probably distracted him enough to miss 2 feet off the plate and a 1-0 count. Now Jonah Heim, the catcher, out there with his arm draped around the shoulder of his pitcher. They walk up to the top of the mound together and having a discussion.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I spoke to somebody in the Rangers press corps, and they think that he's got a track record of being a good pitcher, and they think that he's just overthinking it, which is a common thing in Major League Baseball players. For whatever reason, we like to overthink it, even though he's got that extensive track record of being good at this level.
No, and he's done it on the biggest stage. He started and won Game 4 of the World Series last year.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the final year of a 2-year deal there with Texas. 1-0 Rangers, top of the first inning. Runners at first and second, 1 down. 1-0 to Olson. Not a miss low, 2 balls and no strikes. You go back to Heaney's collegiate career, he was the Big 12 Conference Pitcher of the Year at Oklahoma State. And then he was a first-round draft choice in 2012, 2 picks after Max Fried was drafted. There's the 2-0 pitch on the way to Olson. That's in for a called strike. Fastball 90 from Heaney. And a 2-1 count now on Matt Olson. Pitch. He swings and misses. Fastball right at the top of the zone. On the count even 2-2 on Olson. He'll be followed by Marcell Ozuna. As long as Olson stays out of a double play, Ozuna will get a shot, and he brings a 16-game hitting streak into the action tonight. 2-2, and here it is from Heaney. A little tapper foul. It'll go to the backstop. Still 2-2. Crowd gets bigger and bigger. Don't you know there's some folks walking through the turnstiles right now, walking right up, casting their eyes to the field, and thinking, I'm here at the right time. Base hit from scoring a run. See if that comes right here. 2-2 pitch on the way. That'll be sent foul into the upper deck down the third baseline. Still 2-2 on Olson. And another deep count. That's already 25 pitches for Heaney. He's working overtime here in the first inning. Inning has gone walk, strikeout, walk. Now facing the beef of the order. Again, the 2-2. Fouled off again by Olson.
This is what happens when you're lacking a little confidence as a starting pitcher. You're just going to dance around the strike zone, try to make the perfect pitch, and you just can't do that every time. So that leads to walks and disadvantage counts. And this is not a lineup you want to be behind in the count to.
Yeah, it'll give you nightmares thinking about being behind this team. 2-2. Low and outside, 3-2. So now he's run it full. Olson, 3 home runs on the year. He's driven in a dozen. Hitting .261 on the season. Riley at first, Acuna at second. 3-2 pitch. And he'll lift one towards shallow left. Josh Smith, the third baseman, with third base umpire Ben May calling infield fly in effect. Catch is made in very shallow left. So a deep battle, but on the 9th pitch of the battle, Olson pops out. And it's up to Marcell Ozuna. Right now, Darren, who else would you rather have at the plate than number 20?
I know Heaney's running his pitch count up here, but I think he needs to be careful. If he's looking after his team's chances to win this game, this is a batter you might want to pitch carefully. He's so hot right now.
He gets a base hit tonight. That would mean a career-best 17-game hitting streak. Runners dancing around at first and second. And now Heaney steps off the back of the rubber. For Ozuna, he's hit safely in 16 straight. He's batting .379 with 8 home runs in that span. Pitch on the way, swung on and fouled off. Took a bite out of Heim.
Yeah, he might be the hottest hitter on the planet. He looks fantastic at the plate. Super decisive and just letting his hands work. Hitting the ball hard to all fields. Obviously the heroics in Miami, something that I'm thinking about right now, that late game home run.
No balls and a strike. Pitch on the way to Ozuna. That'll miss high. Furthermore, not only has he been red hot, but he's been incredible with 2 outs, such as the situation he's in right now, as he's plated 15 of his major league leading 23 RBIs with 2 outs in an inning. So this is a situation made especially for Marcel. 1-1 pitch, and that's low, 2 balls and a strike. So to put up those kinds of numbers, regardless of the situation, really amazing. But to do so much damage with 2 outs, that is clutch. This will be the 32nd pitch of the inning for Heaney. He's sweating bullets out there, and he steps off the rubber. Looks very uncomfortable.
He stands out even amongst this team that is leading the league, batting .325 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs.
2-1, and he stings one into left field down for a base hit. Acuna gets the green light. The throw from Langford cut next to the mound. We got a tie game. Ozuna with a career-best 17-game hitting streak, and he ties the game. Another 2-out knot for Marcel. He has been rampaging through opponents here in the last 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, nice piece of hit, just serving into left field. It feels like Ronald out there at second base was distracting Heaney. He kept paying so much attention to him. Ozuna's not a hitter you can't direct your full attention on.
So now a tie game, and now Adam Duvall looking for more.
Setting a new
first pitch on the way to Duvall, and that's in for a called strike. Boy, Marcel on a pace that he's never been on before, hitting safely in 17 straight games.
Is the longest active.
He was 0 for 5 after opening day. He's had a base hit every single game since then. And Duvall swings and tips one into the mid of Heim at an 0-2 count. Meanwhile, the pitch count continues to go up for Heaney. This will be his 35th pitch. And just like we mentioned, lots of traffic on the base paths against him in his most recent starts. And that's certainly been the case here. In fact, there's some guys starting a yoga class down there in that Rangers bullpen. A lot of stretching going on.
Yeah, and that's a tired bullpen down there. They've been working a lot lately.
0-2 pitch. Swung on, missed. Got him with a slider down and in. Well, the Braves tie the game. They send 6 men to the plate. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. We played 1 inning. We head to the top of the second, 1 apiece.
Are you looking for a place to take a leak? Do you have a truck, tractor, or other hydraulic equipment leaking or not performing as it should? At Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, we can get you back to work. Do you have a busted or leaking hose? We can typically replace them while you wait. Hydraulic cylinder or pump needing repair? In many cases, we can have it back to you the next day. Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, 6840 Highway 77 in Southport, just south of Tractor Supply. The best place in town to take a leak.
The road is yours, so let your spring adventures begin and discover the new Kia at Bill Bird Kia. Stop by today and check out our 2024 SUV family and take a test drive. See all the new features that elevate any adventure. Now offering 4.75% APR for up to 48 months on the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento EX. You'll get that rugged good look with luxury and the perfect balance of comfort, safety, and technology. Bill Bird Kia, the home of that 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by anytime and see us at 2435 East 15th Street or anytime at BillBirdKia.PanamaCity.com. We'll give you the peace of mind that you can trust.
Offer from Kia Finance America for the purchase of a new 2024 Kia Sorento EX with $22.94 per month per 1,000 financed in 48 months. Quantities limited. No down payment required. Can I be combined with other finance offers? The 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty is a Bill Bird Kia warranty. See dealer for complete details. Offer for well-qualified buyers. Must take delivery from dealer stock through 4/30/24.
The Atlanta Braves are sponsored by Bill Bird Kia, Best Way Portable Buildings, and 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
1-1 ball game into the top of the second inning alongside Darren O'Day, Ben Ingram here with you. Folks, if you're looking to spice up your game day grub, reach for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. That's the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. Who else? The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bowl. See if Chris Sale can bring some heat here in the top of the second inning, facing Heim, Duran, and Smith. Rangers got a home run in the top of the first inning as Marcus Semien went deep. And then the Braves sent 6 men to the plate in the bottom of the first inning, used a couple of walks and a base hit from Marcell Ozuna to tie the ball game up. Well, here we go into the top of the second inning. This game already living up to the offensive billing we were expecting. There's a ball inside from Sale, 1 ball and no strikes. Gave you the number earlier. Last season, 18 players across the big leagues recorded at least 100 RBI seasons. 6 of them played for these 2 teams. There's a strike on the inside corner. Well, that just gives you an idea of what these 2 teams are running out there offensively.
Yeah, 2 very deep, talented lineups.
Ball to strike on Heim. Here it is from Sale. He swings and misses at a slider away in a 1-2 count. Braves have a 4-game winning streak entering the action tonight. Rangers have won each of their last 2 ball games, and both of these teams in first place in their respective divisions. 1-2 on Heim. Here it comes. And a bouncer out towards short. Backhanded deep in the hole by Arcia. Long throw. Stretch off the back by Olsen. Man, what a play. That was outstanding. What a throw by Arcia. And then Olsen with a big stretch off the bag, and that kind of defensive gem is good enough to be our Truist play of the game. Brought to you by Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Wow, that was an absolutely rocket throw from Orlando, and he needed every mile per hour he could muster there. I think there was some miscommunication between him and Riley on who was going to take that ball. Orlando had to make the last-minute rocket throw to get the slow-running catcher out at first.
Ezekiel Duran sends one foul. Coming off the bat, it looked like it was Riley's ball, didn't it?
It did. It looked like Riley took a step to go field it and then kind of pulled up. You know, they have to be aware of where each one of them are shaded in relation to each other and always be talking.
1-1 ball game, top of the second. Bases empty, 1 down. Ezekiel Duran fouls one back. I don't know, 2 count now on the Texas first baseman.
You know who does an exceptional job of that is Ozzie and Olsen on the right side of the infield. Next time you come to a game, watch them in between plays, and you'll see them constantly chattering, talking, probably cutting it up a little bit, but also talking positioning.
0-2, driven down the right field line, slicing towards seats down the right field line. That's a foul ball. That was just 5 or 6 feet to, or seats, I should say, to the right side of the pole. It hung in the air a while. After Duran, it'll be Smith. 20 pitches for Chris Sale to this point, 14 strikes. Veteran left-hander. Kicks and brings an 0-2. That's popped up. Olsen coming over towards foul ground, right at the rail, and he's there. Makes the catch. Everybody loves an out like that, but especially the pitcher.
Yeah, pop-ups are just about as good as strikeouts. Yeah, I know the sabermetricians figured that out a few years ago.
We knew it all along.
Yeah, nobody advances on a pop-up. It's an easy out. Major league infielders are pretty good at catching them, except for us pitchers. Everybody else is pretty good. So, yeah, very productive out there.
2 up and 2 down. Here's Josh Smith. Smith swings and lifts one towards foul territory. Down the left field line, coming over Duvall. Over by the tarp, can't get there. It hits off the top of the tarp, and then he went into the tarp. But fortunately, with not enough force to come away injured. Gets dangerous and tricky down there.
Yeah. I know, interesting thing about baseball, the playing surfaces are all different. You know, if he's playing at Wrigley, that's 10 rows in the stands. And every new stadium you go to, obviously this is his home stadium, you have to go and figure that out before the game.
If we're in Oakland, it's probably an out.
Yeah, he's standing on the bullpen mound catching that.
0-1 on Josh Smith. Left-handed hitting third baseman. Darno sets up away, and the pitch on the way from Sale. On him is low and outside. Smith, 26 years old. He's out of LSU. Went to the same high school as Aaron Nola. This is his third year with the Rangers after coming over from the Yankees in the Joey Gallo trade. He and the man right in front of him in the order. There's a called strike, 1-2. Yeah, that was Duran and Smith, among others, going the other way in that deal. Smith, a .320 hitter here in the first month of the season. Sales 1-2. Just low it outside with a slider. Chris can find his first strikeout of the ball game. Darno sets up away, and the 2-2 pitch on the way to Smith. This time with a fastball. Count runs full now, the Rangers' third baseman. Left-on-left matchup, and the 3-2 pitch. Missed low for ball 4. Went with a fastball just a little bit too low. That'll put Smith down at first base. First free pass issued by Chris Sale. And the inning will continue now for Davis Wenzel. Chris Sale coming into the action tonight. 40 games over 500 for his career. 121 wins, 81 losses. First pitch on the way to Wenzel. Boy, made him look foolish there. Check swing, just about toppled over going after the slider.
He can do that to you. He'll be frustrated with that 2-out walk to Smith. Yeah, with his low arm slot and exceptional stuff and deception, that should be an out.
See if he can get Wenzel. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way from Chris Sale. Way out in front there. Couple of sliders have had him completely perplexed, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, Wenzel's looking for his first career major league hit. This is a tough guy to get that one off of.
Yeah, it's a tough ride facing Chris Sale.
Yeah, better pack a lunch.
Rangers 1, Braves 1, top of the second inning. Wenzel awaits. From Sale. Got him swinging. Just spun it right by him. Went back to the slider. And that's the first strikeout of the ball game for Chris Sale. Nothing happening for the Rangers. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Rangers 1, Braves 1 here in Atlanta.
This is for anyone doing plumbing, pipe fitting, or HVAC work. If you're not making $53 an hour total package, including health insurance, benefits, and a retirement pension, we want to talk to you. We're the plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR techs of UA72, and we've got a job for you. Safe conditions, working with great people in Metro Atlanta. Visit ua72.org. Click Join Us, and we'll send you a list of openings right now. ua72.org.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit Truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. And since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, even in my super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my favorite...
Ha! Found you.
How?
You left Find My tablet on.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speeds vary.
Digging, grading, tilling, and mowing. All in a day's work with Yanmar, the tractor that works as hard as you do. Discover new possibilities at yanmartractor.com.
It's a 1-1 ball game into the bottom of the second inning, and before Michael Harris checks in, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Atlanta Braves radio network.
WPLQ Port St. Joe, WGSX Haven, powered by Panama City Toyota.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Hope you're having a great Friday night. Great to have you with us on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network. Alongside Darren O'Day, Ben Ingram here with you. Michael Harris stands tall, takes a strike on the outside corner, and it's 0-1 on the Braves center fielder. It's Harris, Darno, and Fletcher. 7, 8, 9 in the Braves order, and this is the Toyota Stolen Base Challenge inning. Tell you about our contestant after the 0-1 pitch. Here it is from Heaney. Strike on the outside corner. Same spot with a fastball. If the Braves can steal a base this inning, then Kenna Harris will win $750 in free Marathon gas cards. 0-2 to Michael Harris. Low and outside. You too can enter the Toyota Stolen Base Challenge, and all you have to do is visit Braves.com/Stolen Base Challenge. And best of luck to Kenna Harris. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Harris fouls one back. See, I wonder if Kenna knows Michael Harris or is related. I mean, I think we got a pretty good coincidence here. You got a really quick runner leading off the inning. He gets on base. Maybe Michael Harris makes a winner out of Kenna Harris. Sounds like an inside job here. 1-2 pitch. Out of his high. 2-2. Whatever it takes to get us a winner tonight. Been a while since we've had a winner in the Toyota Stolen Base Challenge inning. 1-1 ball game, bottom of the second. 2-2 from Heaney. Michael fouls one back. Still a 2-2 count. Braves and the Rangers in Game 1 of this series. Tomorrow night, Game 2, that'll be Charlie Morton and Nathan Eovaldi. And then Game 3, Darius Vines and Michael Lorenzen forecasting the weekend. 2-2, a swing and a miss for strike 3. And sorry about that, Kenna. Michael didn't come up with his end of the bargain. But you still have a shot, only one down. Just need one stolen base. And there's Travis d'Arnaud. When you think about these two teams, the Rangers and the Braves, maybe one of the first things that you would think of, perhaps right outside of the stout offenses top to bottom, are the veteran managers that these two teams have. Travis d'Arnaud takes a called strike. Ron Washington, at 71 years old, is the only manager older than Bruce Bochy and Brian Snitker. So you got some lifers down there in either dugout. 0-1 up and in. Bruce Bochy just turned 69 earlier this week. And Snit, 68 years old. Here's a 1-1 pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud. Check swing, he went. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
We talk all the time about how baseball is a cyclical game, and it felt like 5 to 8 years ago, everybody wanted to hire young managers that could relate to the players, and it seems like that's changed a little bit.
1-2 is high.
It seems like, it's great if you can relate to your players, but older guys can do that as well, but they also are great baseball minds.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy is managing his 4,215th regular season game tonight.
2 miss low and inside. That's a lot of baseball.
He's forgotten more about baseball than I know.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't have to be a young guy that just got out of the league to manage your team. It's somebody that knows the game and knows the players well.
3-2, and there's a deep drive to left field. Way on back it goes. That's torched. A home run by d'Arnaud. And it's a 2-1 Braves lead here in the second inning.
I think you called that one, Ben.
We're hanging out before the ball game. Yep. I said, it'd be a nice day for Travis's first home run of the season.
Yep.
There it is. Home run number 1 for Travis d'Arnaud.
As Travis would say, you can't sneak cheese past a rat.
So d'Arnaud hits the first home run of the night for the Braves, meaning you'll save at least $75 on a set of select tires at Tire Discounters tomorrow only. David Fletcher takes the first pitch strike. Plus, you get a free alignment and a free oil change tomorrow, and that tire discount could be as much as $150 tomorrow only, depending on how many times the Braves homer in this ball game. Fletcher with a ground ball out to third. That'll be vacuumed up off the dirt by Josh Smith. His throw is high, but Ezekiel Duran comes down, keeps a foot on the bag, and 2 down here in the inning. I want to remind you, stay tuned for the Hyundai postgame show just to see how much you'll save tomorrow only at Tire Discounters. It's also the 5th RBI of the season for Travis d'Arnaud. So a 2-1 Braves lead here in the bottom of the second. Back to the top of the order to Ronald Acuna. Check swing by Ronald. They appeal, and he did go.
Speaking of home runs, I expect to see those coming in bunches from this guy now that he hit his first one out in Houston. And that wasn't a wall scraper. That was a dead center, big boy.
Well, I had a good cut there. Fouls one back.
Yeah.
Watching the replay of that homer the other day in Houston, I think he thought he didn't get enough of it. He spiked the bat in frustration more than celebration, it looked like to me.
We'll have to ask him. I thought he was just so frustrated or so relieved to get his first homer.
0-2 to Acuna. He'll hit one hard out to short. That'll be gloved by Corey Seager. He'll throw it over to first base. And then into the bottom of the second. But Travis d'Arnaud turns one into a souvenir over the left field wall. We head to the top of the third inning. It's a 2-1 Braves lead.
It's time for a new kitchen from Kitchen Designs. Kitchen Designs in Panama City Beach and Santa Rosa Beach offers full-service cabinets, countertops, and flooring, plus cash and carry cabinets available the very next day. Kitchen Designs has been family-owned and operated for over 20 years. Visit their showroom at 7934 Front Beach Road and on Lynn Drive in Santa Rosa Beach. Or call Kitchen Designs, 850-775-4150.
Bestway Portable Buildings has been your portable building specialist since 1989. Before you invest your hard-earned money someplace else, owner Jason Mulder invites you to stop by Bestway and get a quote on just about any size building. And whether you buy with Bestway or not, it's worth the trip just to meet Bestway Buddy. Say hello, buddy. Good boy. Bestway Portable Buildings, just north of Hartz Marine on 231 and online at bestwayportablebuildings.com. The best in portable, period. Tell them Buddy sent ya.
It's time to pick your path and go big and go bold from Bill Bird Kia. You can drive away in a brand new 2024 Telluride from Bill Bird Kia. The 2024 Telluride protects what matters, and it's built for the long haul. Its technology will connect with confidence, and its upscale, all-around rugged look will take you on to the next adventure. The road is yours. Bill Bird Kia, the home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by and see us today at 2435 East 15th Street or BillBirdKia.com.
Braves Baseball is sponsored by Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, Ellis Agency Insurance, and Panama City Toyota, ESPN Northwest Florida.
Braves 2, Rangers 1 into the top of the third inning. Folks, Napa is a proud partner of your Atlanta Braves with America's largest network of parts and care. Napa has all the bases covered when it comes to your ride. Got a big crowd tonight, expecting big crowds the entire weekend and throughout the homestand. Standing room only sections, it's shoulder to shoulder and deep out there. We're going to have a big crowd tonight. They've already had a lot to cheer about.
Yeah, even before the game, you could feel the energy. You know, I haven't done a game in a week, and just strolling in here and feeling that, man, it's a big crowd tonight.
I tell you, man, what has been created here with this ballpark is extremely unique and very special. Here's Leody Taveras. There's a ball inside. It starts with winning, obviously, but with the battery, this ballpark, what this team has accomplished, it is so good to get back home off the road and come home to this.
Yep.
And not just on the weekends either. And sellout crowds just about every night. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Got a miss inside to Taveras. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, anytime the World Series champs come into town, it's a little bit extra special. As you mentioned in the pregame show, the 2 out of the last 3 World Series champs are in this building tonight.
There's a 2-0 pitch. Not a miss inside. Yeah, the Braves just swept away one of the Texas teams.
That's right.
Taking 3 from the Astros in Houston. And now welcoming in the other. Chris Sale, 33 pitches. On a 3-0 count on the number 9 hitter. No deal. And he'll find the bottom of the zone with a fastball, 3-1. Leody Taveras, switch hitting center fielder, 25 years old from the Dominican. 5th year in the big leagues, all of the Rangers. There's the 3-1 pitch on the way to Taveras. That'll be fouled off. Not the first person in his family to make it to the big leagues. His cousin, Willie Taveras, had a pretty good career. Bearded left-hander Chris Sale trying to battle back and get his man. And now Taveras requests time. Marcus Semien is on deck, and he's responsible for the only Rangers run of the game as he blasted a home run back in the first inning. Here's the 3-2 from Chris Sale. And a tapper right side. That's going to find a hole. That rolls into right field for a base hit. In between Fletcher and Olson, As soon as that ball was hit, Olson started to go to first base, thinking our best shot is for our second baseman to get there. And it was out of Fletcher's reach.
Yeah, second baseman Fletcher was shaded just a little bit up the middle. So no chance to get to that one.
Well, speaking of Matt Olson, he's got a connection with the man at the plate right now. And a good story that you told me before the ball game, Darren. Here's the pitch on the way to Marcus Semien. And Semien takes a called strike. This game features the two longest active games played streaks in the big leagues in Matt Olson and Marcus Semien. For Olson, 475 consecutive games played, and for Semien, 314. But the connection's a little bit deeper than that. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way from Sale to Semien. And he'll hit one out towards center field. Acuna coming in, makes a chest-high catch, and one down. Back to first base for Tavares. But tell everybody what you told me about those two.
Yeah, talking to Matt Olson, I asked him a couple years ago, why do you try to play 162 every year? He could very easily just say, I need a couple days off. I'm getting paid either way. He said it was because of Marcus Semien, their time together with the Oakland Athletics, that just that blue-collar, workman-like, I'm going to post every day attitude really rubbed off on Matt. So that's why he strives to do that every year.
Pitch on the way to Corey Seager. And he takes a called strike. And what's interesting about that to me is how a guy young in his career can learn from a guy who'd been around 3 or 4 years, and that sticks with him, and that becomes his forever mentality in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the beautiful symbiosis between veterans and young guys.
2-1 Braves, top of the third. A big swing and a miss by Seager. You don't see him take swings like that too often.
No, he just didn't see that slider that was all the way over in the right-handed batter's box. He took a swing at it like it was a fastball right down the middle. Chris Sale still got it, man.
Yeah.
He's still got it. Just looking at his numbers, all of his numbers are saying he's still as good as he ever was.
He goes right back to that slider. He does and gets the strike 3. Seager had no shot there.
Yeah.
So Sale gets the swing and miss by Seager. And it's like Joe has said before when Sale's been on the mound. If you're a left-handed batter, man, good luck.
Yeah, that's about as close as you get to Randy Johnson in today's game. Probably a pretty flattering comparison for Chris. Just one of the best hitters in the world. You just make him look silly and miss 2 balls by a foot.
2 down for Wyatt Langford. He'll take a fastball high and outside. Randy Johnson, the reason that Chris Sale wears number 51. He had been 41 in his career, but 41 not available here, retired for Eddie Matthews. So he chose the number of his boyhood idol, Randy Johnson. That's how he's wearing 51. 1-0 pitch to Langford. Over the outside corner for a strike.
Speaking of the big unit, he recently went on Pat McAfee's show, and a guy that's not real media friendly, but he finally addressed making that bird explode so many years ago in spring training with his the fastball to the dome of the pigeon. And it's hilarious if you haven't seen it.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. It's in for a called strike. If footage like that came out now, I would think that it was some kind of created digitally or something like that.
Yeah.
Some deep fake AI stuff.
Yeah, he said he didn't know what happened. Nobody really knew until the on-deck batter picked up what was left of the pigeon, and then they kind of figured it out.
1-2 to Langford. Check swing didn't go. Thought about going after that changeup. On a 2-2 count on Langford. We're in the top of the third inning. Braves leading the Rangers 2-1. Texas with a runner at first base, 2 down. Langford 0 for 1 with a pop out to second base. 2-2 from Sale. Fouled off over by the Braves dugout. 97 on that fastball.
The conductor still got it. We figured out in spring training they call him the conductor because he punches tickets.
I like that one.
Tickets being slang for strikeouts. Great nickname.
He's got 2 strikeouts tonight. Lead at first by Tavares. 2-2 to the plate. Got him swinging strike 3. Some really silly swings in that inning for the Rangers. Now that time it was Sale's fastball that punched the ticket of Wyatt Langford. So a leadoff single and that's it. We head to the bottom of the third inning, 2-1 Braves.
Comcast County is Atlanta's sweet spot and home of the Atlanta Braves. Cobb is everything you love about being close to a world-class city with the warmth of your favorite neighborhood. Whether you're on vacation or here for business, you'll discover a place that is culturally vibrant, refreshingly diverse, and effortlessly hospitable. Cobb Travel and Tourism is your insider's guide to all there is to see and do in the area. For more information on planning your next adventure, visit travelcobb.org.
Getting ready to take on spring? Create your own outdoor oasis with legendary Steel tools. From mowers and blowers to trimmers and more, count on Steel to get it done this spring. Right now, save $30 on the American-made FS56 RCE trimmer. Real Steel. Find yours at SteelDealers.com. The FS56 RCE is made in America of U.S. and global materials. Offer valid for limited time only while supplies last. See participating dealer for details.
On my off days, the last thing I want to do is take my Ford Bronco SUV in for service. Lucky for me, there's complimentary Ford pickup and delivery and Ford mobile service.
Available for Ford owners like Michael Harris and you. So if you don't have time to spend at the dealership, no problem. Contact your local Ford dealer for assistance or to learn more. Ford pickup and delivery and Ford mobile service are offered by participating dealers and may be limited based on availability, distance, or other dealer-specific criteria. Does not include parts or repair charges. A non-operational vehicle is not eligible and will require a roadside event.
Thank you, Doubletree Suites by Hilton at the Battery Atlanta, for being a preferred hotel of the Atlanta Braves. Conveniently located within walking distance to the Atlanta Braves Stadium. Book your next stay at the Doubletree Suites by Hilton at the Battery Atlanta.
Braves 2, Rangers 1 into the bottom of the third inning here at Truist Park. Great to have you out there with us tonight. Whether you're here at the ball game or elsewhere, listening hither or yonder, it's great to have you with us here on the Braves Radio Network. And we understand tonight that we had a lot of you tuning in on Apple TV and using the Apple function where you can choose the home radio broadcast. So everyone who's tuning in that way, great to have you with us tonight. Alongside Darren O'Day, Ben Ingram here with you. Pitch misses to Orlando Arcia. 1 ball and no strikes. Pretty cool feature, isn't it?
That is.
Here's 1-0 pitch on the way to Arcia. Dropped that breaking ball in for a strike. Showed him the slider. Orlando struck out in the first inning. Had a deep battle versus Heaney. 1-1 pitch on the way. That'll miss inside. You look at where Heaney is with his pitch count, Darren. 56 pitches. And he was, up around 40 in the first inning?
Yeah. Yeah, the most pitches he's thrown in any inning this season. A lot of nervous teammates down there in the Texas bullpen.
2-1 in for a called strike.
In between innings, I was thinking about Matt Olson's quest to play 162 every season. I remember in 2022, Snit actually gave him a game off.
2-2, right on it, but fouled back.
It was late in the season. He was scuffling a little bit. It was an extended slump, so Snit said, all right, you're going to sit this game. He was the worst bench guy. He didn't know what to do with himself. He's walking around being annoying. From the reports I was told.
Here's 2-2. Arcia fouls that off.
It's just funny that he didn't know how to sit the bench.
Yeah.
Because he plays every day. Which you take it for granted. Every day you can pencil Matt Olson in at first base.
That makes sense. I mean, I'm not out there. What am I supposed to do with myself for the next 9 innings?
He didn't know what to do with his hands at all, like Ricky Bobby.
Here's a 2-2 pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia. No foul went off.
And he ended up getting in that game, I think, because Snit was just tired of him annoying everybody in the dugout.
Funny thing is, Snit would probably admit as much.
Yeah.
I remember there'd be times where Snit was thinking, I need to get Guillermo Heredia in a ball game because I'm tired of listening to him talk.
Oh, what a guy. What a great teammate to have. Cheerleader is so positive, man. Good bench guy.
2-2, and he pops one up on the infield. Seager and Smith, that's their side of the infield. And this is the shortstop's ball. Seager's got it 1 down. Hey, Atlanta, it's the little things we do together that can make a big difference. Atlanta area Chick-fil-A restaurants are teaming up with the Atlanta Braves Foundation on the Home Plate Project to help fight food security for families in need. So we'd love for you to show your support by visiting braves.com/homeplate to learn more about food distributions in your area. Austin Riley up there. He'll take a ball low. Braves 2, Rangers 1. as we're in the bottom of the third inning. 1-0 to Riley. Just a little bit high and outside. On a 2-0 count. Interesting thing about where Haney is right now. We keep mentioning his pitch count. This is pitch number 64 on the way. And Austin Riley hits it way up into the air to shallow right field. Adolis Garcia with his neon orange cleats trotting in over to his right, makes the catch, and 2 down. Interesting thing is, this is a really beaten down Rangers bullpen right now, and they're without several options. Kirby Yates appeared in 3 of the last 4 games in Detroit, and you'd imagine that he's down today. Jose Urena threw 3 scoreless frames of relief for Jack Leiter on Thursday, and who knows if he's available or not. So when it comes to some of their pin options, as Olsen hits one way up in the air to right field. Adolis Garcia looking up into the twilight sky, makes the catch, and that's a 1-2-3 inning. But more of those pitches total up, they might be scrambling for options to what has been a pretty weary bullpen. Way into the top of the 4th inning, 2-1 Braves.
PCB Hobby, the beach's premier hobby store for sports cards, comics, coins, and trading card games. PCB Hobby carries the largest selection of boxes and packs from the latest releases of brands like Topps, Panini, Leaf, and more. Looking for a specific player or team? PCB Hobby has a wide assortment of raw and graded cards. They carry parallel rookie, game used, and autographed cards in both modern and vintage. Have a collection you want to sell? We buy, sell, and trade. PCB Hobby on Back Beach Road, just east of Florida Linen. Call 850-320-8388.
If you spend any time at all in your yard, you're going to encounter fire ants.
We know they can ruin a party. That's why we're this area's experts at fire ant elimination.
As your certified top choice professional, we will rid your yard of these unwanted invaders. Brock Pest is so sure they will get rid of fire ants that they offer a 1-year guarantee.
Enjoy your yard fire ant free. We guarantee it. Give us a call for your free consultation.
Brock Lawn and Pest Control, our family protecting yours since 1968.
It's time for a new kitchen from Kitchen Designs. Kitchen Designs in Panama City Beach and Santa Rosa Beach offers full-service cabinets, countertops, and flooring, plus cash and carry cabinets available the very next day. Kitchen Designs has been family-owned and operated for over 20 years. Visit their showroom at 7934 Front Beach Road and on Lynn Drive in Santa Rosa Beach. Or call Kitchen Designs, 850-775-4150.
This is Caveman Rick. Join me in the Afternoon Underdogs. We're live and local, weekdays 4 to 6, right here on ESPN Northwest Florida. Now back to the Braves.
Braves 2, Rangers 1 into the top of the 4th inning. Folks, Northside Hospital. For a healthier future together, look to Northside. Ben Ingram, Darren O'Day, and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick with you. First game of this series, Braves and the Rangers. It'll be the middle 3 for the Rangers due up here in the top of the 4th inning versus Chris Sale. And he's facing Adolis Garcia, Jonah Heim, and Ezekiel Duran. Garcia 0 for 1, had a ground out to third base. That was that spectacular play made by Riley to end the first inning. Not sure if Matt Olson kept the toe on the bag, but you know what? It went the Braves' way. So as far as we're concerned, got that toe down somehow. There's a called strike on Garcia. Sure you remember the older brother of Adolis Garcia, Adonis, who was with the Braves for a little while. 2015 through 2017. 0-1 to Garcia. That'll be sent down the third baseline foul. The nickname for Adolis Garcia is El Bombi. And that looks like it'd be the Spanish version of the bomb. And looking at his physique, that would be fitting. But that's not at all what Bombi means. It's actually short for the Spanish word of bombilla. Time taken by El Bombi. And bombilla means light bulb in Spanish. And since Garcia's head was perceived to be the same shape as a light bulb, he was given the name El Bombi. Sounds a lot cooler than it really is. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Garcia waves and misses, and the light bulb is turned off right there by Chris Sale.
Right? Who needs enemies when you have friends like that? That's great. I figured it meant something with home run or bomb.
Yeah.
It's funny, you listen to the Rangers talk about him, and they actually call him Bombi. They don't say Adolis Garcia, they say Bombi's in right.
It's a cool nickname.
It is.
It really is. And a guy who looks like that, you don't make fun of him too long.
Nah.
Jonah Heim will send one foul on the third base line. It's now 3 straight strikeouts for Chris Sale going back to the 3rd inning. In fact, he's got 4 in the ball game. And these are really strikeouts that should come with an exclamation mark. They have been some really nasty swings. I mean, swings that these Ranger players would probably be embarrassed by. 0-1 is up and in, 1-1.
Something I noticed in his last start, Chris Sale's last start, is he almost doubled his changeup usage. He's already thrown a couple good ones tonight. He threw one there to Adolis Garcia to set up the high fastball, put-away pitch.
1-1, swung on, missed, up and in with a slider.
Yeah, it looks like, as this game's gone on, Chris has really found his stride, and he's making some hitters take some silly swings, as you mentioned.
Looking for 4 straight strikeouts. 1-2 from Sale. A little bit low. Not a bad idea with that slider. A 2-2 count. 2 runs on 2 hits for the Braves. 1 run on 2 hits for the Rangers. As we are in the top of the 4th inning. Sale's 2-2. And that's popped up harmlessly. Right field. Going out Fletcher. Coming in Acuna. That's Ronald's ball. He's got it for the 2nd out here in the top of the 4th inning. 2 away for Ezekiel Duran. Marcus Semien hit the home run in the 1st inning. Josh Smith walked. Leody Taveras had a single. And everybody else has been retired by Sale. Got himself a 1-run lead. Lefty-righty matchup. And Duran takes a first pitch strike. Duran, a .216 hitter. Send one foul over by the Rangers dugout. Make it an 0-2 count. Sale rubbing up a brand new Pearl. Way ahead of Duran. Braves in the bottom of the inning will have Ozuna, Duvall, and Harris due up. And Sale trying to get him there with his 2-1 lead. Way ahead and the 0-2 on the way. Got him swinging. Used the slider again. And he gets another strikeout. That's 5 in the ball game for Sale. And it's a 1-2-3 top of the 4th. We're headed to the bottom of the inning. Braves 2, Rangers 1.
City of Hope. We're more than just a top-ranked cancer hospital. For over 100 years, we've been making breakthroughs, pushing the limits of what's possible, targeting cancer at the molecular level, pioneering treatments used worldwide. At City of Hope, your entire cancer-fighting team is bound together by a single mission, to cure your cancer. And now City of Hope is closer than ever, providing patients in Metro Atlanta the cancer care they deserve. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
We're number 1. We're number 1. I'm Cordy, Cortland's spokespug and number 1 Braves fan. We all know that the Braves are number 1. Did you also know that Cortland is number 1? Cortland is ranked number 1 apartment brand on Reputation.com because of the best living spaces and amazing resident service. You know what else is number 1? Hot dogs and ball fetching and more hot dogs. Cortland, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Find your new apartment home at Cortland.com.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. And since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, even in my super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my favorite...
Ha! Found ya.
How?
You left Find My tablet on.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speeds vary.
Builders and developers, do you have a project that needs a cultural resources survey? Contact Wiregrass Archaeological Consultants at diggingintothepast.com. That's diggingintothepast.com.
2-1 ball game since the end of the second inning. We head to the bottom of the fourth inning. It'll be Ozuna, Duvall, and Harris due up for the Braves. Hey, Braves fans, catch every pitch with the fastest internet and a reliable connection you can count on in the clutch, even during peak hours. The next generation Xfinity 10G network. Marcell Ozuna drove in a run back in the first inning. That was his 24th RBI of the year. First pitch to Ozuna. He'll hit one out towards deep center field. Tavares going back to the warning track. Has room, makes it over the shoulder catch, and gently into the padded wall in front of the Braves bullpen.
I'll tell you what, he's on some kind of a heater because that looked like an end of the bat, out in front swing on a first pitch curveball, and it was 106 off the bat.
Sounded like that too.
And took it all the way to the warning track. What I love about his swing, if you get to see it, look at how his wrists work. He's got such strong forearms. He really whips the bat through the zone.
Adam Duvall climbing in. He'll swing at the first pitch and send it foul.
It's like he can wait, and then just fire his hands and hit a ball hard even if he's out on his front foot. Hit it at 106 and hit it 397 feet.
Yeah, it's been something to behold, man. He's been hitting over 380 in the midst of this streak. There's a ball low. You and I just were curious before the game.
Yeah.
And started looking up what his numbers are for his last 162 games. Because he's been so hot for the last really calendar year. That'll be fouled back. Last April was probably the worst month he's ever had in his life.
Yeah.
But since then, he's really turned it around. His last 2 months of the season last year, August and September, scorching hot. And everything he did then, he's brought over into the first month of this season. There's the 1-2 pitch on the way. And Duvall takes one inside. And what we decided to do was to go back to May 1 and bring it to present day. And he was hitting like 305 with 48 home runs. Is that what it was? 2-2 pitch fouled off.
304, 46 homers, 165 hits. I mean, the reason I was thinking about it before the game on my drive in is that, Ronald obviously won the MVP last year. Matt Olson was in the conversation. Austin Riley is always somewhere in the top 10 and could someday work himself into that conversation. But if Marcell continues his production, he's on pace for 76 homers or something ridiculous. You're going to have to wonder if a DH can actually merit MVP consideration.
Right.
Because he's not adding value by playing defense. But I'd love to see what happens if he continues that production.
2-2 pitches fouled back. Well, that's the cool thing with the Braves. I think there are lots of teams out there where you say, okay, who do you forecast to be your best candidate to perhaps win the MVP this year? And a lot of teams might have one guy, two. For the Braves, you got half a dozen guys.
Yeah.
You can make a case for, hey, this could be Michael Harris's year. Ronald Acuna could do it again. Riley and Olson, of course, always capable. Ozuna, like you mentioned, with what he's had going on. There's a 2-2 pitch on the way to Adam Duvall. And he'll hit one high in the air to shallow left. And this pop-up will be caught by Corey Seager, and 2 down here in the inning.
In the past few years, I've heard whispers of other teams suspecting the Braves of some sort of cheating scheme, which baseball has a history of here in the last 10 years. And I tell other guys, hey, no, they're just that good. They just hit. And there's something about, and they all get the protection of each other in the lineup. There's no easy spots. There's no weak points where you can just put in a number 7 reliever to get them out.
Michael Harris swings to the first pitch, and he too will pop one up in the infield. Well, the Braves, with a couple of pop-outs, will see the inning come to an end. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Andrew Haney, his second in a row. We've completed 4 innings, and we head to the top of the 5th inning with the Braves leading the Rangers 2-1.
Bestway Portable Buildings has been your portable building specialist since 1989. Before you invest your hard-earned money someplace else, owner Jason Mulder invites you to stop by Bestway and get a quote on just about any size building. And whether you buy with Bestway or not, it's worth the trip just to meet Bestway Buddy. Say hello, buddy. Good boy. Bestway Portable Buildings, just north of Hartz Marine on 231, and online at bestwayportablebuildings.com. The best in portable, period. Tell them Buddy sent ya.
It's time for a new kitchen from Kitchen Designs. Kitchen Designs in Panama City Beach and Santa Rosa Beach offers full-service cabinets, countertops, and flooring, plus cash and carry cabinets available the very next day. Kitchen Designs has been family-owned and operated for over 20 years. Visit their showroom at 7934 Front Beach Road and on Lynn Drive in Santa Rosa Beach. Or call Kitchen Designs, 850-775-4150.
Ready to save big on the #1 selling car brand in the world? We've extended our best deals of the year throughout the month of April. Get 2.99% APR plus 90 days until you make your first payment on a new Camry. Get 2.99% on the sporty Corolla. Ready for 2.99% on a new RAV4? And get 2.99% on the tough Tundra. Wherever life leads, there's a Toyota for you. Right here at Panama City Toyota.
Offer expires April 30th. For details, visit PanamaCityToyota.com.
The Atlanta Braves.
A grand slam off the pole.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
2-1 Braves into the top of the 5th inning. 7-8-9 coming up with the Rangers. That'll be Smith, Wenzel, and Tavares. Folks have bold flavors, something you're after, and Darren and I both are all the time. Grab a bottle or 10 of the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold. You know, down the hallway before the game, we had some nice gumbo and sausage.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect for that Louisiana hot sauce. Would have even gone great on that turkey sandwich we had as well.
That's right.
Jazz that thing up. There's Josh Smith to lead it off for Texas. He walked back in the 2nd inning on the first pitch in for a called strike. A couple of southpaws on the mound tonight. Sale for the Braves, Heaney for the Rangers. Heaney has settled in. Sale has been on a roll as he's retired 6 straight. Nothing wrong with that pitch. Got a fastball over for a strike. If you had to guess, what percentage of the world's population do you think is left-handed?
Why do you always get my trivia questions? I'm never going to get this right. 12%.
That is exactly right.
I win.
It's exactly 12%. 0-2 to Smith. That'll be fouled off.
You can't hear it, but I'm doing a victory dance over here. I finally got one of your trivia questions
He's
right.
always the asker of the trivia, never the answer of the trivia, and this time he nailed it.
Oh. I should quit now.
You should. You're batting 1,000 tonight. 0-2 on the way to Josh Smith. That'll miss low and outside. 60% of all left-handed people are men.
Huh.
And then furthermore, as I was reading about this, the United States has a population just over 13% of left-handed people. There's only one country in the world with more left-handed people than the United States. There's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Josh Smith. That'll be roped down the right field line and foul. And that's the Netherlands. And I don't know why, but they have the most left-handed people per capita than any country in the world.
Very interesting.
I figured it'd be us just because of the baseball influence and dads out there wanting their kids to be left-handed.
Yeah.
13.1% of the United States population left-handed. Lefty Chris Sale in search of his 6th strikeout of the ball game. Just hanging alive Josh Smith. He swings and fouls one back, lost his helmet on the swing. I think he snapped the ear flap extension off for a second, snaps it back on. He's got that ear flap extension that goes all the way down his jawline to the base of his chin. One-two to Smith. Turned on, sent foul up into the second deck down the right field line.
I got a left-handed story, Ben.
Okay.
For our listeners who don't know, I played Major League Baseball for 15 seasons, so you would assume I'm somewhat athletic, maybe had athletic parents. My dad, who's left-handed, went to play his first game of baseball when he was a little guy, 5, 6 years old.
1-2 to Smith, and sent foul again. Lost his helmet again.
His name's Ralph, which is a great name, first of all. And he was so bad at throwing, his coach said, hey, maybe you're right-handed. So now my dad can throw pretty poorly with both hands.
Really?
Yeah. So when I would play catch with him growing up, which, he's a great baseball dad. Took me to practice, played catch with me. He could play with either hand. Poorly.
But play nonetheless.
How about the coach telling him, hey, you're not left-handed, you're right-handed.
What we're seeing is terrible. You need to switch it around. There's a 1-2 to Josh Smith, and he'll send one foul on the first baseline. Is Ralph listening tonight?
Of course.
Very good.
Now, Mama O'Day, she's got a hell of an arm, okay? So watch out. No, that's a joke. I don't know where I got it from, but not my dad. Glad he's listening tonight, too.
I hope they're doing well. We got to meet Ralph last year.
Yeah.
Came up to the booth. Good to have him aboard out there tonight. 2-1 Braves are in the top of the 5th inning. 1-2 to Smith. There's a little poke out towards third. Not a problem at all. Austin Riley's got it. Floated its way out there to his glove and one down here in the 5th inning.
We talked a lot in spring training about what makes Chris Sale good, and I think that's worth revisiting. It's, he's got an unorthodox delivery with elbows and knees flying everywhere. And he's tall. He's got a low arm slot. So there's deception there, and he throws hard, so that's stuff. He's got a great slider. But he also commands it well, and he adds and subtracts from his pitches, which produces all these funny swings and misses we're seeing.
Wenzel takes ball inside. So you put all that in with his release point.
Yeah. So deception, stuff, command, and he adds and subtracts to all of his off-speed pitches and his fastball. Sometimes it's 93, sometimes it's 97 when he needs it.
1-0 from Sale, and a ground ball weakly out to short. Smothering that is Arcia, and he throws over to first base for the out. And that's now 8 straight sat down by Chris Sale.
We mentioned the similarity to Randy Johnson, the big unit, who for the first half of his career really struggled with command. Mm-hmm. They didn't know if he was ever going to be able to get that 6'10 frame to be able to throw strikes. Well, Chris Sale's really never had a problem with that. He's always around the strike zone. So really, really good kinesthetic awareness and able to pitch and add and subtract.
Leody Tavares takes the first pitch strike. Well, the interesting thing about that to me is you'll have a pitching coach, but every now and then a guy who's extremely unique will come along where, sure, a pitching coach can talk to him and give him all sorts of tutelage and advice and things like that. 0-1 pitch, that'll be swung on and tipped into the mid for a strike, but no one else throws like you.
Right.
So to a degree, you have to be your own pitching coach.
Yep. Yeah, really fun to watch him. Age 35, knock on wood, stays healthy. It's going to be fun to watch him over a full season here.
0-2 on the way. Boy, what was wrong with that? Oh, a delayed strike 3. Adam Beck waited about 2.5 beats, and then he rings him up. Better late than never, Adam Beck.
I think he saw 9 Braves fielders walking off the field and knew he'd missed that one.
I better do my part here. Oh, he even fooled the umpire. It's a 1-2-3 inning. We're halfway home. It's 2-1 Braves.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to the ballpark, dog park, or amusement park, driving range or drive-in theater, Saturday morning soccer or Sunday brunch, Citgo top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline gets you where you're going and keeps your engine running cleaner and smoother along the way. Whether you're traveling near or far, when you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Good to go.
Swing into action this baseball season with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app and the official partner of the Atlanta Braves. With Prize Picks, all it takes is a few taps on your phone to join the action and win up to 100 times your cash. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and place your entry. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Picks app and use code BRAVES. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
In real estate, it's all about the amenities. I should know. I'm an agent.
At Hyundai, all of our models offer first-class features, like Android Auto, an available Bose premium audio system, heated front and rear seats, and wireless device charging.
It's like an upscale home on wheels in here.
It's your journey. Own every mile.
Lease at Tucson for $209 a month, or get 3.79% APR for 60 months, or $1,250 bonus cash. Hyundai is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Offers end April 30th. Call 813-867-0006 for complete offer details.
The Atlanta Braves Kids Club is a free program for Braves fans 14 and under. Visit Braves.com/kids to learn more.
a Friday night. Great to have you with us. A 2-1 lead for the Braves. It'll be Darno, Fletcher, and Acuna here in the 5th inning. Folks, you need all the energy you can get for game day. At Georgia Power, we know that energy costs are an important part of every budget. And we're committed to providing tools and assistance to make a difference so you can save energy for the game. Learn more at georgiapower.com/myenergy. Travis Darno 1 for 1 with a home run. The first pitch on the way from Heaney. Swung on, and he might have just done it again. Way back it goes. Travis Darno deep downtown. It's another solo homer. And a 3-1 Braves lead.
Yeah, Heaney was kind of cruising last 2 innings and then laid that first pitch curveball. Travis hit it out to the Hank Aaron Terrace, couple rows deep up there. That was a big boy. Hey, Ben. Nice assist tonight on the home run call.
I mean, I was thinking maybe one homer.
Yeah.
He's completely outdone us all.
Let's get
Two-homer
greedy.
night.
Yeah.
Travis Darno setting off this Friday night fireworks show early. He's gone deep 2 times in the ball game, his first 2 homers of the year. There's a call strike on David Fletcher, and just a reminder, that's going to increase your discount tomorrow at Tire Discounters. So stick around after the ball game of the Hyundai postgame show to see exactly how much you'll save at Tire Discounters. David Fletcher takes called strike.
It marks his 8th career multi-home run game and his first since June 16th.
8th time in Travis's career he's had a multi-home run game.
8th career multi-home run game for Travis Darno.
0-2 to Fletcher. We'll send one foul into the screen above the Braves dugout. Braves. 0-2 on the way to Fletcher. There's a called third strike. Pretty good pitch by Heaney. Got a fastball at the bottom of the zone.
Yeah, that was a great pitch. David Fletcher is one of the toughest guys in the league to strike out. I remember old scouting reports. I had a pitching coach tell us, don't even try to strike him out. You'll just waste your pitches. Because every year he was in a single-digit strikeout rate.
To the top of the order to Ronald Acuna. Takes the ball outside. Let's see, that strikeout of Fletcher, the 4th of the night for Andrew Heaney. Acuna, the big violent swing, missed a fastball. We saw Ronald hit his first home run on the last road trip. And I'm kind of right there with you on the thought about the floodgates coming open for Ronald with a home run ball now. He swings and misses. And of course, we know he's capable of that, but that's what we saw last year, especially the second half of the season, as he was pursuing the 40-70 campaign.
And not just that he hit a home run, it's that I love that he hit it to center, the deepest part of the park, and also it was a breaking ball that he stayed on and he stayed through. And to be able to do that to center field, you got to be on it.
Ball low and outside.
I mean, that means your process is correct. You know, to be able to, that ball is spinning away from you, and for you to flush it and hit it to the deepest part of, Minute Maid Park, where there used to be the Coys Hill, is pretty impressive.
2-2 to Acuna. Check swing, they appeal, and he didn't go. Ronald was so convinced that he didn't go that he pointed to the first base umpire before Jonah Heim did. So he said, go ahead, check with him. I didn't go. And the payoff pitch on the way to Acuna. Check swing, and they ring him up for a called third strike. Looked like a good pitch.
Yeah, Heaney settled down a little bit, and he's hitting the edges of the zone here, making the hitters make decisions. That's why you see the two looking strikeouts. That, for me, wasn't really a swing, even though it might go down as a swinging strikeout. That's what good pitchers do. They make the hitters try to decide, ball or strike.
Orlando Arcia takes a ball low and inside. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Braves, and 2 men left on base. And for the Rangers, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, also 2 men left on base. Arcia sends one foul up into the second deck down the first base line. Austin Pruitt is now up and tossing for the Rangers. For Heaney, this will be his 88th pitch of the ball game. 1-1 on the way. That'll miss high and outside. And if he finds a way to get through 5, that'd be a small miracle in itself, the way that things started in the first inning or so.
The first time he's done that all year.
Yeah. There's a 2-1 pitch. That swung on and missed. I mean, you look at about About half of his pitches were used there in that first inning.
Yeah.
And it was looking like it was going to be a really tough game to navigate through for Bruce Bochy there in the first inning. He had to go to his bullpen by the third. And like we mentioned, this is a very weary bullpen as it is. 2 to Arcia. And he'll get under it. Popped it up. Down the first baseline. Duran coming in. And now drifting to his right. Makes the catch halfway between first and the mound. Well, the Braves get a home run again from Travis d'Arnaud. His second of the night. We head to the top of the 6th inning. 3-1 Braves.
So you've heard the saying that if you love your job, you'll never have to work? Well, it's true.
I've worked for Brock Lawn and Pest Control for many years. The commitment to the needs of customers
and their commitment to each employee makes Brock a company I'm very proud to be a part of.
Brock's core values are also mine. Give people more than they expect and always honor your promises.
This isn't a job, it's a service to help people live a healthier lifestyle.
Brock Lawn and Pest Control, our family protecting your family.
Hello, this is Rick Wasser with RV of Panama City, your local Stormore portable building dealer, located at 2241 East Baldwin Road. Shopping for a garage, portable building, cabin? We build them anywhere from 8 to 16 foot wide, 10 feet to 60 feet long. We can do insulation, electricity, transom dormers, thermal windows. Come, let's customize a building together. Rick Vossen, Stormore Portable Building Dealer, Panama City.
It's time to pick your path and go big and go bold from Bill Bird Kia. You can drive away in a brand new 2024 Telluride from Bill Bird Kia. The 2024 Telluride protects what matters, and it's built for the long haul. Its technology will connect with confidence, and its upscale, all-around rugged look will take you on to the next adventure. The road is yours. Bill Bird Kia, the home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Stop by and see us today at 2435 East 15th Street or BillBirdKia.com.
Atlanta Braves baseball is sponsored locally by Bill Bird Kia, Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, Mid-South Lumber, Stormore Portable Buildings, and ESPN Northwest Florida. 3-1 Braves, top of the 6th inning. Back to the top of the order. Chris Sale about to see this order for the 3rd time. And the only tally the Rangers had tonight came on their first batter of the ballgame. Marcus Semien hit a home run over the left field wall. And since then, they've not had a runner beyond first base in the ballgame versus Sale. To be quite honest, Darren, I mean, you saw the pitch better than I did. I don't know that the pitch to Semien was really all that bad, but he's been really good ever since then.
Yeah, just, we saw Heaney struggle in the first. Sometimes it takes a little bit for a starting pitcher to really feel the flow.
Here is Semien. Take a called strike. It's 0-1 on him. Cole Winn, a right-hander, also tossing for the Rangers. Could be it for Heaney. 3-1 Braves, top of the 6th inning. Pitch from Sale, comebacker off the glove of Sale, trickling back behind the mound, and Semien safe. Well, Fletcher, the second baseman, was playing up the middle. If that gets through Sale, probably an easy 4-3 out. Of course, you can't fault Chris for going after that.
Yeah.
Right back to him. That'll be a base hit by Semien to get it going for the Rangers here in the 6th inning. Corey Seager to the plate. Oh, this guy was electric last season in the postseason, and he's got a knack for that in his career. Tremendous talent. Seager pops one up, shallow center. Coming in Harris, still coming in, and Michael makes the catch, dashing between Duvall and Arcia. Well, that looked dangerous there for a second. I thought they might collide, but Harris able to go through freely. One down here in the inning.
Yeah, the center fielder has the priority in the outfield. So that was properly played by Duvall. He could have caught it as well, but I'm sure Michael was calling it all the way. And Adam listened at the last second.
1 on, 1 out, top of the 6th inning. Here's Wyatt Langford. Waves the bat, back behind his right ear, tapping it on his right shoulder. Pitch from Sale, fastball low. We were telling you about Langford earlier. Just 22 years old. He's from Trenton, Florida. And he was a 3-sport star in high school. It wasn't just baseball, basketball, football. He was an outstanding talent and the 4th overall pick out of the University of Florida just last year.
side. 2 balls and no strikes. Rangers last season had contributions from everybody en route to winning the World Series. Langford not the only young man who's coming up in their organization that they're thrilled with. Think about some of the young guns they had last season. 2-0 pitch on the way. That'll be floated out towards right center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Around second, heading for third is Simeon. And misplayed slightly by Acuna. But it'll be a single by Langford. Simeon was heading to third base either way.
Then Wyatt Langford only had 44 games in the minor leagues before making his debut this year. And there's only 2 position players in the history of major leagues that have less games than that before making their debut. Any guesses?
2?
Just 2.
By the way, that was Harris that had that ball kick off his wrist. So just 2 players have had
less than 44 minor league games before being called up to the major leagues.
Garcia will hit one out towards left center field. That's down for a base hit. Simeon will score. That's going to roll all the way to the wall. This is going to tie the game. Langford racing for the plate. And he's in there. And the double by Garcia makes it a 3-3 affair here in the top of the 6th inning. So Garcia, his 3rd trip to the plate versus Sale, finds some success after a ground out and a strikeout. And that double gives him RBIs 19 and 20 on the season. And we're back where we started, 3 apiece. All right, who you got?
Pitching's hard at this level. That happened real quick, right?
It did.
Yeah. Sale was cruising and a couple knocks and then a 108-mile-an-hour missile into the gap. So one of my favorite players as a kid, Pete Incaviglia, had 0 games in the minor leagues.
Out of Oklahoma State, right?
Yeah. I loved him because he just swung for the fences, didn't care about hitting singles.
Had a great mullet. There's a call strike on Jonah High.
Yeah. And then John Olerud only played 6 games in the minor leagues.
That's moving fast.
Yeah. So that's the kind of player the Rangers think Langford is.
Mm-hmm. Only 1 down. And the 0-1 to Jonah Heim. And that'll be hit out towards right field. Acuna drifting back. He's at the warning track. Makes a shoulder high catch. And 2 away here in the 6th inning. Some hard hit balls here in the 6th inning, and outside of the home run by Simeon, and the first 5 innings of the ball game, Darren, not a lot of loud contact. So this 3rd trip through, these guys have gotten their bats in tune with Chris Sale.
Yeah, sure seems like it. A lot of good swings this inning, a lot of hard hits. Langford's ball not particularly hard hit, or Simeon's for that matter.
And Duran will take a called strike. Unfortunately, the ball that Heim hit was directly to Ronald. Just need 1 out. It's a 3-3 ball game as we're in the top of the 6th inning. 0-1 from Sale. Look out over there by the Braves dugout on a foul ball. 0-2. Now Chris needs 1 more good bullet to fire past the batter, Duran, and get out of this little jam. To get out of the top of the 6th inning with the ball game tied. Garcia down at second, ready to run on contact. Sale has 6 strikeouts in the ball game. And his 0-2 pitch on the way to Ezekiel Duran, and now time called by Duran. Now Jacob Latz, a left-hander, is tossing for the Rangers. They've had 3 different guys warming up over the last 15 minutes. We'll see what happens in the bottom of the 6th inning. What matters right now is this next pitch, and the 0-2 from Sale to Duran. Lefty brings it. Got him swinging. Well, that's $1 million pitch right there. Down and in with a slider. Rolled away from Travis just a foot or so, and he picks it up, fires down, and secures the strikeout. And that ends the top of the 6th inning. But the Rangers tie the game with a 2 RBI double by Garcia. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's a 3-3 ball game.
Hey Braves fans, spring and warm weather are officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow Exterminators protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves, so you know that you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Napa! Nothing matches the drive of Braves country. From the energy of the crowd to our passion for the open road. That's why Napa has all your automotive bases covered with the solutions you need to keep moving. With nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care. And as a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves, we're here to make sure that drive never stops.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota. Let's go places. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE for $329 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through April 30th, 2024. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $36.28 to its signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
The Aloft at the Battery Atlanta looks forward to welcoming you for all your travel needs and are committed to safety and cleanliness. Aloft Hotels, different by design.
It's a 3-3 ball game here in Atlanta as we head to the bottom of the sixth inning. New pitcher is Jacob Latz. Tell you about him in a moment. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Braves Radio Network.
WPLQ Port St. Joe, WGSX Lynn, powered by Panama City Toyota.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Austin Riley leading off with the Braves. He'll be followed by Matt Olson and Marcell Ozuna here in the Georgia Lottery home run jackpot inning. And the new pitcher is the left-hander Jacob Latz, L-A-T-Z. 6'2", 185 left-hander out of Lamont, Illinois. First pitch to Riley misses high. Went to Kent State and then went to LSU. And Latz on for the 10th time this season. He's been very good. He's allowed 1 run in 9 2/3 of an inning this season. So a sub-1 ERA, scattered 8 hits. There's a line shot taken on 1 bounce by Josh Smith at third. Throws over to first base. And 1 down here in the inning as Riley grounds out. But another number on Latz. Just 2 walks allowed. 9 strikeouts in 9 2/3. So he's made really quick work out of opposing hitters. And he hasn't allowed too many base runners at all.
Yeah, I'm looking at his numbers here. He's got a mid-90s heater and that changeup he just got Riley to ground out to third with. Probably his best off-speed.
Wilson with a check swing. They appeal, and he did go, says Ben May down at third base. Well, this is the Georgia Lottery home run jackpot inning, and if the Braves go deep, then Mike Dangler in Snellville, Georgia, win $3,250. Well, 1 pitch on the way, and Olson swings and misses. Do you know Mike?
I don't.
Not familiar with Mike Dangler?
I know John Dangle, Reno 911.
Yeah, Mike Dangler out of Snellville. Here's our contestant. If the Braves go deep, he wins 3,250 big ones. And if you'd like to enter for your chance to win at least $1,000 from the Georgia Lottery, visit 680thefan.com/GA Lottery. Georgia Lottery, today could be the day. 2 outside. If Latz dangles 1 here, Dangler becomes a winner. You can't handle it, can you?
I'm just thinking about middle school for Mike Dangler.
He's probably glad that that's over with.
Yeah.
1-2 to Olson. That'll miss low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I mean, the punishment had to be terrible, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Middle school's tough, huh?
Middle school's very tough. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There it is from Latz. That'll miss outside. Nipping for the outside corner with a fastball. Olson 0 for 2 tonight. Had a pop out to third, also fly it out to right field. And he'll be followed by Marcell Ozuna. 3 apiece, bottom of the 6th inning. 3-2, and he pops 1 up foul. That's flying high and deep over the stands down the third baseline. fouled off again. Out the identical spot. Olsen had a few struggles in Houston. 1 for 11 in that series. So 1 for his last 13, adding in his 2 ABs tonight. So he's due to snap out of it. 3-2 pitch on the way. That's outside for ball 4. That's a good step in the right direction. Get a 1-out walk.
Yeah, that was a really nice at-bat by Olsen. Fouling off a couple tough fastballs at the top of the zone and then taking a slider away for the walk. Not an easy guy to do it against. Latz looks like he's got pretty good stuff for a young guy. Working on the corners, throwing a nice breaking ball and a good changeup.
Yeah, these Braves hitters all seen him for the first time. There's only one Brave in the lineup who has seen Latz. That's David Fletcher. Marcell Ozuna takes a called strike. And even Fletcher's only had 1 plate appearance against him, and that was a walk. So really, these guys have never seen him. That would be to the pitcher's advantage, but this is a lineup that figures out pitchers very quickly. 3-3 game, bottom of the 6th inning. Oh, 1 is low. 1-1 on Ozuna. Marcell did extend the hitting streak to a career-best 17 games with his RBI single back in the first inning. And he did it with 2 outs. So that's something that we noted back in the first inning, how good he's been in general, but especially with 2 outs in an inning. Only 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1-1 is high. 2 balls and a strike. And it really falls in line with what the Braves have been doing with 2 outs anyway. They've been crushing the baseball, but Ozuna, he's been leading the parade regardless of how many outs are on the board. That RBI back in the first inning, his 24th of the season. Waiting on Latz. Here it comes, and a huge swing and a miss. Went down and away with a changeup. Pretty good pitch.
Yeah, he really, changeup is sold with the arm speed, and Latz does a good job. When I say arm speed, it means your whole body and especially your arm is moving the same speed as it does on your fastball, and you just rely on the grip to take the speed off of the ball.
Two pitch. High ball 3. Went back to the fastball. This will be a big pitch coming up right here. Think he goes back to the changeup?
I think so. I think it's his best pitch, and 3-2 is a good count for a changeup.
3-2. That's low ball 4. He did go to the changeup, but it wasn't a good one. And a good keen eye by Ozuna. So back-to-back walks allowed by Latz. Now Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, going to walk out there to the mound.
Bet you Darley puts his hand on Latz's right shoulder.
Okay.
Mike Maddox was my pitching coach for 3 years.
You know this drill. Oh, there. Oh, the left shoulder.
That's his right. That's
you told me about the right. Okay, I say. I was thinking the right arm of Maddox. You're thinking the shoulder of the pitcher. And he started to massage that lat of Latz.
Yeah. Mike Maddox, one of the great characters of Major League Baseball. Just something new every day. Obviously, Greg Maddox, his brother. They're cut from the same cloth, jokesters, but Mike, when he makes a mound visit, likes to put his hand on your shoulder, and some veteran pitchers didn't really care for it back when we were playing for him. So they would purposely dodge it when he came out there, and he would whiff the shoulder.
Him?
Yeah.
All right, 1 down for Adam Duvall, trying to give the Braves the lead again. Duvall swings and pops one up on the infield. Latz is under it. Now, who's going to get it? This will be taken by the third baseman, Smith, right there at the foot of the mound. Well, for a while, Latz was hanging in there like he wanted to catch it, and he had Duran coming to his left, and he had Smith coming to his right. For a second, it looked like there might be a 3-way collision.
That's infield fly anyways. I think he's trying a little too hard there, Ben. Those guys get paid to catch pop-ups. Let's let them get their work in.
So it's up to Michael Harris. He'll have to face another lefty. First pitch in there for a called strike. Where did you say you had Mike Maddox again?
when I was a Texas Ranger.
Okay.
2009, 10, and 11.
Wanda Harris low and outside. Did you like him as a pitching coach?
I did. I got along with him on a personal level very well. And because of the way I threw, which is sidearm, that we didn't do a lot of work on my mechanics, but I enjoyed. He really excels at attacking, creating a game plan to attack the opposing lineup, which I always appreciated.
1-1 to Harris. And he's on the attack, and he sends one to right field for a base hit. Olsen getting a stop sign at third base. Throw out of right field by Garcia, taken right there outside the left-hand batter's box by Jonah Heim. Certainly some guys on this lineup who get the green light there. Olsen not one of them.
Yeah, Dallas Garcia, extremely good throwing arm. That's a plus throwing arm in right field, and Matt would have been out by 10, 12 feet there. Matt not being the speediest runner, but Garcia, strong and accurate arm in right field.
Well, climbing in now is the hottest man of them all tonight, Travis d'Arnaud. He's 2 for 2 with 2 solo homers. Now he bats with the bases loaded. First pitch to him is outside. Well, Travis been on a heater tonight. He had not homered prior to tonight's action. And he took Andrew Heaney deep twice. And now looking for similar success versus the lefty Latz with a Brave at every base. 1-0 pitch to d'Arnaud, and he swings and sends one foul into the seats down the right field line. Well, the count 1-1. Big opportunity for Atlanta right here. This sellout crowd is going to explode if he finds a gap right here. They are ready. 1-1 pitch on the way. Outside, Heim tried to frame the changeup. And that's been a good pitch for Latz, but it's been inconsistent when it comes to throwing it for a strike.
I love that you say they're about to explode. They realized the magnitude of this at bat and started getting loud as soon as Travis came to the plate. That means they're watching the game and they're into it. I love that out of fans.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. He swings and booms one. Deep center field to the wall. Fire in the hole. It's a grand slam. Travis d'Arnaud having the night of his life. I don't know. This place explodes indeed. Wow, what a moment.
Ben, every day, man, you need to call the home runs. You're good for 3 of them today. What a night for Travis.
Got to be a curtain call right here. Here comes Bruce Bochy. What a night for Travis d'Arnaud. A solo homer in the second, a solo homer in the fifth, a grand slam in the sixth, and it's 7-3 Braves. And the Rangers go into their bullpen. Man, what a scene here at Truist Park. This is awesome. Make the right call. Protect your home or business from pests by calling 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. We'll step aside. 7-3 Braves.
Hey, Braves fans. Spring and warm weather are officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow Exterminators protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves, so you know that you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Attention Braves fans! We have a major announcement. Tire Discounters is the new tire retail partner of the Braves. Here's their snazzy jingle. Sorry to interrupt, but all of us at Tire Discounters are really excited because every time the Braves hit a homer, we're giving all the fans a great deal. Cash off on select tires and free alignments. And free oil changes. Okay, roll it. See store for details.
Builders and developers, do you have a project that needs a cultural resources survey? Contact Wiregrass Archaeological Consultants at diggingintothepast.com. That's diggingintothepast.com.
On a night that belongs to Travis d'Arnaud. It's 7-3 Braves here in the 6th inning.
Home run game.
New pitcher is Cole Wynn, the right-hander. David Fletcher swings, and it's a high pop-up to left field. Langford coming in, and Wynn throws one pitch and gets the third out. But not before Travis d'Arnaud brought them to their feet as he drilled a grand slam, his third home run of the ball game. We played 6 innings. We head to the 7th. Braves 7, Rangers 3.
Mid-South Lumber, where they treat you like family. Locally owned and serving the residents of Bay County for over 45 years. See Mid-South Lumber for all of your DIY projects, including windows, doors, siding, lumber, and millwork. Are you building a new home? Bring your contractor in to Mid-South Lumber and meet with a member of their sales team to discuss your framing, siding, windows, and doors. Mid-South Lumber, the biggest little lumber yard in Panama City. 717 West 11th Street.
PCB Hobby, the beach's premier hobby store for sports cards, comics, coins, and trading card games. PCB Hobby carries the largest selection of boxes and packs from the latest releases of brands like Topps, Panini, Leaf, and more. Looking for a specific player or team? PCB Hobby has a wide assortment of raw and graded cards. They carry parallel rookie, game used, and autographed cards in both modern and vintage. Have a collection you want to sell? We buy, sell, and trade. PCB Hobby on Back Beach Road, just east of Florida Linen. Call 850-320-8388.
It's time for a new kitchen from Kitchen Designs. Kitchen Designs in Panama City Beach and Santa Rosa Beach offers full-service cabinets, countertops, and flooring, plus cash and carry cabinets available the very next day. Kitchen Designs has been family-owned and operated for over 20 years. Visit their showroom at 7934 Front Beach Road and on Lynn Drive in Santa Rosa Beach. Or call Kitchen Designs, 850-775-4150.
The Atlanta Braves play here.
Austin Riley with a 2-run home run to dead center.
Only in 104.3 in the ESPN Northwest Florida app.
Into the top of the 7th inning, having a good time here in Atlanta, Georgia. Great to have you with us. It's a 7-3 Braves lead. And it's still Chris Sale out there for the Braves. He'll face 7, 8, 9 for the Rangers in the top of the 7th inning. By the way, amongst all the drama and all the excitement, that home run, the grand slam by Travis d'Arnaud, made a winner out of Mike Dangler in Snellville, Georgia, in our Georgia Lottery home run jackpot inning. Mike just won $3,250 on that swing by Travis d'Arnaud. Josh Smith with a tapper out there to the mound. Chris Sale has got it. He's going to take it to the bag himself. Don't you love the unassisted out by a pitcher?
Love it. You left the dangler dangling. That was great. Really, Chris Sale been so efficient with his pitches tonight. That was his 86th pitch. 65 of those have been strikes. But Josh Smith has actually been the Texas batter that's given him the most consistent, challenging at bats, and to get him on one pitch is huge. Love to see him pitching into the 7th.
But especially after getting the grand slam, now we can have a shutdown inning.
Yeah.
Keep all that momentum in the first base dugout. 7 runs on 5 hits for the Braves. Of the 5 hits, 3 of them from Travis d'Arnaud, and all 3 have turned into souvenirs. There's Davis Wenzel. And he'll take a first pitch strike. Pitch 95 from Sale. Braves have Dylan Lee and Jesse Chavez up and stirring in the bullpen. 0-1, and there's a high fly ball to deep left. Adam Duvall going to go back. Adam to the wall. Adam right there with just enough room and makes the catch right at the 375 marker. Coming off the bat looked like trouble. And for Wenzel, it would have been his first major league hit. But instead, a deep fly out right to the back of the warning track.
Yeah, what a story that would have been for Wenzel. One more pork chop, that might get over the wall.
Further on Darnell, it's his 3rd career grand slam. Also did so in
2 down for Tavares.
3rd career.
Coming up in just a moment, it'll be the 7th inning stretch. There's a little tapper back to the mound. Sale's got it, spins and fires a fastball, and down they go 1, 2, 3. That's exactly what you want right after what you just saw in the bottom of the 6th inning. Time for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by the Warrior Alliance, going to bat for veterans and their families by helping them navigate success after military service. To learn more, go to thewarrioralliance.org. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning, 7-3 Braves. Hey there, baseball fans. Ben Ingram here. It's time to step up to the plate and upgrade your deck with TimberTech. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand. It looks just like real wood, but without the never-ending maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot or splinter, and it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so you'll be sure your deck looks great season after season. See for yourself why TimberTech is everything wood should be. Order free samples at TimberTech.com.
You're not afraid to get dirty. You know there's strength in sweat, pride in a hard day's work, and power in a great team. We agree the best teams run like a well-oiled machine. That's why you need a Yanmar tractor on your roster. The tractor rated #1 in product quality by the EDA 5 years running. From digging and grading to tilling and mowing. Get more done. Take less time. Yanmar gets you to the game faster. See all their tractors online at yanmartractor.com. That's yanmartractor.com.
With Spring Black Friday deals at the Home Depot, you can give your lawn or garden beds a pop of color and protection. Right now, get a special buy on Scott's Earth Grow Mulch, 5 bags for just $10. Help your soil retain moisture longer with color that lasts up to 12 months. Shop Spring Black Friday deals for a special buy on Scott's Earth Grow Mulch, 5 bags for just $10 at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Color selection varies by store. Limit 60 bags per customer while supplies last.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Atlanta Braves and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
Into the bottom of the 7th inning. Sold-out crowd here at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. This place is rocking tonight. Braves have a 7-3 lead on the Rangers. Alongside Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick. Ben Ingram here with you. And it's the top of the order for the Braves here in the bottom of the 7th. Facing Cole Winn. And he'll send one foul into the seats down the right field line. Cole Winn came on and made one pitch in the 6th inning. Got the final out, so we didn't have a whole lot of time to tell you about him. 24-year-old right-hander. He's a rookie. Exhales and brings the pitch to Acuna. That goes to the backstop. For Winn, this is just his second major league appearance. He went an inning and 2/3 in his first appearance. Had one strikeout. Did not allow a run nor a hit. Rookie right-hander brings the 1-1 pitch to Ronald Acuna. That'll miss a little bit outside.
It's a pretty quality major league debut. 1 2/3 hitless. He was a 15th overall pick in the 2018 draft by the Rangers. First rounder.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. There's a called strike. He's out of Orange Lutheran High School, and they produced some pretty good players through the years. Garrett Cole went to high school there.
Mm-hmm.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Here it is to Ronald. That's low and outside.
Man, the action's coming fast tonight. What an exciting game to watch, man.
Yes. A game like this in this venue is best in Major League Baseball. This is the place to be. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Acuna. Here's the pitch on the way. Inside ball 4. It's a leadoff walk to Ronald Acuna. The Braves know that big wins come from bold plays. That's why the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold. Tyler Matzik up and tossing in the Braves bullpen. Orlando Arcia to the plate. Love to tack on a few more runs, especially against a team as offensively stout as the Rangers. There's a first pitch strike on Arcia. A couple of first place teams duking it out this weekend here in Atlanta. Acuna, big lead at first base. Pitch to Arcia. That'll miss up and in. Think about the Braves last season. Look, you go out there and you win 104 ball games. You're going to be picking up wins versus everybody. But the Braves went 55-33 against opponents with a 500 or better record last season. That was the best mark in baseball. 1-1 pitch. Fouled back towards us, down to our right. So taking on top-notch opponents like Texas and having success, it's nothing new for the Braves.
Yep.
Outside of opening day, the Braves have played just 2 games this season in which the opponent was at or above 500. The Diamondbacks were 4-3 and 4-4. Well, they've been handling business lately versus anybody. That'll be swung on a miss by Arcia. Win this ball game tonight, that'd be a 5-game winning streak for the Braves. So 1 down for Austin Riley.
Did you ever play fantasy baseball, Ben?
Never played fantasy baseball.
I used to play, and I'm just thinking Travis's line tonight is going to win a lot of people their whole week. He's put up so many fantasy points tonight.
Is 40,810.
Austin Riley swings and misses.
4-0-8-1-0. The 4th sellout of the season.
As they announced, tonight's crowd is officially a sellout. 40,810. 0-1 to Riley. Called strike on the outside corner. Game 2 in this series tomorrow night. In fact, all the games in this series will be under the lights, even the Sunday ball game. Tomorrow night, 7:20 Eastern with a first pitch, 6:20 Central. Now that'll be Charlie Morton versus Nathan Eovaldi. That should be a really good matchup. 2 fouled back. And a good swing of that fastball. And then Sunday night, that'll be a 7:10 Eastern first pitch, 6:10 Central Sunday night. Of course, you're used to the Sunday day game, but that'll be the nationally televised Sunday night game. And that'll be Darius Vines versus Michael Lorenzen. 0-2 to Riley. And he'll shoot one out to second, caught on a line by Simeon. And back to first base for Acuna. Came off his bat pretty hard, but directly to Simeon. All he had to do is make a little leap up into the air. Two away, bottom of the 7th. 7-3 Braves, and here's Olsen. Matt walked and scored in the 6th inning. Takes the ball high and outside. Thinking about how that 6th inning set up, he had the 1-out walk and fouled off some really tough pitches to get to 3-2, and then took ball 4, so that opened the door. And then Marcelo Zuna spit on a changeup low for ball 4, put 2 men on base. 2-0, hammered out to right field, back towards the wall. Garcia goes back and makes the catch of the warning track. That ball was absolutely smoked. But it didn't quite have enough lift to get it over the head of Garcia. Braves get a leadoff walk, and that's it. We head to the top of the 8th inning, 7-3 Braves.
At Brock Lawn and Pest Control, we're proud to be awarded the distinction of being Quality Pro certified.
Our technicians have passed rigorous training in eco-friendly application and prevention of pest treatments.
Part of the program is the practice of integrated pest management.
IPM's goal is to prevent pests from ever entering your home. It includes inspection, prevention, education, and, when necessary, application.
We're proud to be Quality Pro certified.
Brock Lawn and Pest Control, the standard and level of trust.
Hello, this is Rick Vossen with RV of Panama City, your local Stormore portable building dealer, located at 2241 East Baldwin Road. Shopping for a garage, portable building, cabin? We build them anywhere from 8 to 16 foot wide, 10 feet to 60 feet long. We can do insulation, electricity, transom dormers, thermal windows. Come, let's customize a building together. Rick Vossen, Stormore Portable Building Dealer, Panama City.
Are you looking for a place to take a leak? Do you have a truck, tractor, or other hydraulic equipment leaking or not performing as it should? At Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, we can get you back to work. Do you have a busted or leaking hose? Hydraulic cylinder or pump needing repair? If competitive pricing and a quick turnaround are what matter to your business, come see us at Reliable Hydraulic Solutions. Or you can give us a call at 850-326-3000. Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, 6840 Highway 77 in Southport. The best place in town to take a leak.
What's up? This is David Hayes, and for the most live and local sports talk, join me weekdays 4 to 6. Now back to the Braves on ESPN Northwest Florida.
On to the top of the 8th here at Truist. Braves lead 7-3 on the back of a trifecta of Travis d'Arnaud home runs, including a grand slam. on to relieve Chris Sale after 7 fantastic innings of work is 33-year-old Tyler Matzik on for the 7th time this season. Picked up a hold on the 16th at Houston with a clean inning, 2 strikeouts. Thought he looked fantastic, got his velocity back up in the mid-90s, featuring that plus slider we know and love. He'll face Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, and Wyatt Langford here in the top of the 8th.
All right, of course we're focused on what happens here in the top of the 8th inning. You want a good inning from Matzik, carry this 4-run lead into the bottom of the 8th. But here's what's also on my mind. You need somebody to reach in the bottom of the 8th so Travis has a shot to come up for the 4th time. So just keep that on your radar. He's 3 for 3 with 3 homers tonight. So that could be exciting. Here's Marcus Semien. First pitch from Matzik. And he visits the strike zone. Slider low and in, makes it 0-1. Austin Pruitt back up and tossing in the Rangers bullpen.
You've been a part of a four home run game before?
In the minor leagues.
Okay.
Not in the big leagues. 0-1 pitch, that'll be fouled off.
I've been a part of one that I didn't really want to be a part of. Josh Hamilton hit his 4th home run of the night. Josh Hamilton being a Texas Ranger. My former teammate hit his 4th home run of the night off me. The year after I was his teammate. They thought I was throwing him a cookie on purpose. I definitely was not.
To the Semien, swung on miss. Really good fastball by Matzik. Yeah, knowing you, you wouldn't throw a cookie to your own mom.
No, I'd get her out. Yeah, pretty cool to see. That's a special night in any hitter's career. Even 3 homers. 4 homers, goodness.
That's Bob Horner territory right there. Corey Seager to the plate, 0 for 3. And he'll take a ball low. 7 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Braves. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Rangers. There's a called strike, 1-1. 3 home runs in a ball game, regardless of the situation, is amazing. But think about the scenario for Travis each of those 3 trips to the plate. His home run in the 2nd inning gave the Braves the lead. There's the 1-1 pitch. That'll be driven down the right field line towards the corner, and that's a foul ball off the bricks. Just to the right of the foul line, about 3/4 of the way up the wall in right field. Go ahead.
That was 110 off the bat and about 108 off the wall.
Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't stick into the bricks.
I think Matt Olson would have fielded that at first. He had a better chance at it than Ronald if it would have been fair.
Finishing the thought on d'Arnaud, his homer in the 5th inning made a 2-1 game a 3-1 game, so it extended the lead. And then the Rangers had tied the game at the top of the 6th inning, so his grand slam gave the Braves the lead again. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And a bouncer up the first base line. Olson has got it. Glove toss, and Matzik can't come up with it as he attempted to catch it barehanded. Olson tried the glove flip, and it was just a little bit behind Matzik.
And Travis is such a pro. He's probably not even thinking about his 3-homer night right now. You can see him. All he's worried about is getting Matzik through this inning. Clean inning. Little snafu there at first. Tough play.
He tried to make a barehanded catch and just couldn't stick it. So down to first base for Seager. Here's Wyatt Langford.
Infield hit.
They'll go base hit for Seager. And Langford will sky 1 foul into the lower level down the right field line. This inning started out well for our contestant tonight. The Yanmar strikeout the side inning. As Marcus Semien struck out, but that base hit guarantees we will not have a winner tonight in the Yanmar strikeout the side inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Langford takes the ball inside. If Matzik had struck out the side, then Mike Savage would have been the lucky winner of a brand new Yanmar utility terrain vehicle. Yanmar, get more done, take less time. And if you'd like to enter for your chance to win a Yanmar UTV, visit Braves.com/Yanmar and sign up today. 1-1 pitch fouled off. Ball and 2 strikes on the rookie Langford. sharing with you from Truist Park here in Atlanta. 40,810 in the seats this evening. Sellout crowd for the first game of this series. 18th game of the season for the Braves. And in pursuit of what would be their 13th win of the year. Matzik's 1-2, and that'll be hit in the air towards left center field. Harris sprinting in. Slows, makes the catch. And 2 down here in the 8th inning.
Watching Matzik's fastball on the monitor here, it looks like it's got that ride, that Mookie Betts famously said. Looked like it was rising in the 21 playoffs, and that's a really important part of his game as he works his way back from Tommy John surgery last season.
His best weapon, isn't it?
Yes. It sets up the slider. It really looks like it's carrying through the strike zone.
Adolis Garcia takes a fastball for a strike. When you were talking about that pitch, the last game you worked, that last game of the most recent homestand, and when you have that hop on that fastball, that can be an untouchable pitch. Oh, one pitch. Garcia takes the ball low.
He got beat up by a little bit by the Mets in that series on fastballs, and I said I might have to rely on the slider a little bit more now, and he's a quick study, and the fastball looks great now.
Matzik straightens, comes set right at the letters. 1-1 is inside. 2 balls and a strike on Garcia. He had a 2 RBI double in the 6th inning that tied the game in the 6th, and it didn't stay tied long. Travis d'Arnaud untied the ball game with a grand slam in the bottom of that inning. 2-1 fouled off to our right, 2-2.
Yeah, when Tyler's fastball is right, he can really bully right-handed hitters on the inner half of the plate. And that's what he did to Wyatt Langford there with that little weak pop-up to left. And that last foul ball was a really good heater up and into Adolis Garcia as well.
Garcia takes time, backs out of there. If you can find a way to get him right here, that'd be a really big out. Guarantee yourself at least a 4-run lead into the 9th inning. Slugger Garcia steadies the bat. Matzik comes set right at the letters. 2-2 pitch. Check swing on a slider, didn't go. Not shocking that he went to the 2-2 slider. Let's see if he goes back to the heat here. And a really good inning for Matzik. Seager aboard on an infield single with very weak contact. Seager goes 3-2. Got him with a fastball. Adam Beck, home plate umpire, watched it, wanted to make sure he saw what he saw. Garcia doesn't like it, but it's strike 3, and it ends the top of the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. We head to the bottom of the 8th, 7-3 Braves.
Getting ready to take on spring? Create your own outdoor oasis with legendary Steel tools. From mowers and blowers to trimmers and more, count on Steel to get it done this spring. Right now, save $30 on the American-made FS56 RCE trimmer. Real Steel. Find yours at SteelDealers.com. The FS56 RCE is made in America of U.S. and global materials. Offer valid for limited time only while supplies last. See participating dealer for details.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit Truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
This is for anyone doing plumbing, pipe fitting, or HVAC work. If you're not making $53 an hour total package, including health insurance, benefits, and a retirement pension, we want to talk to you. We're the plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR techs of UA72, and we've got a job for you. Safe conditions, working with great people in Metro Atlanta. Visit UA72.org. Click Join Us and we'll send you a list of openings right now. UA72.org.
I'm Cortland spokespug Cordy. This broadcast of the Atlanta Braves is brought to you by Cortland. Visit Cortland.com to find your new apartment or one of our next level communities. Go Braves!
bottom 8 here in Atlanta. Braves train rolling right along, winning 7-3. Trying to slow that train down for the Rangers is Austin Pruitt, 34-year-old right-hander. Scuffling a little bit out of the gates for Texas. Got recalled from Round Rock on Saturday. Was allowed to earn runs in both of his appearances. He's squaring off one of the hottest hitters in the game right here, Marcell Ozuna, Adam Duvall, and Michael Harris to follow.
And hopefully Travis d'Arnaud for the 4th time of the ball game up to the plate. More on that in a moment. Pitch on the way to Ozuna, and that'll miss low. So like Darren mentioned, Ozuna, Duvall, Harris, and then d'Arnaud. And Travis in this ball game is 3 for 3 with 3 homers, 2 solo shots, and a grand slam. 1-0 pitch to Ozuna. That'll miss inside. And, of course, there will be absolutely no mystery, no denying who our player of the game is tonight. That's done.
It's Chris Sale, right?
Yeah.
7 innings, 7 punchies.
Signed, sealed, and delivered for Travis. Here's a 2-0 pitch. That'll miss low and outside. But where there is mystery is, number one, can he come to the plate for the 4th time? And could he become the 19th player in Major League history to hit 4 home runs in a ball game? And the first Brave to do it since Bob Horner. That'll be fouled off. Bob Horner, on July 6th, 1986, had a 4 home run game against the Expos. The 3-1 pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna from the right-hander Pruitt. And Ozuna will loop one out towards center, and a great catch out there by Marcus Semien. Second baseman ranging back, leaping into the air in very shallow center, throwing up the glove and bringing it down. So 1 down here in the 8th inning. And the thing is, whether Travis hits another home run or not, you just want to see him get another opportunity at it.
Sure.
Just to set the moment, have the stage set for something potentially historic to happen. Adam Duvall takes a called strike. The last big leaguer with a 4 home run game, J.D. Martinez in 2017. 0-1 is low, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, the Braves catcher's likely going to rank near the top of the league in hitting production once again. Travis is seeing to that tonight. Chadwick Tromp also doing a great job filling in for injured Sean Murphy.
1-1 is low, 2 balls and a strike. Yeah, Tromp had some big doubles the other day.
Yeah. He's doing a great job. What a luxury to have 3 big league caliber catchers. Tromp, a guy that would be on a lot of rosters around the league.
Broken bat shot foul into the camera well at the end of the Rangers dugout, but the danger came in the broken bat. Had landed in left field just back of the infield cutout next to the foul line. Unfortunately, that didn't catch anybody in its helicoptering flight down the line.
Yeah, a good sinker in on the hands of Duvall. You don't see that all that much anymore. The bat splintering and flying like that. MLB taking precautions after a base runner took a bat shard to the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to remember his name.
Was Tyler Colvin?
It was Tyler Colvin. Yeah, punctured his pectoral muscle. Could have really done some damage.
2-2, low and outside, 3-2.
So now every major league bat you see will have a non-painted part where the league will test the bat for the grain integrity. So every bat these guys use is checked before they put it into play.
3-2 and a called third strike. It looked like the exact same location that Matzik got Adolis Garcia on. And although Adam doesn't like it, you might look at those locations and say, okay, you're even.
Yeah. All right, it's up to Michael Harris to get Travis d'Arnaud his 4th at bat here.
We just want to see Travis come up and have a shot at it. Pitch on the way to Harris. And he sends one to deep right field. This is heading to the chop house, and that's out of the ballpark. Michael Harris with a homer. And it's 8-3 Braves here in the 8th. His 3rd of the year, and Travis will indeed get an opportunity.
I think Michael wanted to see Travis hit again, too.
And I think you want to get around the bases really fast so we can get a front row seat for this next AB.
That's it.
Well, he knew what he wanted. He jumped all over that pitch. So here is Travis, and listen to this ovation for Travis d'Arnaud. He's hit 3 home runs tonight, and the first pitch to d'Arnaud is low and outside. Something that's happened 18 times in Major League Baseball history, a 4-home run game. And it hasn't happened since 2017. 1-0 pitch on the way to Travis. Check swing, they appeal, and he didn't go.
And I spoke earlier about how engaged the fans are here. Again, they're out of their seats. They know what's going on. They know he's got a chance at history here.
At a 2-0 count. Looking for something he can sink his teeth into right here. 2-0 from Pruitt. That's fouled off of the plate, 2-1. The first man in Major League history to ever have a 4-home run game was a Boston Bean Eater. Of course, now the Braves franchise. That was Bobby Lowe in 1894. And here we are with Travis d'Arnaud, 3 home runs in his back pocket, looking to join that list. On the 2-1 pitch. Low and away, 3-1. Hitters count for d'Arnaud. Everybody's standing on the 3-1 pitch. And he takes a strike. He thought it was ball 4. And Travis walks back into the batter's box at a 3-2 count. 8-3 Braves, bottom of the 8th inning. Pruitt brings the 3-2. And a ground ball out to short. That'll be taken by Seager, and he throws over in time for the out. Well, it was fun to watch. At least he had the opportunity.
Yep.
What a night for Travis d'Arnaud. We head to the 9th inning. Braves leading 8-3.
If you spend any time at all in your yard, you're going to encounter fire ants.
We know they can ruin a party. That's why we're this area's experts at fire ant elimination.
As your certified top choice professional, we will rid your yard of these unwanted invaders. Brock Pest is so sure they'll get rid of fire ants that they offer a 1-year guarantee.
Enjoy your yard fire ant free. We guarantee it. Give us a call for your free consultation.
Brock Lawn and Pest Control, our family protecting yours since 1968.
Hello, this is Rick Vossen with RV of Panama City, your local Stormore portable building dealer, located at 2241 East Baldwin Road. Shopping for a garage, portable building, cabin? We build them anywhere from 8 to 16 foot wide, 10 feet to 60 feet long. We can do insulation, electricity, transom dormers, thermal windows. Come, let's customize a building together. Rick Vossen, Stormore portable building dealer, Panama City.
Are you looking for a place to take a leak? Do you have a truck, tractor, or other hydraulic equipment leaking or not performing as it should? At Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, we can get you back to work. Do you have a busted or leaking hose? We can typically replace them while you wait. Hydraulic cylinder or pump needing repair? In many cases, we can have it back to you the next day. Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, 6840 Highway 77 in Southport, just south of Tractor Supply. The best place in town to take a leak.
Hi, this is Caveman Rick, and we're talking Atlanta Braves baseball on the Afternoon Underdogs. Weekdays 4 to 6 on ESPN Northwest Florida.
Into the top of the 9th inning, new pitchers, the right-hander Pierce Johnson. And he's looking for the final 3 outs. He'll be taking on Heim, Duran, and Smith in the top of the 9th inning. And he's the 3rd Braves pitcher of the night. Chris Sale was outstanding. 7 innings, 3 runs, 5 hits allowed, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts this evening. And he really got stronger as the game went on. His last few innings were really good. And then 3rd, 4th, 5th innings, when he retired 9 in a row, he was unhittable. And that stretch had 5 strikeouts. And he gave way to Tyler Matzik. And Tyler faced 4 batters, gave up a infield single. That was it. Had a couple of strikeouts. And now it's Pierce Johnson on the mound, the 6'2", 202-pound right-hander. On for the 10th time this season, 2-1 with a 4.15 ERA. And facing Jonah Heim, who is 0 for 3 with a couple of flouts to right and a ground out to short. Braves 8, Rangers 3 here in the top of the 9th. There's the pitch on the way to Jonah Heim. First pitch in, a called strike.
Yeah, Pierce Johnson's been fantastic for the Braves since they acquired him at the deadline last year. When they brought him over, they encouraged him to start throwing his curveball more. He's got a plus curveball and a mid-90s four-seamer to go with that as well.
1 to Heim. Ground ball to first. That'll be taken by Olsen. Just about came up and handcuffed him, but he played the last hop cleanly. Tosses to the bag. Johnson's there, and one down here in the ninth inning.
Pierce is throwing that curveball over 80% of the time this year, which, you know, the game's different now. I remember when it used to be wild to see guys throw their off-speed stuff more than 50%, but that might be some sort of record. And if I had a curveball that good, I might do the same thing.
Travis Jankowski pinch hitting for Ezekiel Duran. See, that's the thing that's interesting to me. You know he has such a good curveball, so when you tell me how often he uses it, that part isn't shocking at all. There's the pitch on the way to Jankowski, and that's in for a strike. But when you tell me he throws 95 to 97 with a heater,
yeah,
I mean, you'd think a guy that throws that many curveballs really has nothing for a heater, and that's not the case at all for Pierce. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Jankowski. That's in for a strike, 0-2.
No, he's not an old left-handed reliever. Jesse Orozco's just throwing slop up there. He's got a good heater too. But the best way for him to get these guys out is to feature that curveball and throw the fastball just enough.
0-2. Roll down the first base line, foul. Braves 2 outs away from a 5-game winning streak. Had the off day yesterday, but they have not lost any steam with what they picked up on the road in Miami and Houston. Again, the 0-2. Fouled off by Jankowski. Well, it's been so much fun to see the different dimensions of this Braves offense. There are so many games on that road trip, and really to begin the season, where maybe the home run ball wasn't there the way that we saw it last season, but the doubles were. Singles, stringing together consecutive base hits. Well, the homer ball has come out to play tonight. 0-2, misses high, 1-2. As the Braves have 6 base hits tonight, and 4 of them are home runs. So they can beat you a lot of different ways.
Yeah, that's a sign of a good offense, a well-rounded group of hitters, multiple ways to win a game.
Pierce fires, and he missed with ball 2.
Ben, my mom used to make me watch, sitcoms on TV, and Murphy Brown was one of her favorites. And when I look at Travis Jankowski, I can't help but think of Murphy Brown.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. Check swing, and he didn't go. 3-2.
Especially from the side profile.
Yeah, it's the profile more than anything.
Put him in a sweater. He got a Halloween costume.
We get Fred Stone to pass that along to him. 3-2 to Jankowski. And a little poke out there to short. Charging Arcia. Gloves and fires. Man, nice play. Good play by Arcia, streaking across the grass of the infield between second and the mound. And 2 away here in the ninth inning.
Yeah, he's really showing off that arm tonight. Thus far this year, one of the highest-ranked shortstops in terms of outs above average. He's making plays that the average shortstop just wouldn't make. What a luxury to have for a pitching staff.
Rangers have gone in order 3 times tonight. And if Pierce Johnson can get Josh Smith right here, that'll be one last time to put them in the loss column, pick up another win for the Braves. And Smith sends one foul on the first baseline. If you're just now tuning in, it's a night that has belonged to Travis d'Arnaud. A solo homer in the 2nd inning, another solo home run in the 5th inning, a grand slam homer in the 6th inning, a 3-homer night, and 6 RBIs. 0-1 pitch, and a roller out to second. That'll be secured by Fletcher to first, and the Braves win. They've won 5 games in a row, and tonight it was Travis d'Arnaud with the knockout blow. A 3-home run game for the Braves catcher, and Atlanta extends their winning streak to 5 straight. For the Rangers in the 9th, no runs, no hits, no errors, none left. Final score, Braves 8, Rangers 3. Back with the totals after this.
Hey Braves fans, spring and warm weather are officially here, and you know what that means. Bugs, termites, mosquitoes, ants, and roaches will be out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home pest-free inside and out. Arrow Exterminators protects homes and businesses and is the official pest control provider of Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves, so you know that you're getting the best from the best. To set up a free pest inspection, call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
You're not afraid to get dirty. You know there's strength in sweat, pride in a hard day's work, and power in a great team. We agree the best teams run like a well-oiled machine. That's why you need a Yanmar tractor on your roster. The tractor rated #1 in product quality by the EDA 5 years running. From digging and grading to tilling and mowing. Get more done. Take less time. Yanmar gets you to the game faster. See all their tractors online at yanmartractor.com. That's yanmartractor.com.
When you're looking for leading cardiac care, look to Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with 95% patient recommendations. You could say we're #1 in the heart of Georgia. We lead with 100 dedicated cardiovascular doctors, so you'll know your heart is in the best hands. We lead with compassion, because you are at the heart of our care. Northside Hospital Heart Institute. We lead with heart.
Make your 2024 spring break getaway unforgettable at Omni Atlanta Hotel at Centennial Olympic Park in downtown Atlanta, with special inclusions like tickets at the Georgia Aquarium and more. Book now at omnihotels.com/Atlanta.
Get ready to fall in love, but this time with my home island of Curacao. Hi, I'm Ozzy Albies, second baseman from the Atlanta Braves, and Curacao is where my story began. It's where the vibe is full of color and life, where our culture shines with European and Caribbean flair, and where you're bound to find a new adventure or some much needed time to relax. It's the start of my story, and it could be the next part of yours. Visit Curacao and feel it for yourself.
Attention Braves fans! We have a major announcement. Tire Discounters is the new tire retail partner of the Braves. Here's their snazzy jingle. Sorry to interrupt, but all of us at Tire Discounters are really excited because every time the Braves hit a homer, we're giving all the fans a great deal. Cash off on select tires and free alignments. And free oil changes. Okay, roll it. See store for details.
If you haven't heard by now, SeatGeek is the new official ticket marketplace of the Atlanta Braves. So whether you're buying or selling tickets to Atlanta Braves games, SeatGeek is the #1 destination for all your ticket needs. But that's not all. If you're looking to score tickets to other events at Truist Park, the Battery, or events across the southeastern United States, SeatGeek is the place to do it. From baseball to ballet, R&B to country, find it all on SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of the Atlanta Braves. SeatGeek, your ticket to great Brave seats.
From powering Braves country to creating cleaner energy across the state, at Georgia Power, we're always rooting for Georgians. That's why we're the official electric energy partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Braves win at 8-3 over the Rangers, and they take game 1 of this series. 5-game winning streak now for Atlanta. Before we tell you about the Home Depot player of the game, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Atlanta Braves radio network.
WPLQ Port St. Joe, WGSX Lynn, powered by Panama City Toyota.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
Well, Darren, this is about to be your easiest task of the entire season. The Home Depot is proud to present today's player of the game. That is...
Yeah, Travis d'Arnaud, career night for him. 3 homers, granny, 6 RBIs, and guided a Braves pitching staff to a pretty tidy game there, holding a good offense to 3 runs.
Yeah, maybe the best night of his entire career.
Yeah.
That was outstanding. Travis d'Arnaud, your player of the game, built by the Home Depot, how doers get more done. Here are the totals for the Braves. 8 runs, 6 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. 4 home runs tonight, 3 by d'Arnaud and 1 by Michael Harris. For the Rangers, 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, and 4 men left on base for Texas. They hit 1 home run, the shot by Marcus Semien. Braves improved to 13-5 with a win. Rangers fall to 11-10. Winning pitcher is Chris Sale. He had 7 brilliant innings. He's now 2-1 with a 4.38 ERA. Jacob Latz takes the loss. He's 0-1 with a 4.35 ERA. Time of the game, 2 hours, 30 minutes in front of a sellout crowd. 40,810 in attendance, the fourth sellout of the season. The Braves hit 4 home runs tonight. So that means you'll save $125 on a set of Select tires tomorrow only, plus a free alignment and a free oil change with your tire purchase only from Tire Discounters. So you got to get in there tomorrow. It's the round trip promotion only at Tire Discounters. Visit tirediscounters.com/Braves to find out more, and drop in there tomorrow. Save $125 on all of that. When we come back, I'll tell you about Game 2 tomorrow. You're listening to the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit Truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
This season, elevate your game with Simply Sport CBD, the official CBD of the Atlanta Braves and top athletes everywhere. Designated NSF certified for sport. Simply Sport CBD oil primes your body for peak performance, helping you achieve that state of flow naturally and making recovery easier. Whether you're training for the big game or pushing through each workout, Simply Sport CBD is on your team. Start living like a champion today and visit simplysportcbd.com. Just a bit outside.
City of Hope. We're more than just a top-ranked cancer hospital. For over 100 years, we've been making breakthroughs, pushing the limits of what's possible, targeting cancer at the molecular level, pioneering treatments used worldwide. At City of Hope, your entire cancer-fighting team is bound together by a single mission: to cure your cancer. And now City of Hope is closer than ever, providing patients in Metro Atlanta the cancer care they deserve. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
The original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. And just like a fastball that catches the edge of the plate, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce always strikes the perfect note. Aggressive enough to wake up your taste buds without overpowering your meal. So whether you're celebrating another Braves win or just spicing up your game day grub, grab the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold.
The 2024 Braves promotional calendar features a variety of exciting gate giveaways. See the full schedule and get your tickets at braves.com/promos.
Braves a winner 8-3 over the Rangers. Game 2 tomorrow night. Back under the lights here in Atlanta. It'll be a 6:05 broadcast time with our Braves Radio Network with a Ford leadoff show. We'll be on the air at 6:05 Eastern, 5:05 Central. The first pitch to follow at 7:20 Eastern, 6:20 Central. Nathan Eovaldi goes for the Rangers. Right-hander is 1-1 with a 2.92 ERA. Charlie Morton gets the ball for the Braves. He's 1-0 with a 5.29 ERA. And Darren and I will talk to you tomorrow night. So for the fellas back in studio, that's Chris Colwell and Ryan Hopper. Also for Darren O'Day and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, I'm Ben Ingram saying so long and good evening from Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where the Braves top of the Rangers by a final score of 8-3. Stay tuned for the Hyundai postgame show that starts right now with Kevin McAlpin.
All right, thanks a lot, Ben. Well, it's Travis d'Arnaud's world. We're just living in it. Braves an 8-3 win here tonight. And, of course, we got a lot coming up on the Hyundai postgame show. After a quick break, we'll have the highlights, reaction from inside the clubhouse, and a look at Game 2 coming up tomorrow. But it's time right now for your Xfinity play of the game, and no surprise where we're going with this one here tonight.
There's the 2-1 pitch. He swings and booms one. Deep center field to the wall. Fire in the hole. It's a grand slam. Travis d'Arnaud having the night of his life. Wow, what a moment. Got to be a curtain call right here. Here comes Bruce Bochy. What a night for Travis d'Arnaud. A solo homer in the second, a solo homer in the fifth, a grand slam in the sixth, and it's 7-3 Braves.
And for Travis d'Arnaud, it's his second career Grand Slam, his third homer of the night, part of a 3-homer, 6 RBI output from the Braves catcher, who's taking home not only a win, but your Xfinity play of the game. Braves fans, with the Xfinity 10G network, get the fastest internet with a reliable connection so everyone can be online at once. Introducing the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. Hey, don't go anywhere. We got a lot coming up on the Hyundai Postgame Show, and it starts next on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Thanks for listening to Atlanta Braves Baseball on the Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce. This broadcast of Atlanta Braves Baseball is a presentation of the Atlanta Braves and Dickey Broadcasting Company, Atlanta. Any use of the accounts, descriptions, and audio of today's game without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves Major League Baseball Club and Dickey Broadcasting Company is strictly prohibited. Don't move, because the Hyundai Postgame Show is up next on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network, lit by Louisiana Hot Sauce.
From joyful occasions to the unexpected, First Franklin Financial makes loans for living, offering fixed rates and flexible terms on loans up to $15,000. The next time you're looking for some extra cash to help make ends meet, come see the friendly Franklin folks or visit us at oneffc.com to learn more. All loan terms and APRs depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria and may require collateral. First Franklin Financial Corporation is licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, CFI 215. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee 5656. MMLS number 141654. Not available in North Carolina.
The Aloft at the Battery Atlanta, a preferred hotel of the Atlanta Braves, is located at the center of all the excitement. Whether you are in town for work or pleasure, we can meet all your travel needs. Come experience a unique blend of food, drinks, and entertainment, all located within the Aloft Hotel. Afterwards, wind down in your spacious, vibrant guest room packed with amenities you can't miss out on. Enjoy the Battery Atlanta experience by making the Aloft your home base, where we are committed to safety and cleanliness. Aloft Hotels, different by design.
The original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. And just like a fastball that catches the edge of the plate, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce always strikes the perfect note. Aggressive enough to wake up your taste buds without overpowering your meal. So whether you're celebrating another Braves win or just spicing up your game day grub, grab the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold.
Spoiler alert. A 2-word warning that we're about to ruin the end. But sometimes, spoilers can be worthwhile. And so, we designed the Lexus NX to reveal many things. Like taking the mystery out of how close you are between parking space lines, or the time you'll arrive at your dinner reservation. Technology designed to remove surprise endings. It's just a better story that way. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes playing Keno. Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day.
Are you tired of hearing 2 weeks when you call to get your boat worked on? Hey folks, it's Chris Kramer with Kramer Marine and Outdoor, and we'll get you in and back out on the water as quick as possible. We're a full-line Yamaha outboard dealer and Suzuki outboard dealer, and we have master-trained certified mechanics on site. So if it's just an annual service, electronics install, trolling motor install, or all the way up to a full repower, we can take care of you. So stop by and see us in the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd next to Bill Kramer GM, or call us at 850-851-0453.
Hi, I'm Tracy, your diamond girl at Tracy's Fine Jewelry. Shopping for the perfect diamond can be difficult, but that's why I've trained my staff to be helpful and to offer you a stress-free diamond experience. Pick your sparkle and use our easy layaway plan. Every woman deserves an exquisite diamond from your diamond girl at Tracy's Fine Jewelry. We don't work on commissions.
We work for smiles and I-dos.
So if you're tired of high-pressure salespeople, stop by and see us today at Tracy's Fine Jewelry.
ESPN Northwest Florida is an active member of the Panama City Beach Chamber. We want to introduce the newest members to the Beach Chamber: Connection Media Group, Diligent Co-working, Emerald Coast Striping, Patel Labs, Florida Virtual School, Emerald Life Yoga and Refillery, Pierce Bespoke Gulf Coast, and Social Stack Pro. Congratulations from the only local sports talk station, ESPN Northwest Florida.
We now join regular ESPN programming already in progress.
I'm ready to go toe-and-toe with you, young man.
And I think Mr. AJ, quite frankly, you need to wake up and smell the coffee, and let's get it up and get it on, boy. Good night.
Cage fight. I definitely missed the cage fight yesterday, and he's gone. John from St. Louis. Sorry. We'll see if AJ calls in. I think I mentioned it back in hour number 1, hour number 2, perhaps. AJ tweeted at me this morning and said that him and some of the other callers, y'all were going to give me a show that I'd never forget. And AJ hasn't called yet, but I am told that he's a final hour guy. So I'm hoping that we hear from AJ here very soon. Johnny B is on the line. Johnny, how's it going?
It's going great. I knocked the top off that Woodford just a little while ago, and things are beginning to look very good around here. How are you doing today?
I was going to say, did you have a time that you knew you were going to take the top off that thing? Like you had to get done with work or what?
Nah, I was just kind of waiting later in the day. Maybe have a few beers and then just pop that open here toward the end of the day. But what John was saying earlier kind of dovetails into something that I was wanting to bring up. The Missouri game that you were at, where the thing got so hectic at the end and then they kicked the field goal.
Yeah.
Was there ever a time that you were fearing for your life because it looked like it? I felt so sorry for you that day. I mean, it looked like somebody just protected you from in the crowd and found the kicker for you.
Oh my gosh. Well, for those who don't know what game Johnny B is referring to, the Missouri-Kansas State game from week 3, I believe it was last season, ended, like you said, in absolute chaos. Missouri kicks the game-winning 61-yard field goal to win the game. They rushed the field. I'm never fearing for my life, really, but I'm not even really thinking about it, if we're being honest. A lot of people don't realize the sideline reporters and the broadcasters who are on these games, we've got 2 earpieces in, and they're noise canceling, so you really can't hear a lot about what's around you. You're really just listening to the broadcast itself. So I'm so focused because I'm listening to the guys up in the booth stall and talk about every moment of the game that they can talk about, waiting for me to find Coach or waiting for me to find Harrison Mevis. So that's where my focus always is. But I will say, you hit the nail on the head. I found Coach, I think, pretty quickly. Couldn't find Harrison Mevis anywhere. Finally, I'm running up and down the field. The guys in the truck are trying to use the cameras around the stadium to tell me, oh, he's on the lower left 20-yard line. He's running towards this side of the stadium. I couldn't find him. Finally, I get towards an area, and a couple of Missouri fans, I think, saw me, saw the microphone. They said, are you looking for Harrison? And I said, yes. They turn around. He's over there. And they start yelling, Harrison, sideline report. So they helped me get Harrison for the post-game interview.
It was crazy. It was like watching Wild Kingdom back in the day when Jim, you know, the guy that worked for the guy that said in the thing, and because everything you're saying, we're watching unfold because we're seeing these sky angles and all this, and the sea part when they finally get you up there. But I thought that had to be pretty, you know, I didn't realize that, you know, you couldn't hear the chaos, but we were getting all those details. But I thought, poor Alyssa, she's going to get trampled out here. But AJ will probably be there in a little bit. I saw a picture of him earlier. He was down at the Loves on I-65. He does a little business over there around the parking lot, and he's probably trying to make him up a little money for the weekend. But he'll probably call you in a little bit later. But I was disappointed to see Lonesome Joe from Red Bay siding with Jim. It's just like, you know, all these old guys are scared to death of the new blood coming in. So glad to have you today. You're doing an excellent job, and I hope you get to come back again, and good luck in your marriage.
Johnny, I really appreciate the call. And for those who are on Twitter, you might have seen Johnny tweeted a bottle earlier of some good-looking Woodford, and it's a special Kentucky Derby bottle. Excuse me. It's a beautiful bottle. So, Johnny, I hope you continue to enjoy that. More of your calls coming up next. We do have to take a break, but we got them all lined up, and we will get there in just a moment right here on the Paul Feinbaum Show.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Your attention, please. ESPN Northwest Florida reminds you it's the law. It's the law. When there's a double red flag, stay out of the water, stick your toes in the sand, grab a cold drink, and listen to live sports.
Swung on, miss, strike 3.
On 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
Double play!
Ellis Agency Insurance has been serving Panama City and Bay County for years. They offer a full line of affordable insurance coverage of all types. Many people are attracted to Ellis Agency Insurance because of their friendly, knowledgeable staff. Call independent agent Johnny Ellis for a true comparison of your personal or business insurance. Ellis Agency Insurance at the Old Cullen Insurance location, 1134 Harrison Avenue, across from Dandy Donuts and Deli. Call 763-1627. Turf Pro Lawn and Pest Control. They take pride in caring for their customers' property by providing lawn and whole house pest control. Whether you have roaches or any other unwanted bugs in your home, Turf Pro has you covered. Or if your lawn needs weed control, fertilize, insect control, Turf Pro has you covered by providing custom treatments to meet your property's needs. No property is the same, so why should it be treated that way? Turf Pro, where the blue and yellow trucks make your lawn green. Call 850-890-5820.
What does it take to live an uncommon life? Here's former Super Bowl winning coach Tony Dungy with today's uncommon moment.
When I was a teenager, my parents let me stay out pretty late playing basketball with my friends. But that didn't happen right away. I had to earn the privilege by demonstrating that I could be trusted. They watched me closely at first, but over time, as I demonstrated that I could be trusted, they gradually increased my freedom. They understood that character begins with the little things in life. So many small things make up your character, your words, your thoughts, your actions, which help form how you instinctively respond to every situation. Don't let the small things slip. Start each day by looking for ways to show your character.
New York Times best-selling author Tony Dungy. More at CoachDungy.com. That's CoachDungy.com.
I'm Ed Horrell, author of The Kindness Revolution. I just spoke to an employee of a company that I do business with. During the conversation, the employee made it clear that they didn't like their company or their boss. They also made it clear that they didn't give their best efforts because of their displeasure, and they were saving their best for their ideal job. Well, I've got a tip for them. If you want the ideal job, the best way to get it is to do your best on your current job. You're going to get discovered. I can't tell you how many employees I've hired or recommended over the years as a result of observing them at their current position. Employers are always, or should be, watching competitors or other companies for their next hire. Or possibly someone in your current organization will see your efforts and want you for their team. In this regard, we're like actors or athletes. To get discovered, we need to be doing the best we can right now. To learn more, check us out at thekindnessrevolution.net.
Hi, this is Todd from PCB Hobby on Back Beach. Advertising with ESPN Northwest Florida has been a wonderful experience. Their staff is very knowledgeable and friendly. I've been advertising with ESPN Northwest Florida for 9 months, and the results have been profound. Traditional commercials, plus being on the air Mondays with the Afternoon Underdogs, allows us to connect with customers and listeners in a unique, compelling way exclusive to ESPN Northwest Florida.
Get results for your business. Call ESPN Northwest Florida, 850-215-4468.
ESPN Northwest Florida here. If you signed our 7th grade yearbook, we wanted to let you know we did in fact stay cool. ESPN Northwest Florida.
Welcome back to the Paul Feinbaum Show. More of your calls coming up in just a moment, but I couldn't let 4 hours go by without talking some SEC baseball because of what we have coming up this weekend. Jared Mitchell, you've seen him for the last two Saturdays? Two weekends?
Yeah.
New teammate here at the SEC Network. Former, yeah?
2 Fridays.
2 Fridays. 2 weekends.
There you
we'll
go.
just say weekends.
There you go.
Former LSU Tiger, baseball and football.
Yeah.
Important to remind everybody that. Yeah. What's your TV experience been like so far?
It's cool. It's hectic.
And who's your favorite host to work with on the week? Just kidding.
She's putting me on the spot. She's doing this right now. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's good. It's really hectic. There's a lot going on. You kind of got to find your groove within the actual, operation of everything. So it's been kind of cool trying to figure out, all right, how do I want to navigate the waters that is, and then just be a part of it.
Is there anything that has surprised you that you were like, I was not expecting that we were going to have to do this?
The amount of times we do stuff over that's not straight, narrow, like how it looks. I was not expecting that at all.
Jared had his first real, true rain delay experience last night. We were in.
Day one was like that too.
That is true.
Day one, I showed up and it was second inning on a Thursday. There's only 2 games going on. Rain's just coming down. And it was, hey, I think you got to get in there. We might have to go ahead and do this thing.
Time to do some TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were doing some TV magic last night, too, after the UF Vanderbilt game was over. But I do want to talk about this Tennessee-Kentucky series. Is this the series of the year? I mean, certainly the SEC, but a top 5 college baseball series in our conference this weekend, I can't imagine it gets better than that.
I mean, you had one close last weekend. I think it was 1-6 or 2-6. It was 2-6, I believe. You had one close last week, but yeah, it's fair to say that this is it. And now, I would say at the beginning of the year, no one would have guessed it would have been Kentucky as part of that top 5. But here they are, and they're not to play with right now. So they've showed up. This is a huge series. It is literally to spring us into the second half of the SEC season, and I'm looking forward to it. I kind of want to see how this thing goes.
It feels like when you look at this Kentucky team and you watch the way they approach things, it's very similar with Tennessee in the sense where we may not be the number 1 team in the country, but no one can tell us that because we think we're the number 1 team in the country, right? What or how does that mindset help in college baseball? Just feeling like nobody can touch us, and I don't care what anybody else says.
I think I think Kentucky really has that underdog feeling, and I really think that they still think that no one sees them as that. I don't think Tennessee thinks that at all. Let's be honest. They've had 40-plus win seasons for the last maybe 3 years. I think that they have arrived, and they're scratching right at that door. And usually teams that are right at the doorstep for a while and they hang around, those are usually the ones that break through. Right? So I think Tennessee knows they're good. They've been in this position before. They've been on the doorstep in the postseason, and I think that they're hungry to actually break through this time. But Kentucky's the one they'll snip.
Who's got more to gain in this one? I mean, you don't have a ton, I feel like, to lose in a 3 versus 4 matchup. Both really good teams. But who's got more to gain? Is it Kentucky just knowing that nobody really expected them to be here?
By far Kentucky.
Yeah.
The Tennessee side of it, it's business as usual. You do what you do, and you continue to kind of ascend like they're already doing right now. Kentucky's the one that no one saw here. Kentucky's the one that no one really sees here all the time at this point of the year to be the quote-unquote powerhouse or the cream of the crop right now. They're 14-1 in conference. Not only do they have a tough second half of the schedule, but if they go ahead and do what they need to do in this series, it's really going to springboard them and kind of give them that kind of cushion they need to navigate that second half of the SEC schedule right now.
All right. I'm going to ask you a curveball type question. Lottery type numbers on the line. $500 million on the line that Jared Mitchell cashes into his bank account.
Oh, boy.
You have to pick a lineup to have the better day. Tennessee or Texas A&M? Which lineup are you going with to cash whatever bet that is?
Where are we at?
On that lineup.
That's the real question. Where are we?
Each home park.
Ooh, each home park. It's obviously Tennessee, right?
Is it?
Yeah. Right. I mean, them playing at their park, it's good luck, right? It's slim pickings. It's good luck. But A&M they're showing up. They got a huge homer today from a guy who is an unusual suspect, right? So you got to deal with what's their top 4 to 5 guys, and then when they're getting grand slams in games when they're down by unusual suspects at the bottom of the lineup, that's when it gets tough, and that's the things that teams that are ready for the moment, that's the things they do. Because when you don't have the absolute guys doing it, you're getting the contributions in other places, and that's what they're getting.
Kind of on the other side of that, let's talk about your LSU Tigers.
Yeah.
I know it's been a frustrating season already.
There's time left, okay?
Right?
Okay.
And there's time left, to your point. It is funny, though, because you ask the question to any fan, not just LSU fans, but any fan. If you win a national championship, would you be okay with maybe not being very good the next year? Everyone's taking that. 10 times out of 10, everybody's taking that, right?
Unless they live in Baton Rouge, yeah.
Yeah, but you'd still take the national championship, right?
Of course.
When we say there's still time left, what type of things have to happen over the next 5 weeks for a team like LSU to solidify themselves in the postseason?
Well, they've spent the first half of the SEC schedule finding ways to lose. They just truly have, right? They got a pitching staff that's young but very talented. They're near the top in strikeouts, but they were absolutely pacing the entire conference in walks. That's a recipe for losing if you're going to walk that many people, right? It doesn't take much on the other side of it. It takes one bloop hit, it takes one blast, and now you've put yourself in a really big hole. So they have to be able to pitch it better. You got to be able to find strike one. You got to be able to get ahead of hitters. You got to be able to make them uncomfortable in the box. They have not done that in the first half of the schedule. That's what they need to do on that side. On the other side of it, well, they have the guys that you kind of expect, the Jared Jones, the Tommy Whites, the Hayden Travinskys. Now they need the other guys to sprinkle in and kind of catch up, right? I expected them at the beginning of the year that the hitting side was going to take them a while to kind of come along. I mean, let's be honest. You leave the guys, you have the exit of the guys that you had. It's only right? Like, there's so many guys that don't have everyday experience in this conference. They're getting it now. I knew they'd take their lumps, but I expected the pitching to be a little bit better at this point. I'm hoping and I'm thinking that they're going to kind of get it together, and schedule's going to play out, but it's so funny we say the schedule plays out, right? Because the schedule never really does play out. Let's be honest. Everyone on that schedule is looking at LSU right now like, hey, this is where we can get some wins.
Right.
So, it doesn't really work that way. So we'll see. But that's the things I need to see them do to be able to put themselves in a good spot.
We had a caller earlier in the show, I was telling you, when you were sitting down getting mic'd up, who asked me about my first football trip out to Baton Rouge this past fall. And I talked a little bit about how I fell victim to Fred's and trying to live like a local and not feeling so good the next day.
You went to the Moose?
Yeah. Yeah, and Shaq was DJing, and it was crazy.
Oh, wow.
I haven't been to a baseball game, though, in Baton Rouge. What was that like as a player? What is the experience like? And what is Fred's like when you go every Friday night?
See, I've seen some wild times at Fred's for different occasions. Let's just say it's a good time if you're ever in Baton Rouge. Please go ahead and stop by. The boys will love it. They'll enjoy it. Yeah. Just a good time.
Wonderful time.
I got a unique experience. I got to experience the old box, the absolute last year of the old box, and I got to experience the first year of the new box. When that place gets rocking, and especially when it's close to postseason baseball, it's incredible. Like, it honestly feels like a football game. People love it down there. They're all about it. And that's why I said, you win a national championship year, nobody's on their porch right now just drinking and having a good time. They're so mad there right now.
Yeah.
They're so mad there right now. So, it's that kind of place where when you bring success, they expect you to keep it there and continue to bring it there.
That's the expectation. When you've tasted a national championship, why can't we get back? It's very easy to get back to Omaha.
I thought this was a regular thing. Skip did it 5 times in 10 years.
Exactly.
That's how it's like that.
They will get a little break from being at home this weekend. LSU on the road at Missouri for their series, which starts tonight. Jared, we appreciate you stopping by and talking some baseball. Be sure to tune in to SEC Now tonight. Dari, Jared, and Tori, I believe, will be wrapping your whole Friday night. We're going to take a break. More of your calls coming up on the other side.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy. easy. Text CASH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text CASH to 42424. That's CASH to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Your attention, please. ESPN Northwest Florida reminds you it's the law. It's the law. When there's a double red flag, stay out of the water, stick your toes in the sand, grab a cold drink, and listen to live sports.
Swung on, miss, strike 3.
On 104.3 ESPN Northwest Florida.
Double play!
Ellis Agency Insurance has been serving Panama City and Bay County for years. They offer a full line of affordable insurance coverage of all types. Many people are attracted to Ellis Agency Insurance because of their friendly, knowledgeable staff. Call independent agent Johnny Ellis for a true comparison of your personal or business insurance. Ellis Agency Insurance at the Old Cullen Insurance location, 1134 Harrison Avenue, across from Dandy Donuts in Delhi. Call 763-1627. Turf Pro Lawn and Pest Control. They take pride in caring for their customers' property by providing lawn and whole house pest control. Whether you have roaches or any other unwanted bugs in your home, Turf Pro has you covered. Or if your lawn needs weed control, fertilize, insect control, Turf Pro has you covered by providing custom treatments to meet your property's needs. No property is the same, so why should it be treated that way? Turf Pro, where the blue and yellow trucks make your lawn green. Call 850-890-5820.
What does it take to live an uncommon life? Here's former Super Bowl winning coach Tony Dungy with today's uncommon moment.
When I was a teenager, my parents let me stay out pretty late playing basketball with my friends. But that didn't happen right away. I had to earn the privilege by demonstrating that I could be trusted. They watched me closely at first, but over time, as I demonstrated that I could be trusted, they gradually increased my freedom. They understood that character begins with the little things in life. So many small things make up your character, your words, your thoughts, your actions, which help form how you instinctively respond to every situation. Don't let the small things slip. Start each day by looking for ways to show your character.
New York Times best-selling author Tony Dungy. More at CoachDungy.com. That's CoachDungy.com.
I'm Ed Horrell, author of The Kindness Revolution. I just spoke to an employee of a company that I do business with. During the conversation, the employee made it clear that they didn't like their company or their boss. They also made it clear that they didn't give their best efforts because of their displeasure, and they were saving their best for their ideal job. Well, I've got a tip for them. If you want the ideal job, the best way to get it is to do your best on your current job. You're going to get discovered. I can't tell you how many employees I've hired or recommended over the years as a result of observing them at their current position. Employers are always, or should be, watching competitors or other companies for their next hire. Or possibly someone in your current organization will see your efforts and want you for their team. In this regard, we're like actors or athletes. To get discovered, we need to be doing the best we can right now. To learn more, check us out at thekindnessrevolution.net.
Hi, this is Todd from PCB Hobby on Back Beach. Advertising with ESP in Northwest Florida has been a wonderful experience. Their staff is very knowledgeable and friendly. I've been advertising with ESP in Northwest Florida for 9 months, and the results have been profound. Traditional commercials, plus being on the air Mondays with the Afternoon Underdogs, allows us to connect with customers and listeners in a unique, compelling way exclusive to ESPN Northwest Florida.
Get results for your business. Call ESPN Northwest Florida, 850-215-4468.
Set your alarm clock to wake up with the Coach Hales Show on ESPN Northwest Florida. In-depth local and college sports from expert insiders and a dash of controversy. Weekday mornings 7 to 9. ESPN Northwest Florida.
Welcome back to the Paul Feinbaum Show. Alyssa Lang here filling in for Paul on a Friday. I've been waiting for this moment. I have. You guys have been telling me I need to wait for it. I've been waiting for it since he tweeted at me this morning. AJ in Birmingham. AJ, how's it going?
It's Pell City, Mrs. Lang.
AJ in Pell City.
How are
I'm
you
so
doing
sorry.
today?
Please forgive me.
Oh, I won't treat you like Jim does everybody. But no, it's they saved the best for last, so I had to make you wait a little while. But you had a couple guys come in here and really let me down on the show today. In particular, of course, Jim and John. John over there. John, let me tell you something, John. You want to wait till a beautiful young lady is hosting the show to come back and reapproach this cage match, John? When all you're trying to do, John, is flex your Social Security check. Because I'm going to beat you down like a clown in that cage match there, John. You're an embarrassment, and you're just like Jim, John. You and Jim both. Nothing but a scumbag. You shams. And Jim wants to call somebody a hypocrite?
AJ, John is now on the line.
AJ, slow down here, young man.
Oh,
AJ.
young man, let me tell you something, young man.
You get your jams on like Joey Buttafuoco, kiddo. You're a mama's boy, admit it. Every time your mom tells you to do something, you jump. And it's the same thing at work. And it's the same thing with your wife. If you're still married, you're nothing but a big.
I'm your mama's boy. You hear? I'm your mother's boy,
smell
John.
of coffee, AJ, and you don't know anything about Auburn football.
That's a damn lie, John. Straight out of hell. You're just like Jim. You know nothing but lie.
At least Jim knows something about his football team, AJ. Who's the coach, and who are they going to beat? Who are they going to beat this year except themselves? They got a lousy coach. They have a lousy stadium. They have lousy fans, and they have lousy young
stadium and
man.
atmosphere in the history of mankind of college football, John, you idiot. You and your SEC basketball victories this year. You finally got a little sun to shine on the dog's ass over there with Drinkowitz, and you won a few games, and now you want to act like you're ready for the Hall of Damn Fame. Let me tell you something, John. You're
We're going to put you in the box, young man. So we're going to put you in the box.
Something.
And let me tell you right now, go off.
Do what?
What did he say? Go off?
Well, I have no idea what he just said.
Huh.
I have no idea.
Man, AJ going after Dennis Gates like that. Dang.
Oh, let me. He has no idea of what he's even talking about. I know more about Auburn football than he knows about his own damn self. He ain't nothing but a crazy-ass old man. He's just like Jim. They're both pathetic. They're terrible callers. And quite frankly, they need to wake up and smell the damn coffee. War down Eagle, Mrs. Lane.
AJ from Pell City. I was looking forward to that call all day. And we got it, and AJ did not disappoint. John did not disappoint. I just want to know, as someone who fills in occasionally for Paul, this is like my third time, I think. Where does this begin? How does this start? How do y'all first start to decide who we're going to have beef with and who we're going to be on a team with? I would love kind of a deep dive on some of those dynamics. David is in Alabama. David, how's it going today?
Hey, Alyssa, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'd sure enough rather listen to you and look at you than Paul's other guest host.
Well, I appreciate that. I will take that as a compliment that I will be allowed back to fill in for Paul.
Can't we all just get along? I mean, really.
I'm right there with you, David.
Those two are just crazy. Hey, I wanted just to touch base with you and see, after the 8A game, if you have any thoughts, what are you thinking about Alabama for this upcoming season?
Yeah, I'm really excited for Alabama, obviously. I mean, I know there was a little bit of friction there, obviously, when Coach Saban left and Coach DeBoer took over and some players were hitting the transfer portal, but just like everywhere else, right, we've seen that. I think what Jalen Milroe has the opportunity to do to take the next step, especially when you look at what Kalen DeBoer just did with his quarterback out at Washington. I'm really excited to see the future of the quarterback in Tuscaloosa, but I loved the fact that, not that I was surprised, but all the images coming out of Bryant-Denny Stadium and the amount of fans who showed up to support the first spring game in the Kalen DeBoer era. Again, not surprised by that because that's how y'all do things in Tuscaloosa, but it was still one of those moments where you went, all right, yeah, Alabama football is going to be just fine for everybody who's trying to tell them to hit the panic button.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome. Alyssa, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well, David. Thank you so much for calling. Jim is back on the line. Jim, how's it going? Did you hear the last few calls?
Well, it's not going very good, and I just want to ask you. I used to have a lot of respect for you, but I really don't now. I mean, you say you approve of the call of a scumbag like unfit, hellbound, AJ, the line. You like all of that, right?
I didn't say I approved of it, but I'm listening to it.
You said you more or less said I don't know if that's the right word, but there's something like, I don't know if it's approved, but you okayed it, or I don't know. You just, I don't know. You really changed. I mean, I don't really care for you anymore on the radio. I don't care for Laura Rutledge either. She's the same. You get in these big positions, you think you're something, and you think you can sail through with all these guys Googling over you or whatever they want to do. I think it's ridiculous. And I really thought you had more integrity than you've shown today. I mean, the way you approve of these callers and all this, you think it's good. How would you like to be trashed like they trashed me, these lies? How would you like that? Would you like that? Do you approve of that?
Jim, you kind of been trashing me a little bit with what you just said. So.
You better believe I have the last few minutes. I don't like the way you handle this stuff. You don't handle it well. I mean, really, I don't approve of you anymore. Don't give a damn if I ever hear you again.
That hurts me, Jim, because I always appreciate our conversations.
I'll tell you something, this crap today, you think it doesn't hurt me every time I hear these lies? How would you like to be lied about like that?
Jim, hold up, Jim. Hold up, you disrespectful bastard. Let me tell you something, Jim.
You held my...
You call in here talking about somebody's a hypocrite. You want to talk about a hypocrite? Let me tell you something. You wrote the devil's book. You got the devil's fingerprints, and quite frankly, you're going to be laying with the devil every day and night. It's like you've been doing it for so long now. You piece of crap caller. Scumbag.
Thanks for standing up for me, AJ. I appreciate you. I appreciate you standing up for me.
That pisses me off. That ticks me off to the core. He wants to disrespect people acting like he's some kind of high and mighty king of all land, and because you're sitting there doing a professional job handling yourself, you're actually the most comfortable guest host behind the camera that Paul has by far. You know how to handle yourself, and you articulate very well, and you're not nervous. I mean, you've been under the lights before, and I'm proud of you, and I just want to tell you we appreciate you being on here, and we love you.
Well, I appreciate you, AJ. Thank you so much for having me today again. I've had a great time. Like I said, I thought I said like 30 minutes ago that as a fill-in, it's my responsibility not to ruffle any feathers and to hear both sides and not choose any sides. But I guess Jim did not feel that way. So sorry, Jim. Let's continue to take some of your calls. Susie is in Georgia. Susie, how's it going today?
It's going fine, Alyssa. What a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you
for
taking my call. You could be my granddaughter, so I'm 75. I'd be very proud if you were my granddaughter, how you handle yourself and all that you've accomplished. If I had not gone back if I go back in time and I didn't be a teacher again, I think I would love to have gone into communication sports because I love it so much. So you do a great job. You're appreciated, and you've had a fabulous show today. You got a taste of some of the Hall of Famers. I was kind of eviscerated this week by some Hall of Famers and was put on one of those double calls, not knowing I was going to be on one, and it kind of took me back. I was called toots and was told to hush up. But that's all, in the phone calls. Let me ask you, when Mike Leach died, and Paul Feinbaum and his team did such a wonderful, wonderful job, of bringing back in the stories and bringing back clips. There was a clip with Mike Leach leaving the field, and he was being interviewed. Was that you?
It may have been.
That you were interviewing him coming at the end of the game or something, and all of a sudden he turned around back to you and said, I heard you got engaged. At least he said that to whoever was interviewing him. So today when you were talking about being engaged, I thought, oh, was that Alyssa?
Yeah, so we did have that moment, I think it was 2 seasons ago, where I did the post-game interview. It was Mississippi State, Texas A&M in Starkville. And we did, our post-game questions. And then we knew that Coach Leach kind of had some interesting thoughts on weddings and eloping. And I thought, who better than to ask about this? So that was me in that moment.
That was just, that was one of the greatest moments that they showed. And they showed a lot of great, moments. But that one has stuck with me. And so when you were on today, and you've done a great job, I'll leave after I give a message to I-Man, and he's probably on mute because he doesn't want to hear my voice. But I just want to say to you, I-Man, your occupation, what you do for a living, I so appreciate what you do. And my son, who was incarcerated, he didn't no armed robbery, he didn't kill anybody. It was against himself. And when he got out of prison, no one would give him a job. No one would even, give him an honest chance, except for air conditioning, heating and air. And so I respect so much what you do and how your company around the country and that give people that need a chance, that chance. So I-Man, whether you care for me or not, I do have deep respect for you. I do enjoy your calls. And that's all I want to say. So I am looking forward, Alyssa, to the Tennessee baseball game tonight. Softball's on now, and baseball's exciting right now at UT.
It definitely is.
You have a great week. Yeah, you have a great weekend. Keep smiling. No, you're doing great.
Susie,
and we appreciate you.
You're too kind. Thank you so much for your call, your kind words. And I love what you just said to I-Man after the last few minutes of what feels like a lot of intensity. It's nice to get a little bit of love here on the Feinbaum Show from caller to caller. Todd is in Shelby, Alabama. Todd, how's it going?
All right, Alyssa. Hey, are you okay?
I'm great. No, I'm good.
Okay,
Jim must be having a bad day. I get it.
Listen, you don't know Jim like we know him. He has this day every day. See, he's never been married. He's never had kids. He never had an older brother, because if he'd had an older brother, an old brother would have whooped his butt, and he would have had something else. He would have. You gained something when you grow up. I had an older brother that whooped my tail every day until I got older and could handle it. But Jim's mama, it's in the Bible, Alyssa. You hold the rod, spoil the child. Jim didn't get what he needed. But I don't care what he says to me, but I really don't appreciate what he said to you. And this is the deal. He said something about calling the police on me. Well, if I ever get to see him, and he is of worthy and young enough, that I guarantee you he better lace his boots up, because when I hit that man, he's going to feel it in his ankles. I bet you money I'd knock him out of his shoes. But anyway, I just don't appreciate it. You're my daughter's age, and I'd never allow, I'd swim an ocean to keep somebody from talking to my daughter like that, and I don't appreciate what he did to you. He's that sorry of a human being. But anyway, thank you, Alyssa, and I appreciate you letting me on.
Todd, I appreciate you again. You and AJ having my back. I can tell you that my dad is definitely watching right now, and I cannot wait to hear what his thoughts are when the show is over. He's coming over to my house later to help me install some light bulbs, so I'm sure he's going to have plenty. I say light bulbs, like I can install a light bulb. It's a little more complicated than that. I just want to clear the air there. We're going to take a break. More of your calls coming up on the other side right here on the Paul Feinbaum Show.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
ESPN Northwest Florida presents the Race to Talladega.
You are our winner for this week at 1 second flat. Now you're headed to Talladega. How excited are you right now?
Very excited, man. Appreciate it, man.
Well, we've also got you tickets for the Xfinity race as well, and you're going to be over there in a tower, my man.
Okay, thank you, man.
From PCB Hobby, Pepsi, Panama City Toyota, and your racing station. ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with your latest forecast on ESPN Northwest Florida this Friday. For tomorrow morning, a variety of slight fog and some clouds and 72 with very little wind. In the afternoon and evening, some sun with highs around 73. Sunday, mostly cloudy in the morning and then moderate rain and a temperature near 75. Moving into Monday, about the same with a high of 73 and some sun. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Hey folks, Chris Kramer with Bill Kramer GM. And the best place to listen to the Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey is inside a brand new vehicle from Bill Kramer GM. And I want you to know we've got 10 times the amount of inventory on the ground as we did this time last year, and darn near all of them are discounted. So shop us online at BillKramerGM.com or visit us the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd. We'll make it easy and take great care of you.
Hey there, folks. Looking for a place that feels like home right in the heart of Panama City? Well, look no further than Charlie Corm's Place at their new location on 15th Street. Charlie Corm's is not just a place, it's an experience. Imagine cozy corners, friendly faces, and the aroma of delicious dishes that'll make your taste buds dance. From sunrise breakfast to late night bites, Charlie Corm's on 15th Street has it all. Charlie Corm's Place on 15th Street is now offering exclusive weekday lunch specials. Visit Charlie Corm's Place on 15th Street. Look for the giant mural.
Attention homeowners, are you dreaming of a backyard oasis? Look no further than S&R Fencing, your go-to destination for quality outdoor transformations. At S&R, they specialize in crafting custom fences, decks, retainer walls, and all exterior construction that not only enhances the beauty of your home, but also stands the test of time. Their experienced team takes pride in delivering top-notch craftsmanship with a personal touch. S&R Fencing, locally owned, licensed, and insured, and a member of the BBB.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin, and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
My muscles ached. I was tired all the time.
My son had a full-blown asthma attack. It came out of nowhere.
The unsettling thing about some symptoms is
I had a fever and these terrible headaches.
You don't always know what's causing them.
It was Lyme disease from a tick bite.
I had West Nile virus from a mosquito.
He had a reaction to cockroach allergens.
Threats to your health can come from unexpected places. Get the facts. Visit pestrule.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
Sometimes just check into the Easy Way Deli from 38 to 23rd Street. We're the sports talk must. ESPN Northwest Florida.
All right, last few minutes for us here on the Paul Feinbaum Show. Alyssa Lang here with you this afternoon. Thanks for hanging out with me. Let's jump right into some calls while we can. John in St. Louis. John, good to talk to you again.
Alyssa, apologies for having to behave like that, and you had to be subjected to those behaviors from myself and mostly AJ. But, the bottom line is AJ's not a very nice individual. And anytime he calls in, you listen to any of his opinions, he is way out of line, and he's a big joke. Anyway, you have a very nice weekend. Thank you. Goodbye.
I appreciate you for calling in today, John. It was great to get to talk to you and AJ despite y'all's differences. Again, y'all both been very nice to me today, so that's all I can say. All right, let's head to Tom in Texas. Tom, how's it going?
It's going good, and you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you so much.
The call was about Oklahoma and Texas next year football. Before we get to it, I want to mention I have a closet full of burnt orange, but my favorite shirt is a maroon shirt with BT and a basketball on it. Could you guess who gave me that shirt?
Oh, Buzz Williams?
He is my nephew, and I'm very proud of him.
Wow. I can't believe I guessed that. That's awesome.
Well, I started to mention the pink shoes. Remember when he made a comment about your pink shoes?
I do.
Okay. But anyway, his mother is my first cousin, but he feels like a nephew because I was 18 when he was born.
Yeah.
And he grew up playing with my nieces. His grandmother and my mother were sisters. So he sat on my knee as a baby, watched him play high school basketball for the Van Alstyne Panthers. So real proud of him. What was he going to say? Oklahoma and Texas. You sort of answered that question about Texas with another caller. And Oklahoma coming in the conference next year.
Yeah, we're really excited. I will say, Tom, it's crazy that you mentioned Virginia Tech because some people know this about me, some people don't. I grew up a huge Virginia Tech fan. Both my parents went there, so I basically was raised in Blacksburg. So our family is a big fan of Buzz Williams, even before he got to the SEC at Texas A&M. So really cool kind of full circle moment there.
His real name is Brent Langdon.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. I didn't know you grew up there. He invites my sister. I have three brothers and sister. She babysits for him. He invites her to all these tournaments. She's the only female. There's four males. I start to kid him, you never invite us, but it's more practical for her to room with her first cousin, his mother, than us. So in my eyes, with his dad, really enjoy it. But anyway.
Well, Tom, thank you so much for the call.
Okay.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for calling in. All right, we've got just 45 seconds left in the show, but I want to get to Trey in Tuscaloosa. Trey, how's it going?
I'll make it quick. Congratulations on your engagement. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And AJ was right about Jim, and so don't worry about what he says about you, but can I give you my opinion on what Jim said to you and how he's acted today? Do you mind?
Sure, go for it. You got 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Just flush it, baby. Have a good one.
Not ready for that. What a walk-off for a Friday edition of the Paul Feinbaum Show. Thanks to everyone who called in. Paul will be back next week. We'll see you then.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. 0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
America's team plays here.
Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That's number 10.
The Atlanta Braves on ESPN Northwest Florida. Charlie Morton, Max Fried, and Chris Sale lead the Braves' dominant pitching rotation.
That's 18 up, 18 down.
Sponsored by Panama City Toyota, Ellis Agency Insurance, Bestway Portable Buildings, PCB Hobby, and ESPN Northwest Florida.
Got him swinging. Strike 3.
This is Joanna with your latest forecast on ESPN Northwest Florida this Friday. For tomorrow morning, a variety of slight fog and some clouds and 72 with very little wind. In the afternoon and evening, some sun with highs around 73. Sunday, mostly cloudy in the morning and then moderate rain and a temperature near 75. Moving into Monday, about the same with a high of 73 and some sun. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Los Rancheros has been doing it right for 20 years. Los Rancheros brings a top-shelf dining experience to you with the opening of their beautiful new building. Watch all college and pro games on Los Rancheros' 14 large-screen TVs with great drink specials daily from 2 to 5 and during all the games. Los Rancheros, the place for live sports and great food on 23rd Street between Jenks and Harrison.
It's time for a new kitchen from Kitchen Designs. Kitchen Designs in Panama City Beach and Santa Rosa Beach offers full-service cabinets, countertops, and flooring, plus cash and carry cabinets available the very next day. Kitchen Designs has been family-owned and operated for over 20 years. Visit their showroom at 7934 Front Beach Road and on Lynn Drive in Santa Rosa Beach. Or call Kitchen Designs, 850-775-4150.
In the jewelry business, there is no substitute for experience. David Adamson has over 46 years of experience, 32 of those in Lynn Haven. Designing and creating fine jewelry is more than a job for David, it's a joy. If you're looking for a spectacular jewelry design that says you, or perhaps you need your jewelry repaired, look no further than David Adamson Designer Jewelry. All work is done in-house and always to your complete satisfaction. Stop in today at David Adamson Designer Jewelry, 830 Ohio Avenue in Lynn Haven. They're on Facebook and at pcjeweler.com.
Ellis Agency Insurance has been serving Panama City and Bay County for years. They offer a full line of affordable insurance coverage of all types. Many people are attracted to Ellis Agency Insurance because of their friendly, knowledgeable staff. Call independent agent Johnny Ellis for a true comparison of your personal or business insurance. Ellis Agency Insurance at the Old Cullen Insurance location, 1134 Harrison Avenue, across from Dandy Donuts and Deli. Call 763-1627.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You get your packet.
WPLQ Port St. Joe, WGSX Lynn Haven, powered by Panama City Toyota.
ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Marty Hausberger. Miami got off to a hot start and never really were threatened as they take the 8th seed in the East for the NBA playoffs, beating Chicago tonight 112-91. The Heat paced by Tyler Hero's 24 points. He got 4 threes and the praise of his coach, Eric Spoelstra.
Tyler's a competitor. He's always going to bring a great mindset, to the game, and I think that's part of competition. Sometimes things go your way, sometimes they don't. How do you respond to it? How do you keep on showing up the next day and to the next opponent, the next challenge? I think that's what makes or breaks people in this league.
The Heat used a 19-0 first quarter run to take control. Next up, Boston. In the West, the Kings trailed the Pelicans for the 8th seed, 54-45 at halftime. Milwaukee coach Doc Rivers said today he's not ready to rule out Giannis Antetokounmpo for the start of their playoff series with Indiana, but Giannis did not practice today. The son of Basketball Hall of Famer Scottie Pippen has made his choice of colleges. Justin Pippen told ESPN today that he'll play for Michigan and new coach Dusty May. Pippen picked the Wolverines over Cal, Florida, Stanford, and Texas A&M. The Yankees were out-hit 14-5 by Tampa Bay, but made the most out of every hit.
And that one is looped in the left center field. It's a base hit. Trevino scores. It's an RBI single for Volpe. He snaps an 0-for-13 slide. And the Yankees lead 2-1.
Michael Kay on the Yes Network. New York beat the Rays 5-3. Kansas City knocked off the O's 9-4. That's 9 straight wins at home for the Royals, and they snapped Baltimore's 4-game winning streak. Atlanta, no problem with Texas, winning 8-3.
Monday morning, we enter my favorite week of the year, the NFL Draft, getting closer by the day. Plus, we're all over the NBA playoffs. It's Greeny, starting 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, this is Wildcat from the Coach James Hale Show. Join us weekday mornings at 8:15 for the Auburn Update. Sponsored by Beef O'Grady's on ESPN
Unsportsmanlike with Evan, Canty, and Michelle.
UConn women's basketball coach Gino Auriemma is going to join us in just a couple of minutes here on Unsportsmanlike. Just to put a bow, kind of, CC, on the Belichick conversation for now. I have thrown out there, and I'm curious to know your thoughts on this, that this has actually become a good thing for him because people like yourself and Damian Woody and others that know this sport inside and out are properly defending him and pointing out the good. But there is some positive PR now that's going to come out of this negative.
Yeah, but a good thing to what end? Positive PR, positive perception, but does that lead to him getting a job next hiring cycle? I don't have the answer to that because you're talking about him being a year removed from the NFL and being a year older, which I think he would be in his age 73 season in 2025. So, I mean, do you want to go down that road if you're a franchise, having him step in as a new head coach and him being the oldest person to have coached in the NFL in the modern era?
Part of the reporting indicates that the Giants, Eagles, and Cowboys at NFC East is really where he could consider wanting to go.
Yeah, and our Jordan Renan, who covers the New York Giants, said that this is something that's going to loom over Brian Daboll the entirety of the season.
It's going to be very interesting. Listen, like, with no disrespect to any other coach, if Bill Belichick wants to work for me, I am hiring him in 2 seconds, and I'm not even thinking twice about it. Same thing I would say about our next guest, Gino Auriemma, UConn's women's basketball coach, one of the great coaches ever in any sport. He joins us now. Coach, thank you so much for joining us, along with Michelle Smallman, Chris Canty, Evan Cohen. With you, let's start with this. You have done so much for the women's game. You've won championship after championship, and yet this year felt different than any other year in the history of women's basketball. How would you describe what the last 12 months have been like for your sport?
Well, I've never gotten so much, hey, great job, great job, great job, for losing. It's crazy. But like all the years we won national championships, everybody was like, yeah, that was really cool. You guys were supposed to win. Like this year, just something happened that I think was a perfect storm. All the right players, all the right ingredients were right there to make it happen. People decided to watch. You guys, not just you, but everybody decided that, hey, we need to put this on because it's really compelling. And the kids delivered, and it was to me. I can't overestimate what it meant to the game, and now it's on us to make it to take it one step further.
Coach, you had Paige Beckers back after missing a year due to injury. What has it meant for you to have her this season, both personally and as a team? And what does it mean for your program moving forward, the fact that she is coming back to UConn for yet another year?
All right. Well, it's, sometimes things are complicated, but sometimes they're not. Her freshman year, we lost in the Final Four. Her sophomore year, we lost in the national championship game. Her junior year, she was hurt, and let me see. That's right. We didn't get out of the regionals, and now this year she played, and we were in the Final Four. So I don't want to say this like really to a lot of people, but she might be more important to our program than me, which I hate to admit that, but that's just the reality.
Coach, last night at the USBWA Awards, they announced that the Women's National Coach of the Year Award is going to be named after you. I know that it was a tremendous honor for you, but I actually want to ask you about the recipient of that award last night, South Carolina's Dawn Staley. When you look at her from your vantage point, what makes her such an effective coach?
Well, I think the same thing that makes any coach effective. One, the ability to attract great players to come play for you. That's number one. Number two is then once you get those players to come play for you, the ability to get the best out of them. I don't know that anyone over the last 4 or 5 years maybe has been able to defensively, offensively get her teams to play at a consistently high level than Dawn has, and this year they embraced the 3-point shot, which that they had not done that previous to this year, and I think that changed everything for them. It just made them almost when we took Cardoza, they just figured out the next great thing that they could be good at. And that's what great coaches do. They take it from one thing to the next. And, Dawn's teams have been able to do that.
We're talking with 11-time championship coach, Hall of Famer Gino Auriemma, UConn women's basketball here on Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. You have had so many elite, iconic players, yet this year felt different than any other year, as we've discussed. And I think all of your elite, iconic players like Taurasi, like Lobo, et cetera, led us up to this point. Why do you think Caitlin Clark was able to captivate a nation differently than anyone else has? And I mean that complimentary to your players, because if not for your players, she's not inspired to do this like she did this year, and she has said as such.
Yeah, it's funny. Somebody asked Diana that one time, do you think Coach would have let you take some of the shots she took? And Diana said, no, we weren't even allowed to dribble. We won 3 national championships with Diana in a different way than the way Caitlin did it. The way Caitlin did it was something that hasn't been done in basketball since Pete Maravich played on the men's side. And no one had ever seen it before on the women's side. Now, that's not to say it had never been done by players. I can go back 100 years. I can go back to Cheryl Miller, or Carol Blazkowski, Lynette Woodard. But no one had ever seen it because the media had never latched onto it. So now you've got the media is fascinated. This kid is fascinating to watch, like where's she going to shoot it from next, and she delivered. And that's not to say that Caitlin was the be all and end all. That meant she brought eyes to the game, but then the rest of the game delivered. Whether it was Paige or Juju Watkins or Angel Reed, whoever it was, they were given a platform and they delivered. And to me, that's the big thing. Back in the day, we used to talk about, listen, we want exposure. we want more exposure. Okay, but if you're not any good, you get exposed. So we got the exposure, but we delivered. That's the big thing.
Coach, there's been a lot of debate with the growth of the women's game, particularly in this year, about equity in sports and the draft eligibility rules. In the WNBA, you have to be at least 22 years of age, whereas in the NBA, you have a lot of one-and-done players. I'm curious, from your perspective, do you think that the WNBA should allow players to be eligible earlier in their basketball careers, or do you think it's a good thing that they're forcing these kids to stay in college until they're 22 years old?
Well, it depends whether you want the game to grow or whether you want to kill it. If you want to kill it, then let the kids leave after freshman year. Which is, like, on the men's side, it's become transactional. Okay, everybody's a free agent. Everybody's a mercenary. It's not the kid's fault. All right, so you go, you play, you're good, you go to the NBA. You go, you play, you're good, you go to another school because they give you more money. All right, so that's starting to impact the women's game. To me, what helped the women's game grow is the people in Iowa got to grow up with Caitlin Clark. The people in Connecticut got to grow up with all my great players. There's something to be said for that. You know, when players stay with their team long enough to build a brand. I don't know that our game can continue to move forward if all of a sudden our guys are gone and then we never hear from them again because they're playing during the summer and they're not on our team anymore. So I like the rule, and the players decided the rule. So if they change the rule, God bless them, but I think it'll ruin the game.
Coach, last night we talked about how Storrs, Connecticut is the epicenter of the basketball world. Obviously, you're having so much consistent success on the women's side, and Danny Hurley and the men's back-to-back champions. And we talked about how those programs feed off one another. And I know you're very locked into what you need to accomplish with your team, but what's your relationship like with Danny Hurley? Do you guys get together and have talks about basketball, exchange information or tips or anything?
Well, you know, I'm old enough to be his father, I think, so it's a different conversation when we talk. But just the other day, he was in my office and we talked for about 45 minutes about just different things and things that are impacting the game. And listen, winning 2 national championships in a row, there's not a lot of people that have been in that space. And he and I, we have this relationship that I think is unique and it's healthy and it's great for me because I love watching them play. I see their players every day down in the weight room or in the training room or in the dining room. I watch them play. I'm fascinated by how they do things offensively. He's one of the best every day on a daily basis practice coaches I've ever seen. So yeah, I'm old enough to be his dad, but I've learned a lot from the guy, and it's just really, really, really cool to have him and his staff and all that energy in our building. It's really cool. It's made me a better coach, I think.
Gino Auriemma has won 11 titles, UConn women's basketball coach. He's in the Hall of Fame, but his biggest accomplishment is he got to do what we get to do normally, and that is hang out with Michelle Smallman last night at the USBA event in St. Louis. Coach, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you know what? If you guys were as nice as Michelle, then I would talk to you more. That's
Well said. Perfect, Coach. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. There is Gino Auriemma, head basketball coach, women's basketball coach at UConn. Certainly a spicy answer to a question CC asked about the freshmen leaving early. If you want to ruin the game, you'll change the rule.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio. From the play-in tournament, here's Embiid, trains a triple until a champion is crowned at the NBA Finals.
The Denver Nuggets NBA champion.
history awaits. The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A Jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
ESPN Northwest Florida. Here's what's happening.
Hi, this is Ryan Mulvey and Jay Henley from the Inside Drive.
And we're seeking your nomination in the 2024 Best of Bay.
To nominate the Inside Drive as Best Radio Show in Bay County, go to ESPNPC.com and click Best of Bay.
And remember, for a brighter future, vote the Inside Drive in 2024.
This message is funded by ESPN Northwest Florida and the Committee to Elect the Inside Drive.
Did you know that fees associated with real estate closings are virtually the same from one title company to the next? So what sets South Oak Title apart? Effective communication, customer service, expertise, and technology. If you're buying or selling real estate, refinancing a residential or commercial property, tell your realtor you want to close with South Oak Title. South Oak Title, with locations across the Southeast, including Panama City Beach, Inlet Beach, Destin, and Fort Walton Beach. Visit them online at southoaktitle.com.
Los Rancheros has been doing it right for 20 years. Los Rancheros brings a top-shelf dining experience to you with the opening of their beautiful new building. Watch all college and pro games on Los Rancheros' 14 large-screen TVs with great drink specials daily from 2 to 5 and during all the games. Los Rancheros, the place for live sports and great food on 23rd Street between Jenks and Harrison.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for 75 years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like, if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Hey, it's Coach Hale, and this is Sports Talk Around the Clock. We're your home for the most sports talk, live, play-by-play, and the biggest contest on the Gulf Coast. ESPN Northwest Florida.
From number 5 to number 1.
Best of the best of the best, sir.
These are the Chris Canty Power Rankings.
Here we go. Power Rankings Tuesday. Boy, wait till you guys hear what this is, because this is, this is going out on a limb because of one word here. Top 5 guaranteed Hall of Famers.
That's right.
In the 2024 draft.
That's
you
right.
don't want to do top 5 presumed Hall of Famers?
No. Dave Gettleman said once upon a time, that's the former Giants general manager that drafted Saquon Barkley. When you're taking a guy this high in the first round, top 10 pick, then that guy's got to be a gold jacket guy. So we're going to go with the top 5 draft prospects that are surefire, guaranteed Hall of Famers. Guys that will have a bust in Canton, Ohio at the end of their NFL career. So I know that's lofty praise.
Yes.
But that should absolutely be the goal when you're taking a guy with a lot of draft capital in the first round.
Okay. So, I have one. I'm not going to say who. I have one guy in my head that I think is definitively going to be on this list. Smalls, how many people do you have in your brain right now that you're like, all right, I think they're going to be on this list?
2.
All right, let's see what you got here.
All right. To kick this thing off, we're going to start with number 5, Javante, if you will.
Number 5.
Caleb Williams, quarterback, USC. Now, this is a guy that's shown us that he can do it at multiple big-time programs. He started out at Oklahoma. He supplanted Spencer Rattler, who was all of a sudden turned into a draft darling in his own right. But Caleb Williams has shown the ability to throw the football from any arm angle. He showed that outstanding improvisational skills, second reaction plays, whether he's manipulating the pocket to buy time or he's getting outside of the pocket to extend it down. This is a guy that can do it. In terms of his field vision, the best in the class. It is elite level. And this is a guy that really doesn't have a whole lot of question marks outside of whether or not he can have the discipline to play within the structure at the next level. Because a lot of the things he got away with at the collegiate ranks, he won't be able to pull off. The athletes are too smart. They're bigger, stronger, faster. The other concern that I have for Caleb Williams is ball security in the pocket. But think about that, Evan. I'm saying the biggest concerns for the young man are his ability to stay disciplined in terms of playing within structure, playing on time, and hanging on to the football in the pocket. That's it. Those are the only questions about his game. And that's why I think this is a player that will be wearing a gold jacket at the end of his career. When you watch him play, there's only one pro comp, and that is Patrick Mahomes. I get it. It's lofty praise, but just turn on the tape and watch him. He's that damn good. Next.
Number 4.
Number 4. Offensive tackle from Washington, Troy Fautanu. Now, I don't think he's going to be an offensive tackle at the next level. He's 6'4", 320. I think he's going to be a guard, and he's probably going to be one of the best in the business relatively early in his career. This is a guy that could stop defensive linemen dead in their tracks with his initial punch, but he's got the athleticism to be able to stay in front of those quick jump around guys that might reduce down from being an edge rusher to a defensive tackle on sub packages. This is somebody that has a blindside tackle for Michael Penix Jr. was an All-American, and I just continue to see the standout ability in his game because he's such a good athlete to be that size. And one of the things that you watch for offensive linemen is can they play in space? Because oftentimes NFL defenses will try to put them in conflict to force them to play in space. And Troy Fautanu has shown the ability to be able to do that. So he is a no-doubter. Going to be a Hall of Fame guy at the end of his career. And I think this is a guy that has all pro potential within the first 3 years of being in the National Football League. Next.
Number 3.
Brock Bowers. Tight end, but I don't really want to call him a tight end. He's more of a receiver. And you saw what he did at the University of Georgia. He led the Bulldogs, was a part of a really explosive offense that led to the Bulldogs being national champions a couple of years ago. But this is a guy that people are clamoring to get up in the first round of draft just because of his versatility. You see them. How often do you see a tight end getting the ball on a jet sweep in college? You just don't. But that just shows you what kind of athlete he is. Again, he has the label of being a tight end, but he's not really a tight end. He's got really short hands, really soft hands for the position. For a pro comp, think George Kittle. That's the direction that it's going when you start talking about Brock Bowers. Maybe needs to work on being able to sustain blocks as a inline blocker in the formation, but he's a player that they're going to be able to put all over the formation, whether it's in the backfield, whether it's split out in the slot, whether it's split out wide, or at the true wide position inline next to a tackle. A lot of versatility that comes along with Brock Bowers. He is the ultimate chess piece, somebody that you can move all around the offensive formation and put defenses in conflict.
Top 5 guaranteed Hall of Fame players in the 2024 NFL Draft per CC. Brock Bowers in at number 3. He'd probably go number 3 overall if Belichick was still coaching the Patriots. Number 2, CC.
All right, number 2.
Number 2.
Joe Alt. Offensive tackle from Notre Dame. Now, his dad was one of the Hogs for the Washington Commanders, used to be known as the Washington Redskins. But I mean, his dad has has had a long NFL career, and Joe has that same type of pedigree. I mean, he's 6'9", 320 pounds, a mountain of a man, and he ran sub 540 at the combine. This is an elite level athlete, but the thing that I love about him is that he plays big. He uses those long arms to disengage from defenders, keep those defensive linemen out of his body, and he's able to lock out and get good punch on those guys, both in the pass blocking, but also in run blocking. So I love Joe Alt. This is a guy that's going to be plug and play, start for a dozen years in the National Football League, and you're not going to have to worry about him. I think the pro comp for Joe Alt is another guy that's named Joe, and that would be Joe Thomas from the Cleveland Browns once upon a time. I think he has that type of ability. You're a Wisconsin guy, so you know how good Joe Thomas was. That's the kind of ability that Joe Alt has.
I mean, that's no small praise comparing him to Joe Thomas, who played forever and ultimate teammate. Wow.
Yeah.
I have literally no idea who number one is going to be.
Yeah, come on now.
Okay, maybe
you know who number one is going to be.
Second generation?
Second generation.
Okay,
again, the bloodlines, man. I'm going to roll with the bloodlines.
Wow, Roman Reigns reference, bloodline.
The bloodlines. I mean, we're going to go with Marvin Harrison Jr. All you have to do is look at his dad and just know that the kid knows how to be a professional.
Yep.
He knows how to play receiver. One of the things I love about MHJ is how he's handled the pre-draft process. No, I'm not working out for a combine. No, I'm not going to work out at the combine, and I'm not going to work out at the pro day. If you say the grade is the tape, then just turn on the tape and see what Marvin Harrison Jr. has done at Ohio State over the last couple of years. There is no doubt that he is the best receiver in all of college football, and he's probably the best prospect in this entire class. I mean, he's a super productive player. He's got all kinds of athletic ability. He can win at every single level. He can win versus press coverage. He can win versus off coverage. He knows zone coverage concepts and presents himself as a target for his quarterback. This is a guy that's going to be really user-friendly for whatever signal caller is on the team that drafts him. And so Marvin Harrison Jr. is the player that I'm most confident in this class that will wear a gold jacket. So that is the list. Marvin Harrison Jr., Joe Alt, Brock Bowers, Troy Fautanu, and Caleb Williams, Hall of Famers on deck.
The NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
It's time to have some fun.
Live from the heart of downtown Detroit.
This is the most fascinating NFL draft I've ever been associated with.
The Chicago Bears select
the NFL Draft, Round 1, Thursday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
It's the PCB Hobby Takeover with Todd. Mondays at 5:20 on ESPN Northwest Florida.
That is a very high-end card and very rare.
Todd talks about coins, trading cards, collectibles, and the amazing stories behind them.
It was the first one that's ever come through my door.
Plus, we'll be taking your calls and questions at 850-215-6290. The PCB Hobby Takeover.
A platform for you to do your hobby.
Mondays at 5:20 on the Sports Talk Monster. ESPN Northwest Florida.
This is Joanna with your latest forecast on ESPN Northwest Florida this Friday. For tomorrow morning, a variety of slight fog and some clouds and 72 with very little wind. In the afternoon and evening, some sun with highs around 73. Sunday, mostly cloudy in the morning and then moderate rain and a temperature near 75. Moving into Monday, about the same with a high of 73 and some sun. This forecast is sponsored by Mid-South Lumber, the best little lumberyard in Panama City. Thank you for keeping that dial on ESPN Northwest Florida. Rely on it.
Hello, this is Rick Vosser with RV of Panama City, your local Stormore portable building dealer, located at 2241 East Baldwin Road. Shopping for a garage, portable building, cabin? We build them anywhere from 8 to 16 foot wide, 10 feet to 60 feet long. We can do insulation, electricity, transom dormers, thermal windows. Come, let's customize a building together. Rick Vossen, Stormore Portable Building Dealer, Panama City.
With over 65 years of combined experience, Instant Replay Sports Cards is happy to help you take your collection to the next level. They carry all the new hobby boxes, signed memorabilia, and supplies. New and vintage cards and Pokemon. They sell and trade cards and are always looking to buy. They're an authorized source for Topps, Panini, Upper Deck, and Leaf cards. Instant Replay Sports Cards is open 7 days a week at 752 West 23rd Street, down from Academy Sports. It can always be reached at InstantReplaySportsCards.com.
Hi, this is Ryan Mulvey from The Inside Drive. Join me and Jay for the Afternoon Delight for the wildest stories of the day. Weekdays at noon right here on the Sports Talk Monster, ESPN, Northwest Florida.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Marty Hausberger. Miami is the East's 8th seed in the NBA playoffs. The Heat ended Chicago's season tonight after getting off to a hot start, fending off the Bulls' comeback midway, and then pulling away late.
Hero's going to pull up right wing three. Gets it to fall. Another three-pointer for Tyler Hero. Hero has 24 points for Miami, and their lead is up to 24.
Jorge Sedano on ESPN Radio. The final was 112-91. Hero led the way with those 24. Miami will play Boston in the first round. They've met the Celtics in 4 of the last 5 postseasons, including the last 3. In the battle for the West, 8th seed, a much closer game. The Pelicans lead the Kings 83-74 at the end of the third. Tobin Porter, the younger brother of Denver Nuggets star Michael Porter Jr., has been sentenced to 6 years in prison for a drunken driving crash that killed a woman in Colorado last year. Porter smashed into the woman and her passenger after running a red light. Perhaps the marquee matchup tonight in Major League Baseball is last year's champs, the Texas Rangers, battling the team many think may win the World Series this year, the Atlanta Braves.
3-2, and there's a deep drive to left field. Way on back it goes. That's torched. A home run by Darno. And it's a 2-1 Braves lead here in the second inning.
680, The Fan with the call. Atlanta cruised to an 8-3 win. Cleveland crushed Oakland 10-2. The Red Sox pounded Pittsburgh 8-1. Alec Boehm hit 2 3-run dingers, and Philadelphia ripped the White Sox 7-0. The Yankees beat the Rays 5-3. Ellie De La Cruz hit a 3-run homer to help face the Reds past the Angels 7-1. And Kansas City knocked off Baltimore 9-4.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman. It's officially draft week, and I'll tell you all the small things I'll be looking for in round 1 at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots are expected to part ways.
And Evan, I know you are as big of a Bill Belichick person as anybody out there. Wellness check, my friend. How you doing?
It sucks. I mean, I'm not going to... I hate this. I hate this. I love Belichick. He's the greatest NFL coach of all time. Oh, I'm not crying.
You're a little misty. You're a little misty. I'm sitting right next to you. I can see you.
I'm not crying.
I can see you. You're a little misty.
I can see it.
I hate this. Yeah, well, today's a day for me to cry a river. This is Unsportsmanlike with Evan Canty Michelle coming to you live from above the Heineken River Deck at Pier 17. You can check in with us on social media at UnsportsESPN. We're going to have Canty's mock draft, where 6 of the top 12 picks were traded in Canty's mock draft. Plus, we have a poll question up based on last night's Heat-Sixers game where Jimmy Butler unfortunately gets hurt. Miami had a 14-point lead. They end up losing the game to Philadelphia 105-104. Kudos to the Sixers, who are now going to play the New York Knicks. But the turning point of the game, and we are not kidding when we tell you this, was literally a moment in the third quarter of that game where the score was 59-48. Miami had the lead. I'm going to get to Belichick in a second. But 59-48, Miami had the lead with 6:57 to go in the third quarter. And Caleb Martin of the Heat had 2 free throws. He missed them both. And the fans, as a result, when free chicken as a result of 2 missed free throws. The crowd went absolutely berserk. They were booing the Sixers prior to that, and they went on an 8-0 run right then and there, and then outscored the Heat by double digits the rest of the way. And no joke, that was the turning point of the game, to which CeCe rightfully said or asked, does that confirm that chicken fingers, chicken tenders, are the number 1 ballpark or stadium or arena food? So he put it up. Now, this is amazing. Yes or no at UnsportsESPN, 85% are saying no.
Wow.
No.
How many other foods can get credit for a playoff win? Where's hot dogs' playoff win?
So
Where's a taco playoff
So
win?
now I've got to ask, like, what is the ultimate ballpark food? Is it hot dogs?
Okay. So I have to say something here. I think when you phrase it ballpark, you think specifically baseball, so most people think hot dog.
Oh, I like it. So we're going to blame Rob, our social media guy, for the phrasing on this.
If you're saying the best food to eat at a sporting event, you think of arenas as well, and which is not necessarily as synonymous with a hot dog. Like when you think ballpark food, you think an ice cold draft beer and you think a hot dog, not a chicken tender.
But the chicken tenders are better at the ballpark, just like they're better at the arena, just like they're better at the stadium. It's just better.
And they have a playoff win.
They do. They do have that on their resume.
We just talked about Tua, how he's not good in the playoffs. Chicken fingers have a playoff win.
They do.
And honestly,
or a play-in win, however you want to look at it.
Chicken fingers, too, have more of a versatility with condiments. We can't forget about the different layers that a chicken... Like, when you're talking about hot dog, you're typically talking ketchup and mustard. When you're talking chicken tenders, you've got ketchup, you've got honey mustard, you've got ranch, you've got Polynesian sauce if you're getting crazy. I mean, there's so many options as far as condiments go.
Well, I guess the people in Chicago put all of that on their hot dog anyway, so... I mean,
that is true. That is true. All right, so yesterday was an interesting day for one Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
So a huge story drops ESPN.com about Belichick, and Seth Wickersham, Don Van Natta, and Jeremy Fowler all contributed to that report. And then yesterday, out of nowhere, amazing 30, 40-minute interview that Belichick did with Pat McAfee, noon until 3 Eastern on ESPN Plus. That was just unreal in terms of the overall personality of Belichick. You saw him in a way with McAfee that you don't normally see him anywhere else. He was phenomenal. But it's amazing what this article has done in terms of all of the negative around Belichick, that Robert Kraft may have talked to Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, kind of putting in a negative word for him. And I'm just going to throw this out there, and I said this to you guys, and I still believe this. I think The Dynasty, the documentary on Apple Plus, Making Belichick Look Bad, and this article, Making Belichick Look Bad, is the best thing that could happen to Belichick. And the reason I say that is when he was, let's just call it let go by the Patriots, everyone was looking at it saying, yeah, you know what? I know he had these 20 years and 6 Super Bowls, et cetera, but the last 4 have been a disaster. And it was a referendum on his coaching as well as his work as a general manager. And nobody was really defending him except for diehards like myself. What's happened here is that the critique of him has gone so far and has forgotten the difficulty of winning not 1, but 6 Super Bowls, where we sit next to someone every single day, Smalls, you and I, that won 1, and he talks about how hard it is to win the 1. Belichick won 5 more than that, and I actually think the players now, from Julian Edelman to Steph Gilmore to others, coming out and defending him, is actually going to help him. And CeCe, this, to me, has gone too far against Belichick.
Oh, no doubt about it. It's an indictment on Robert Kraft, no doubt. And this is the perfect example of never wanting to see your ex do better with the next. Like, he already had to live that movie with Tom Brady. They jettisoned him. He wins a Super Bowl in year 1 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It has that same aura around it. Robert Kraft not wanting Bill Belichick to go somewhere else, break the all-time wins record, and, oh, by the way, have that franchise in position to compete for a title, knowing that the Patriots are about to go through a multi-year rebuild. So it feels like that on its face. But I'm just sitting here thinking about the other teams that were on the other end of those phone calls from Robert Kraft. Think about it. The Philadelphia Eagles, they were like, yeah, we thought about it, but owner Jeffrey Lurie didn't know that it was worth overhauling the entirety of their franchise when it comes to football philosophy, front office personnel, coaching staffs. It wasn't worth it to do that, knowing that the Eagles are in win-now mode anyway, which makes no sense. Then the Atlanta Falcons of it all, knowing that there were going to be big game hunting at the quarterback position with Kirk Cousins, and they decided not to go down that road because Belichick is quote-unquote hard to work with. And maybe Rich McKay and Terry Fontenot, the GM, don't want to deal with that. Then also the Washington Commanders, Josh Harris saying that he wants a similar structure in his organization with the Commanders that he had with the Devils and with the Sixers, which is a strong general manager and the head coach working under that, and how hiring Belichick would be a problem with that. I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to hire weak people just so they can kowtow to the quote-unquote strong general manager that you have in place. Not to disparage Adam Peters in any way, but I'm just simply saying...
he wasn't hired at that point, so you're good.
But just to say that that's a part of the math when it comes to your decision-making, it's unbelievable. How about the Carolina Panthers? Owner David Tepper, who loves to break down the analytics behind his coach's decisions and saying that Bill Belichick wouldn't fit into that math in terms of allowing him that type of access and allowing him to question what Belichick would be doing with the Carolina Panthers. I'm sorry. When did everybody in the NFL lose their damn minds? Bill Belichick is a damn good coach. Now, maybe the general manager, Bill Belichick, undermined the head coach, but the word on the street was that Belichick would have been amenable to having a general manager in place that was going to have decision-making power over the roster. So if Belichick is not going to be the person in charge of personnel, then I'm completely fine with him being my head coach because he's damn good at it. He's one of the best, if not the best, the game has ever seen. It's Vince Lombardi, then it's Bill Belichick. And some probably might flip that order because of what he's been able to do in his 50-year tenure. Think about it, over 5 decades in the National Football League. And then all of a sudden we just decide this guy can't coach anymore.
You know, but I believe that your passion plea that you just had, I don't know that you would have had it or it would have fallen on deaf ears if not for all of the anti-Belichick stuff. There wouldn't have been a place for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That I actually think the anti-Belichick stuff has been the greatest PR for him because you've got former players and analysts and hosts like Cece coming out smalls and defending the guy that he had no reason to defend a month or two ago. The dynasty in this article is actually going to help Belichick because now he's got a PR team that he didn't pay for.
You know, guys, the great American poet Lil Wayne once said, we live in the same building, but we got different views.
Yep.
We read the same article, and I have a completely different perception of this article and of this situation than the two of you do, okay?
Go for it.
Yes, Bill Belichick is one of, if not the greatest coach to ever coach in the history of the NFL. We cannot take the resume away from him. However, where we sit today is not the resume. We need to look at the age. We need to look at the timeline with which this new franchise is going to bring him in and what he can give them and what they're going to have to accomplish in that short amount of time. Plus, we need to look at what happened in New England recently. On the television side, we have a graphic up right now that said, did Robert Kraft sabotage Bill Belichick? I read this article, and in no way did I think that he sabotaged him. It says in the article that Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, is one of Robert Kraft's closest friend. He's an incredible close friend to him and a confidant within the NFL circles. So when Arthur Blank calls Robert Kraft to ask him about Bill Belichick and get an honest assessment of what it's like to bring this person in and to work with him, he owes it to his friend to give an honest assessment of that. And Bill Belichick comes with different circumstances. He's going to come in. He's going to have a certain level of arrogance, by the way, which he's earned based on the accomplishments that he has. He's going to come in, and even though he says that he's going to be collaborative, and he might be to a certain measure, he's going to want to do things his way. And for an organization, especially one like the Falcons, where in this piece it said that Arthur Blank does not like confrontation and he does not like coaching searches. If you truly believe that Bill Belichick is going to come in and he's going to have to do things his way, and you may only get him for 2 years, if you expect him to get the all-time coaching record and then be done, that is a big risk for potentially little to no reward.
I hear you, Smalls, but I'm just sitting here thinking about it. There have been 9 coaching hires this offseason, excluding the Patriots one. You're talking about 8 other jobs. Half them coaches going to be gone in the next 3 years.
Easily.
So I mean, why does age?
Not before that.
Why does age have to be a factor when hiring Belichick? Like, we were talking about a 3-year proposition. If you're the Atlanta Falcons, that's all you're betting on with Kirk Cousins if you look at the contract that they gave him. So why wouldn't Belichick be good under that circumstance? That's the part that doesn't make any sense. And here's the other part, the coup de grace for me. Like, if anybody in the building was good at what they're doing, then guess what? The team wouldn't be in a position where they're looking for a coach.
Exactly right.
Like if Rich McKay and Terry Fontenot, the GM for the Atlanta Falcons, were so good at their damn jobs that you couldn't get rid of them, that they were indispensable, then why the hell are you looking for a head coach? The same could be said for the Tennessee Titans. Same could be said for the Washington Commanders. Same could be said for any of the Carolina Panthers. Any of these other vacancies that were available during this hiring cycle. To just gloss over Bill Belichick and not look at him as an option because of the quote-unquote arrogance or ego? Newsflash. Everybody in the NFL has an ego. In order to be good at your job at that level, you kind of have to have one.
But Bill Belichick's still looking for a job.
And
could we apply that same logic to Bill Belichick? He has not had success in New England over the past few years. Therefore, he's looking for a job. And I think Robert Kraft, frankly, doesn't owe Bill Belichick anything at this point. They had an amazing partnership for a long time that resulted in a lot of success. And there was a lot of tension and turmoil at the end. I think, if anything, he owes it to Arthur Blank to tell him the truth, that it wasn't sunshine and rainbows and confetti all the time, that there was a lot of tension and there was a lot of concessions that he had to make in order for Bill Belichick to get things his way. If anything, Robert Kraft did the right thing by telling his friend about the exact circumstances that he could expect to walk into if he hires Bill Belichick.
But here's the problem I have if we're going to make it specific to Atlanta, because that's the relationship he has with ownership, with Arthur Blank. And we say, well, Bill Belichick hasn't done anything the last 4 years with New England post-Brady. He's done more than Atlanta's done. Played in the playoffs. Atlanta hasn't done that. So we're going to keep Rich McKay because he runs the team. And we're not going to keep Belichick. I don't want to leave Fontenot out of there because he just got there, right? So let's not put that on him. And obviously, again, separate from Raheem Morris, like some of these franchises that can say, well, look at Belichick post-Brady. Belichick post-Brady is still better than some of these franchises that were in the market for a head coach. And here's the other thing. Think about this. When you have a relationship with a business relationship with someone for 20 years, there are so many ins and outs of that relationship that explaining that to someone else, I don't think is even fair. And I have been a fan of Kraft, but if Kraft badmouthed Belichick, I'd be upset about that. I'd be disappointed in that. Because to me, when Rich McKay, when Arthur Blank makes that call and he says, tell me about Belichick, my answer is either nothing, I'm not going to, or I'm going to say, listen, Arthur, Bill and I worked together for 20 years. The ins and outs of that relationship would take the next 20 years to explain. You got to have your own relationship with him. I can't explain ours. It's not going to be similar. This is our year 21 is not your year 1.
Yeah, bad-mouthing an ex says more about you than it does the actual person you're talking about.
But we're saying bad-mouthing. How do we know it's not just telling the truth? Just simply stating what the relationship was. Because this is his closest friend in NFL circles who's coming to him, asking him for a genuine recommendation and piece of advice on if he should hire this person and or what it's going to be like. I don't think it's fair to characterize simply stating the truth about someone to be bad-mouthing. Right. If Bill Belichick had certain characteristics that maybe weren't so favorable, that's not Robert Kraft bad-mouthing him if he's explaining that. And it's up to Arthur Blank to decide whether or not he's ready to take that risk.
You may not be wrong, Smalls, but what gets lost in all of it is, does Bill Belichick give me a better chance to win than hiring ex-coach?
Yes. And I don't even know who ex-coach is. Yes.
But that's my point, though. Like, a lot of this sounds like feelings and not about the objective of it all, which is to win and win at the highest levels of the sport. I don't know that there's an argument to be made that Bill Belichick doesn't help you do that, more so than most of the coaches that have been hired in this cycle.
America's team plays here.
And a rocket to right field. This thing is into orbit.
The Atlanta Braves on ESPN Northwest Florida. Acuna, Ozzie, and Austin Riley lead the Braves' high-powered offense.
Swung on, belted, deep right field. Get out of here, Ozzie. Home run. Ball game.
The Atlanta Braves on ESPN Northwest Florida is sponsored by Brock's Pest Control, Store More Portable Buildings, Reliable Hydraulic Solutions, Billburn Kia, and Mid-South Lumber.
Are you hungry for authentic Mexican cuisine? Then come to El Rodeo Tequila Bar and Grill, where we serve up the freshest, most flavorful dishes on the beach. El Rodeo Tequila Bar and Grill, a great location, comfortable atmosphere, and happy hour from 3 to 7. Buy one, get one free, regular margaritas and 12-ounce house drafts. And you're going to love their lunch specials, Monday through Friday from 11 to 3. Plus, live music Wednesdays and Saturdays starting at 5:30. El Rodeo Tequila Bar and Grill, Thomas Drive, across from the Navy base.
Hey folks, Chris Kramer with Bill Kramer GM. And the best place to listen to the Inside Drive with Ryan Mulvey is inside a brand new vehicle from Bill Kramer GM. And I want you to know we've got 10 times the amount of inventory on the ground as we did this time last year, and darn near all of them are discounted. So shop us online at BillKramerGM.com or visit us the corner of Frankfurt and 23rd. We'll make it easy and take great care of you.
Reliable Copy Products is proud to be the exclusive dealer in Northwest Florida for Kyocera office equipment. Reliable Copy Products has been committed to providing professional, personalized service for the last 35 years. They understand that the right equipment does not always fall within today's budget requirements, so they offer several options for the equipment you need today for the growth you expect tomorrow. Call James Smothers at 784-6601. 784-6601. Reliable Copy Products on Harrison Avenue, just north of Bay High School.
At Creative Gems, we believe every piece of jewelry tells a story of love, legacy, and the art of fine craftsmanship. Family owned with every detail crafted on site in Panama City, Florida, we invite you to experience more than just shopping. It's a journey to remember. Come visit us online at creativegemsinc.com or in our showroom on Jenks Avenue, open Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Creative Gems.
When a parent struggles with addiction or dies from a drug overdose, what happens to their children? Far too many end up in foster care, unable to ever return to their birth homes because it's simply not safe. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is fighting the clock so that teens don't age out of foster care, leaving them at a higher risk of addiction and other negative outcomes that can happen to a child without the love and stability of a permanent family. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
This is Auburn football coach Hugh Freeze. Make sure you wake up with the Coach James Hale Show weekday mornings from 7 to 9. It's live and local sports coverage exclusively on ESPN Northwest Florida.
Unsportsmanlike with Evan Canty and Michelle.
We are Unsportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Damian Woody is in with us. He played for the Pats. He was drafted by the Pats and Belichick. Your reaction to everything that has gone on over the last 24 hours with it's a great article, don't get me wrong, and amazing reporting, but the conversation about Belichick, and specifically from Robert Kraft, maybe sabotaging him a little bit?
What the hell is going on, like, with Robert Kraft? Like, what did Bill do to you to have this type of vitriol to go out there and to, like, have that conversation with Arthur Blank to sabotage Bill Belichick in that interview process? I just don't get it, man. Like, this man has got you 6 world championships.
Yeah.
Like, the way Bill elevated the New England Patriots, we talk about the Patriots along the lines of the Cowboys. I'm talking about as far as prestige as a franchise, the Cowboys, the Steelers, all those type of teams. I mean, it just baffles me as a former player to see, see the owner really stabbing the guy in the back, man, for all he's done for the organization.
Yeah, and I know
I just don't understand.
I know you got to feel a way about it because, like, you were drafted by Bill. Like, this is somebody that you have an allegiance to. But when I read the article, some of the reasons that were presented by these teams for not hiring Bill just didn't make sense to me. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles, the owner, Jeffrey Lurie, said, is it worth overhauling our front office, our coaching staff, and our football philosophies for a guy that's only going to be there for 2 or 3 years? When the reality is that the majority of the coaches that were hired in this cycle won't last 3 years. So I just didn't understand that. The Atlanta Falcons, well, Arthur Blank wants a family atmosphere. He wants to, he likes.
Can we stop right there, please? Can we stop right there?
Thank you.
What the hell is a family environment? I thought it was about winning. Everything is about winning. It's about winning championships. Everything comes with winning. I get so sick of this whole, we want to collaborate, collaborate. What the hell does that even mean? Like, we're trying to win championships. You're talking about, like, a football savant, a football genius. And he's not even, like, I guess this, like, panel of people down in Atlanta, Arthur Blake's confidants that, help him make a decision. And Bill's not even, like, in your top 3. I can't even take you seriously. You're talking about the greatest coach in NFL history. And he's not even in your top 3, all because we want to be collaborative. Man, look, man, I'll tell you one thing. We lucky this Disney because the tirade that I really want to pull, man, this is crazy.
Oh, Damien, I wish that this was Unsportsmanlike After Dark so we could hear exactly what you're thinking right now. You could just let it fly. But I view this in a completely different way than the three of you. We were just talking about it before you joined us. But I don't look at this as Robert Kraft sabotaging Bill Belichick. I look at him as giving his friend, Arthur Blank, an honest assessment of what it's like to work with Bill Belichick or to have him in your employ. And you know better than anybody, it's not easy. So I don't understand why giving an honest assessment of someone and giving the truth is deemed to be a bad thing.
You know, Michelle, listen, I think where I disagree with the whole premise is if you take Dynasty, if you take that, combine it with this, to me that just seems like it's a lot more than what you're insinuating right now.
It's a character assassination.
Yes, that's exactly what it seems like to me, because we all know that the Dynasty, you know, that whole documentary did not look well on Bill Belichick. It was an assassination piece. It was an assassination piece on Bill Belichick. And then we see, read the ESPN article, and it's like Bill's the nail and Robert Kraft's the hammer. It's just been constant, man. And I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, why? I mean, listen, I am admittedly biased as a Pats fan that loves Belichick, loves Belichick. Why do you think this is happening? Seriously, why do you think this is happening right now? Because this is abnormal, the amount of, I guess, hate, critique for a guy that is better at his job than anyone has ever been in any of our lifetimes at their job coaching football. Why is this happening, Damon?
I wish I could tell you. I wish I had an answer, to be honest with you, because I'm just again, look at how this organization was elevated under Bill Belichick. And obviously we can't forget about Tom Brady and being in that equation, but, bro, you know how much money Bill has made that man? How much the valuation of that franchise has skyrocketed when Bill Belichick, stepped foot on the scene? And to go out there and just have this character assassination after 20 plus years of working together, you didn't even have to say anything. You could have kept your mouth shut, but you chose not to. That speaks volumes to me.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no